Like this. Just one, two. Like this, like this. One, two, like two. Just one, two. One, two, three, mic test. One, two, three, mic test.
From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations from 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From
Check, check.
From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders from 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome all to the 35th edition of ELAT's World Education Summit 2026. It is an absolute pleasure and a delight to welcome you all here today. I would like to start by welcoming all the distinguished vice chancellors, presidents, policymakers, global academic leaders, and industry pioneers and partners. Welcome once again to the 35th edition of the World Education Summit here in Dubai, a city that represents ambition at a scale and execution with precision. As we prepare to begin formally, kindly take some time to switch on your mobile devices to silent mode. I'm sure we all in education know a little something about this. We're about to commence a day that brings together global decision makers shaping the next decade of higher education. Today is not simply a conference, it is truly a convergence of leadership. I would like to start by letting you know about how much ELETS has influenced this field for over 2 decades. ELETS Technomedia has built platforms at the intersection of governance, policy, technology, and institutional transformation. Across sectors from governance to BFSI, healthcare to education, ELETS has consistently created forums that move the dialogue in a specific direction. So let's take a little look at the journey of ELETS. We have a short video for all of you. I hope you all enjoy.
With 3,000 exceptional leaders from 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries. Every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide. From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders from 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries. Every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence
paying attention to this special little video that just lets you know how much we've been contributing. Now, through its flagship knowledge initiative, Digital Learning Magazine, ELETS has documented and shaped the digital transformation journey of institutions across India, the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. From this foundation emerged the World Education Summit, now in its 35th edition, a platform that has convened thousands of global education leaders, facilitated cross-border collaborations, and recognized institutional excellence at a scale. The World Education Summit is not just an event, it is an ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen, and today, Dubai becomes the epicenter of that ecosystem. We would like to also take a moment to acknowledge the people who help strengthen our platform. This global platform is strengthened by visionary partners who share a commitment to transforming higher education. We extend our sincerest appreciation to our Powered By partner, Createx Campex, which enables AI-driven campus management innovation, our knowledge partner, Digital Learning Magazine, amplifying global education leadership, our gold partners, Academia by Sarasoft, Illusion, and Mastersoft, redefining institutional technology ecosystems, our trusted AI and enrollment technology partner, Merito, and our AI-enabled classroom infrastructure partner, TeachmentX. Our display solution partner, BenQ Education, and we also recognize our silver partner, Bisomi, Code Tantara, Global Bridge, MeritTrack, MongoDB, and Team Monolith, alongside our distinguished university and institute partners who represent academic excellence across continents. Your presence here strengthened the collective impact of this platform. We now formally commence the higher education's proceedings. It is my honor to invite to the stage the visionary behind this global platform. Ladies and gentlemen, the founder and CEO of ELETS Technomedia and the editor-in-chief of Digital Learning Magazine, he has spent over 2 decades building knowledge ecosystems that connect policy with practice. Under his leadership, ELETS has truly transformed. The forums have become trusted spaces where ministers, regulators, university leaders, and industry pioneers converge to shape actionable frameworks. Through 35 editions of the World Education Summit, he has institutionalized a platform that translates dialogue into direction and vision into institution. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Ravi Gupta on stage with a massive warm round of applause.
Welcome, everyone. Good morning. It's an honor and a privilege to have you here. We have distinguished people from universities, schools, preschools, and officials from the various authorities of the government who have converged here at Dubai. And this is the World Education Summit's 35th edition. So the journey of the World Education Summit started in Delhi, India, and it has moved across the globe over to Dubai, Bahrain, USA, and also to some of our satellite editions. Our partner editions have moved to places like Thailand, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and several other countries. The idea of this event is to bring the people in the education community together. Across the globe, education ecosystem is evolving, it's changing. And thanks to IT and now thanks to AI, the things are changing dramatically fast. And the sector is evolving. The employment and the employability scenario is changing very, very fast. Schools and the colleges have to change their ecosystem, change their pedagogy, change their course structure, teaching methods, and all other aspects of the whole education system itself. In these changing times, how do schools, colleges evolve? How they create children who are ready for this AI world, AI ecosystem? This is a challenge. And this challenge is being faced not only in Asia or in Europe or in Australia or in China or in South America or in Africa. It's across the world. So this whole platform talks about learning from each other, that how are different schools, different colleges evolving according to the new dynamics of the world. Globalization is affecting all of us, and how they evolve, how they collaborate. And we have case studies, we have educators, we have the edtech startups here. We have larger companies here, and we have the bigger schools, the bigger universities, and we have smaller schools and smaller universities and colleges here. So idea is to collaborate and learn from each other. So with this, I welcome you all. And ILETS has been there for last 20 years. Our agenda has been to bring innovators together and create platforms both offline and online for sharing of ideas and innovations. Thank you for joining us. Namaskar. Thank you.
And now joining us on stage is Siva Kumar, founder and CEO of Creatix Campus by Anubhavam Technologies, our esteemed representing partner. Please put your hands together in a very warm, welcoming round of applause.
Respected chancellors, presidents, deans, colleagues, friends, and innovators, good morning, salam, and vanakkam. It's a privilege to be here, and congratulations to ILETS on their 35th World Education Summit in Dubai. I'm going to talk to you something very interesting. I'm going to bring your attention to how the world is shaping, right? So we have people today, and at least going to be attending very soon, from a different part of GCC. And each of this nation, we have great leaders are joining from India. All of this nation, we are the Emirates vision here, 2031. And Saudi has 2030 vision. And rest of the nations, there are a lot of vision 2030, 35, 40, and we have in India NEP. So these leaders that are governing the nation have created extraordinary visions for us. And if you see something in common in all of this vision, we are trying to change the economy to a knowledge-powered economy. We're changing the human to be empowered with artificial intelligence. We are trying to build this international collaborations and growth. All of these things, you would see a lot of those vision, the expectations are common, right? When the visions are shaped, created, there is going to be one institution that sits in the middle of achieving this vision to a reality. It's not going to be the banks, it's not going to be pharmaceutical industries or ministries or not even technology companies. It is going to be the university. That's the institution that's going to bring the best leaders of the future, best innovators of the future, best researchers, faculties, and you name it, engineers. They have the highest responsibility to achieve our national visions, right? And that's what I will be talking in detail, how artificial intelligence going to help us, how as leaders we need to react to this massive explosion of the change that is coming already in place, right? So what is actually standing in the way of achieving this national vision? These are not visions and goals. And if you notice, they are going to be mandates. These are not just, I'm going to achieve this vision or not. These are reality, right? In this, we have technologies companies come to you and say, we could build agentic AI, artificial intelligence, and predictions and things like that. But what's going to stop you from achieving it from a technology perspective, from a governance perspective, from policy perspective? I will go deeper at my later session on what is really going to hold you, delay you, or give you extraordinary opportunity to twice as best, right? So those are the areas I would love to cover, because it is not going to be just technology. The institutions that is going to meet their strategic vision, because most of these institutions today have a strategic vision, strategic plan. These strategic plans have something in common. We are trying to uplift students, their progress, creating employability, making international collaboration, improving the curriculum. So you would see a lot of common strategic KPIs and objectives created by these institutions, right? How do we achieve it? It is not going to be by buying more tools and technologies. I am a technologist. I have built technology since the late 90s. And I worked with the Fortune 100 companies. And I worked with some of the largest top 10 ranked university leaders myself. Not as a technology vendor, but someone who sits in the boardroom strategizing things, creating powerful curriculums, reviewing their policies and things like that. So I would love to invite you at my noon session. We will talk tomorrow. Tomorrow I will be, today at noon I will speak again, and tomorrow I will be talking about the change in the leadership and a forum here with a bunch of leaders, because we have leadership KPIs and job descriptions are changing because of the AI, right? So thank you all for joining today, and thanks for this privilege. And I wish you all have a wonderful session today. Thank you.
We would now like to take this moment for Dr. Ravi Gupta to honor Mr. Siva Kumar right here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, truly what a wonderful and sensational partnership. We'd like to honor this moment with a little ceremony. And as a part of this defining inaugural segment, we will now witness the launch of a special edition of the Digital Learning Magazine. For over 2 decades, ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Learning Magazine has chronicled the transformational journeys of universities, policymakers, and education leaders across regions. It has documented reforms, innovative models, AI integration strategies, and institutional best practices. Today's special edition captures the voices of global higher education leaders, insight on AI-powered campuses, sustainability frameworks, funding innovation, cross-border collaboration models, and leadership transformation. This magazine launch is not just symbolic, it is archival. So ladies and gentlemen, because the World Education Summit does not merely host conversations, it documents movements. I now invite our esteemed dignitaries on stage for the ceremonial unveiling of this special edition, marking yet another milestone in the knowledge journey of the World Education Summit. We have a short video for all of you to be played on stage right now. We'd now like to invite our dignitaries on stage for the ceremonial unveiling of this special edition. First and foremost, please welcome on stage Dr. Ravi Gupta, Abhilasha Singh, Mr. Siva Kumar, and last but certainly not least, Dr. Sai Prakash Leo.
I'm sorry, very good morning, Assalamu alaikum. I'm also the member of the organizing committee, and I can see Professor Khalid is here. Professor Khalid, please join us on stage. He's from Ajman University, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. Professor Ammar Kaka, please join us on stage, please. From Curtin University.
What an insightful and forward-looking inaugural dialogue. The perspectives shared reinforce one clear message. Higher education is not just evolving incrementally, it is transforming structurally. And now we move on to the Institute Excellence session. As we move forward with the program, we shift from macro dialogue to institutional excellence and industry innovation, a segment that celebrates leadership at the institutional level. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome on stage Dr. Sai Prakash, Chairman of Sairam Institutions, Tamil Nadu, India. Please put your hand together in a massive round of applause for Dr. Sai Prakash.
A very good morning to one and all. It's been a great honor and pleasure to meet you all in this August gathering. Education is something which redefines the world. As Nelson Mandela said, education is the only weapon which can help the world to get conquered. So thanks to all the leaders, educators, and all the innovators who are shaping the world better. Before internet and before computers, knowledge was being centralized and people are not able to access. After internet, things have changed. Knowledge has been democratized. Everyone who has access to internet were able to make a tremendous improvement in their life and others' life. And after artificial intelligence, expertise has been democratized. People, those who have access to internet and those who have prompting and proper questions have been reshaping the entire world. So I'd like to present you about something what Sairam has been. Sairam is an institution which is there in the southern part of India, and India is making a great change and great progress through knowledge power. When the world was looking into the technology and other things, our people have been inculcating education as a core value for our improvement. In India, as you all know, the largest populated nation in the entire world today, and it's an youngest population nation in the world today. So we have an access to technology and the power to conquer the opportunities. So I thank ELS for making this in Dubai. Dubai, naturally, it's being a bridge between Asia, Africa, and Europe. So we have the centralized area where purpose-driven education. Education is required for sharing knowledge and making people stronger. But today, we need to have a purpose for education. That is very important. So Sustainable Development Goals, which has been given by United Nations. So 2030 is the agenda. As our person from India, we was shared 2030 vision. Everyone is setting vision, whether there is an action or not. That's what the big question. So knowledge without action will never make an impact. We have to create an impact for the society. So we have taken classrooms to communities. At Sairam, we have adopted villages, rural India. So there are problems everywhere. We need problem solvers who can give solution for the problems which people are looking for. People are desperate about the problems, but we are not giving a solution for the problems. Where an institution, we can define institution by the infrastructure, we can define institution by their accreditation and their global presence. If there is no purpose in the learners, if the learners are not channelized to an opportunity, then driving that, it's going to be really difficult. So Sairam has adopted that Sustainable Development Goals. Any project, whether it is for 1 hour, 1 day, or 4 years of engineering, students have been, and we have only 5 years more. 2030, it has been launched in 2015. 2030 is the target which has been given. Before that, we had Millennium Development Goals, which was only for developing nations. But this is for all the nations who are responsible, who wants to make life better for everyone. So I have got an opportunity to take part in UN General Assembly last year, September 2025. We have been invited, where we have been discussing mental well-being of youngsters has become critical today. So people are in stress. People, young age, in the age of 5, 7, people are talking about stress, depression. Why it's happening? And people are getting engaged with activities. And even if you look, we are in the month of February, just a month ago we celebrated our New Year. Life is very fast, and whether we are making an impact or not. So I urge all the educators to come out of your comfort zone, search for the problems, and find the problem solvers. So that's what an education institution has to do. So that philosophy has rooted very well, where we have adopted 7 habits of freaking. 7 Leader in Me program has been implemented in our campus. Being proactive, think with end in mind, and making students to have think win-win. Today, people are not allowing others to celebrate their win, and they are not happy with their success. So that's not the way we have to progress. Peace. People are talking about countries are getting disturbed. Countries are making a huge impact in other countries in a negative way, not in a positive way. So these things has to be corrected. And as a leader, as an educator, as a responsible mentor, it is the duty of all the great leaders who are here to take this call as an action. So we have to make ethics with excellence, skills with sensitivity. So people are acquiring skills to make a job ready. Employability is very important. At the same time, empowerment is even more important. We have to empower people. Empowering younger generation will definitely make this community stronger, and the future will be brighter. So let's make an I'd like to call everyone to take this as a challenge. And it was not easy. When we implemented in our campus, initially there was a lot of restrictions. People were rebelling, and our faculties, they are more attached to their curriculum. If you are not moving out of your comfort zone, you will never have a growth in your life. So whatever that in the history, people those who have made an attempt to do something different has created an impact. So to achieve these 17 goals, there are 169 targets which has been given by United Nations. So I have not made any PPT, I have not made any presentation. Those who are interested, I'll be available. We can have a one-to-one discussion. Let us make it. So making it as a presentation and telling everything and moving away is not going to happen. And we have tried that many times. So purpose, people, and planet. So we have made education as a purpose where no institution can rise better with the quality standard without faculties getting upgraded. And today, being a faculty is not easy. I hope everyone will accept that. With the AI and the other technologies, students are getting more knowledge than what we possess. So we have to become facilitator for them. We can't be a teacher anymore. We have to collaborate with them, and we have to think with them, learn with them, act with them, and do with them. That's the only way forward. If you are going to share what you know, that's not going to be sufficient for them. I hope that everyone will accept that. We need to learn something new and teach them something different. For that, the curriculum, we can update the curriculum. Yeah, you can update the curriculum yearly once, even monthly once. But the technology, what is getting updated is happening in the minutes. So things are changing in a rapid fast. So be prepared, embrace, fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be really tough in the coming years. Things are not same as 10 years before. And 10 years ahead, we are going to make world even more better by our action. And we all know that pollution is making world. We all are aware about there is a problem in our air. So we are teaching them in books. By learning swimming by theoretical knowledge will never help you to cross the border. So we have to get on, and we have to make it. I hope that everyone will take it in the right sense. So industry, innovation, and international collaboration. Scouts even. Scouts is something, it's giving a lot of opportunity for students to give service learning. Learning through activity-based, where students, we have adopted the villages, we are asking them to discuss with the community. And to my surprise, even European countries are coming out with this kind of activities for the classrooms. So moving away from the classroom is going to be destructive. If you don't have a channelized methodology, you will not be able to implement that. So Scouts is one of the best tools which we have been using. So last year we have been a part of Scout movement Jamburi, where 30,000 students are gathering, and they are sharing their knowledges from different locations, different culture. Intercultural change is very important. So we have to internships, make students to take part in the industry-ready projects. We have to send them for internships, and those who are from industry background, please open your doors. Please open your hearts. Students have to learn something new, and they have to make this world better. So responsibility citizen, and ethical values, it's going to make world better. There are set of students who have been diverted totally away from these things. Opportunities are not given. In African countries, students are not able to have access to education. So those who are having access to education, they are not able to get the quality education. So you people have been, so I thank you for coming all the way. So you have an interest, you have stepped forward, and you have a commitment for yourself and commitment for your community. So let's make this journey together and make an action. And he has pointed out about KPI. So always people used to tell about key performance index. So at Sairam, we have just, it'll be interesting. Sairam, we have just made the KPI into new norms, keeping people invested. So to learn new things, you have to invest on yourself. You have to go for a new learning opportunities. We have n number of MOOC, n number of online courses, and YouTube. It's a greatest opportunity to learn things which you want. If you want to watch all the videos in YouTube, it will take 17,000 years. That's what the content which is available today. Whether we are going to, it's humanly not possible, but our kids are using YouTube to the extensive way, looking into unwanted things. So keep invested, keep interested. Making them to interest is not easy. I have 3 kids at my home. Making them interest, and these kids are getting just diverted in fraction of seconds. Their concentration level is not very high. So let's keep them interested, keep them included. When there is a discussion, last time when, as I mentioned in United Nations, they are asking about involving youth in policy making. So we people are discussing about their future, and we are not listening to their thoughts. So involving them, Youth Compass is open for everyone. Please have a look at it. Involve youth in policy making and keep them informed. So there are some decisions which is getting happen, but they are not aware about it. So keep them informed and keep them involved. Involve them. The world is getting a better opportunity. World is getting a better, say, the 7 habits. I will just read out this and I will end up being proactive. So we have to make every individual responsible. Begin with end in mind. Any work, when we start, we have to look at what is going to be the end. So we should have a vision. So in world, we have very good visions everywhere. So 2047, Viksit Bharat is our Indian vision. So 2030 is sustainable development. Visions are made, actions are missing. So let's get into the action. Put first thing first. So we have to prioritize what is important, when it has to be completed. Think win-win. We have to allow others to win. By that, the success will be unanimous. So we have to have mutual benefit. Seek first to be understood, then to understand. That's very important. People are jumping into the decisions. People are jumping into the conclusions. So let us have empathy and sympathy in whatever that we are doing and synergize. So there are diversity. So we can see many people from different kind of world. So let us synergize together, collaborate together, and make a thing better and sharpen your sharp, which is very important. When things are good, don't leave it there. Things has to be better, and you are capable of doing the best. So I always used to tell my faculties, we are not here to create great poets. We are not here to create Jesus or Mahatma or Vivekananda. We are here to create good human beings. If you are creating good human beings, they may be great leaders. So thanks for the opportunity. Wish you all the best, and let's have a learning experience together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those inspiring words. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Iqbal to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Sai Prakash. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Sai. You represent a new generation of institutional leadership that integrates academic excellence with industry alignment. Under your stewardship, SIREM institutions have consistently demonstrated innovation in academic delivery, infrastructure development, and skill-oriented education. Thank you for your powerful insight into institutional transformation and leadership in action. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to an industry presentation that represents a vital collaboration. It's all about higher education transformation that thrives on strong partnerships between academia and industry partnerships. They enable digital acceleration, operation excellence, and student success. It is my pleasure to invite on stage the Vice President of Middle East and Africa at Ellucian, a globally recognized institution for empowering technology solutions that enhance student life cycle management, institutional analytics, financial systems, and AI-enabled campus operations. Please welcome on stage with a massive round of applause, Mr. Majid Fahmy.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How are you? Hope you're coffeeed up. So it's a privilege to be here with you all, and as we kick off this 35th edition, our first edition with Ellucian, being here today. So it was really difficult to try and figure out how we're going to speak to something relevant in about 10 minutes time, because usually this can be a full 15 minutes, and how it's going to be worth your while to sit here for 10 minutes and hear me jabber on about something. But as I was driving here this morning, and I am Dubai based, so I looked outside at the skyline coming in, and I realized that there's more than just buildings, by the way, coming down here. There's a lot of ambition. Looking at the UAE as a nation and looking at the UAE as a country, there was a refusal to accept a long time ago the status quo. There was a refusal to say this is just the way it is. We have heat, we have desert, and we're just going to live with it. And the UAE decided not to wait for the future. It pulled it forward. But it also made it relevant to us today to think, what opportunity do we have to do the same in higher education? The energy we need in this room today is more than just being on the mic and talking. It's about the shifting moment that we have today in higher education, because we are going through a blockbuster moment. If any of you know what blockbuster is in the US and what happened there, higher education is going through a blockbuster type of moment. So for centuries, the industry relied on a simple currency, which was just reputation, right? Where you went to school was determined by the reputation of the institution that you attended. So if you had history, if you had the Ivy, as we call it, right? So that's what Ivy League schools were about. And you had the rankings, then you were safe. You were in good pair of hands, right? But as we look today towards 2030, that's no longer the case. It's not about reputation. The new currency is relevance. So what does that mean? It means that students today, they're here whether here in the Gulf or in the US or APAC or wherever they are in the world, they're not asking how prestigious is the history. They're asking, how relevant are you to my future? That's what makes the difference. They're asking, do you know me? Do you understand me? And can you adapt to me as fast as Spotify can today or Netflix can today? And a lot of the times, most of the times, the answer is no. The institutions today aren't built for that. So what we're currently captivated with a cinematic myth, by the way, and about AI, and this will be the only time I mention AI today, because if I'm going to sit here and tell you what AI is all about and how it works and how you're going to use it, I'd be lying to you, because no one really figures it out yet, right? We're still figuring it out. We're a lot farther than where we were, but we're still figuring it out. But the cinematic myth is that AI is going to become sentient and take over human race, right? That's the doom and gloom scenario. But the true imperative is for us to inform a functional sentience into a rigid, historic, archaic, legacy type of way of working that we need to break the mold for. For higher education, we've been doing things a certain way for a very, very, very long time. So for us to try and break that mold, it's not going to be easy. And that's really the approach that we need to use AI for today. It's not about using it in technology. It's not about worrying that AI is going to become sentient. It's how do you use AI to make your own institution sentient? So what does that mean? It means that our focus has to be on engineering a responsive, intuitive infrastructure in our institution, from our buildings to our systems, to our faculty, to our staff. It's giving universities and hospitals, anybody across the board, a central nervous system, a backbone that allows you to connect all the limbs and all the other parts of your body into one motion, into one being. So by weaving the data coherence in real-time responsiveness, we're redesigning a new immortal infrastructure, a new immortal institution. We've built universities that are data rich, but insights poor. We have a great registrar, we have a great LMS, we have a great career center, but they don't talk to each other most of the time. And anybody who's in an institution now knows that reality of that pain. So we're asking students to navigate a very complex environment and navigate our complexity as an institution, rather than using their complexity to serve the student. Again, what do I mean by that? I believe the answer lies in shifting our mindset, and that's the fundamental transformation that takes place. A lot of institutions go through transformation and they suffer from transformation fatigue or transformation trauma. They take on too much, they assume it's just a project, they try to break the culture and break the mold without actually trying to address the core of the problem. Think about the best teacher you ever had in school, whether it was high school, whether it was university, whether it's a course you're currently taking. They didn't just record your grades, they went above and beyond, they did something else. They noticed when your attention drifted. They noticed when you were struggling before you even knew you were struggling. And they intervened at the right time, at the right moment. That's intuition. So now imagine if your entire university could do that at the same time. So imagine a campus that is sentient. Imagine a campus where the financial system talks to the academic advising system. Imagine where we don't just see a student who missed 2 classes and we classify as at risk. We also see that they missed a tuition and haven't logged to LMS for a week. And instead of waiting for them to drop out, we're actually seeing a system of prompts to an advisor that says it's time to intervene with a coffee and a solution. It's time to get more intimate with your students. This is not science fiction. This is what we're building today. In the Middle East, where we see the youth population is exploding and the demand for skills is shifting faster than anywhere else on the earth, we cannot afford passive systems anymore. We need institutions that have a nervous system. And this is where Ellucian steps in. So I'm not here to talk about software. I'm not here to talk about any of those features. I'm here to talk about what I mentioned earlier, the backbone. So to build that sentient campus where you'll be able to react when the Ministry of AI, for example, announces a new directive for skills, which they have done and they continue to do. We see that happening right here. How fast can you spin up a micro-credentialing stack into your institution? That's not going to be that easy. How fast can you bring that into a degree and market it to your alumni? If you take 18 months to decide what you're going to do, then you're absolutely considering yourself irrelevant. If you take 2 semesters to go live and actually offer that service to your institutions, then you're seen as a leader. So Ellucian is focused on 3 things, and those are the 3 things that kind of are our raison d'etre, if you will. We have the agility, which is moving our partners from the legacy approach into a SaaS-based cloud model. We have interoperability, which ultimately means that we don't want to be the only software that you use, but we want to be the platform that makes all the software work together. Again, the backbone that connects all the limbs of the institution. And student centricity. Ellucian has spent over $1 billion in R&D to develop the systems that we use today and then what we deploy. But every dollar we invest in R&D is tested against one question. Does this remove friction for the learner? And if the answer is no, we don't do it. We serve over 20 million students worldwide, almost 1 million of them here in the region. And we see the patterns. We know that universities are winning in 2026, and those are the ones that are using data to create intimacy at scale. It's creating that intimacy that's important. So let me close with this. We're in a region that is redesigning what a nation looks like. You have the mandate to redesign what a university looks like and what an institution looks like. So don't just digitize the past. Don't just take paper form and put it on an iPad. That's not transformation. That's just expensive bureaucracy. But what we have to do is use this moment to rethink the relationship. What if registration wasn't a hurdle anymore, but a personalized pathway? What if graduation wasn't departure, but a subscription renewal to a lifetime of lifelong learning? That's the key thing. The technology to do this exists today. The data is already in your servers as we talk, but the only missing variable is the will to break down the silos and unify them. So as you go on to the sessions today, and after you leave this room and after you leave this building, leave with one single thought. We often talk about technology as a tool for efficiency, but doing more with less. That's too small of a vision for what higher education needs to move forwards. Technology is not just about efficiency, it's about intimacy. It is a tool that allows a university of 50,000 students to treat every single one of them like they're the only one on campus. That is the promise of a sentient campus. And that is the future that Ellucian is building today, and the future that I invite you to build with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fahmy, for highlighting the transformative potential of integrated campus technologies. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Dr. Gupta once more on stage to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Majid Fahmy. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation reflects the importance of ecosystem thinking in higher education, where infrastructure, strategy, and innovation converge. It is my honor to invite on stage a leader in infrastructure and strategic development. He brings a perspective that extends beyond buildings to integrated educational environments designed for innovation, research collaboration, and future-ready learning experiences. Please welcome on stage Mr. Mohammed Hani, the CEO of Bisomi Group.
Hello, everyone. How are you? My name is Mohammed Hani, and I'm the CEO of Bisomi Group. I would like to speak to you today about physical AI. So we have been all busy with the AI infrastructure, especially on the software and the hardware that moves this software. However, there is a layer that we are still far behind, and we need a lot of acceleration and full generation to drive this through, which is physical AI. If you look at the UAE, you would know that we are number 3 worldwide in AI infrastructure, and we're getting the country really ready in that. However, in 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, we can argue on how many years that will take, but AI will move from screens to our actual life, so it will not stay behind screens forever. And this means that it will take a physical shape of robots and different devices that has sensors and that interacts with us. And we want to be future ready, so we cannot afford having that massive muscles in AI software and AI infrastructure that supports the software, and not being able to really deploy this software into actual hardware that serves humanity. In UAE, other than being ready for the AI infrastructure, we are counted as the highest country in the world in AI adoption, with around 60% of the population actually using AI. However, in a few years, we need to be ready for the physical AI. And today I want to introduce to you and speak about the Arduino Uno Q, which is a new product launched by Arduino, which is our all-in-one computer that serves as a processor and as a controller. And this makes one of the beginnings for students to bridge their knowledge and bridge their education into actual real-life examples. In UNOQ, what's really different is that it has a combination of real-time microcontroller and a processor that can be used into AI applications. Not only that, we would like to also announce that we will be having a competition that's coordinated for university students and will be supported and sponsored by Arduino, where we will be inviting different teams of universities to compete into creating a smart robot that acts like a Somo robot, but at the same time, it will have many different obstacles and paths to go through into that. This is the clicker, that's great. So as we said, AI is learning to think. Now it really needs to act and needs to have a physical shape. And the next productivity leap will be into robots. So if we are the highest population and adoption of AI, so imagine in 10 years, a population of 12 million humans in UAE. How many robots are we gonna have around us? So yes, physical AI will be in the real world in terms in shape of robot, devices, sensors, edge computing, and it will be all around us in autonomous inspection, logistics automation, defense simulation, health care robotics. And if you have heard recently Elon Musk saying that just in a few years, we might not need surgeons and robots will be able to do a much better job into that way. I can see a lot of people nodding that they don't like the idea. And yes, we should be very careful of that, but it's the future and it's almost here. And if robots are coming, we cannot afford being a consumer. We need to be a builder. So we cannot have this millions of different robots all around us, and our level of expertise with it is only to consume it or to control it. No, this has to be built here in the UAE. And for that to really happen, there is a generation of engineers that needs to emerge from the region. So UNOQ grants the first real access to physical AI and edge computing. So this is where all of the computing will be happening locally on the robot or on the device rather than it being on the cloud. And this helps students and engineers in trainings, learning projects, and actual real deployment. We are calling it the UNOQ Sandstorm Sumo competition because we wanted also to have some theme of the market. And the competition objective will be to build a full autonomous robot that will need to navigate and avoid actual obstacles, and then look for the enemy and find it and drive it off the arena. The arena will be a circular ring. It might be filled with sand, and there will be different pathways that the robots will need to go through so they can reach the arena, and then they will start competing with each other to find a winner. And one thing that's very important is that in learning, there needs to be the fact of making it a little bit fun for students, to be challenging for students so they can drive their thinking and drive themselves to beyond the boundaries that they have. The technical requirements are going to be simple, and we're going to be announcing much more about the competition in the next month. So the robots must use the Arduino UNOQ as the main controller and processor. It will be fully autonomous operations only with no remote control. The sensors, of course, will allow the vision, the distance, and the environmental awareness. And the robots must be capable of operating reliably on sand. What students will understand from this and why we are doing this competition is that they will have an actual hands-on experience. They will make robotics strategy, and they will learn how to use the software, integrate the hardware, and have a robot that's actually working. So the system thinking between hardware, software, and the mechanics working together. And there will be official participation certificates from Arduino and Bisumi, and of course, big prizes for the winners. So the future of AI will not only be with the LLMs and the chat GPTs that we're using, it's gonna go beyond that into the physical AI form. I do really encourage every institute to look deeper into how do we drive this in real time. Every few months, there is new hardware, new technology that's emerging. And if we wait for the next semester and the next year to offer it for students and let them experiment it because we want to make the perfect curriculum for them to be learning on it, I think that will take us behind. So we're also developing courses for students as we go based on whatever new technology is coming out. So students can experiment through learning rather than learning and then experimenting. So they will get their learning from the experiments that they are actually doing. If we can open, please, the video. Can we still open the video? Please approach us on the stand, understand more about the competition. It's something that is really fun for students and engineers to interact with. We are not only looking to enhance the current engineers' knowledge, but we want to also attract new talents into the market of robotics. I'll leave you just with a short video as an introduction for Arduino Uno Q. So I think we're connecting the audio.
A dual brain all-in-one platform designed to supercharge your creativity and free your inner innovator. Uno Q combines the real-time responsiveness of a microcontroller with the computing power of a high-level microprocessor. Fast, robust, smart enough for AI, and easier than ever. Expand with shields, sensors, and modules from the Uno ecosystem. It's plug and play. Uno Q comes with Arduino App Lab, an all-in-one development environment for a seamless experience across real-time OS, Linux, and AI. Get started with ready-to-use examples and use modular bricks to add advanced functionalities in a blink. Show temperature. With support for multiple setups, you can develop in any scenario and quickly bring your projects to life thanks to easy access to Edge and AI. Learn, explore, and solve big and small hassles by making your own technology and making technology your own. Your next idea starts with Q.
We have developed a full course for Uno Q for students to learn on. It comes into 9 main subjects. We'd be happy to speak to you about it and to offer it to all of the institutions that are there. We have a curriculum that's for free and we have a paid one. We offer on weekly basis in our premises and our labs free sessions for students and engineers to learn about these technologies. And we have courses that can be customized based on the institution needs. Please keep an eye on physical AI. AI is not only software, there is a big part of hardware behind it, and we need to be at the core of it. Thank you very much.
And now, please welcome on stage Dr. Gupta to give Mr. Majid Fahmi a token of appreciation. Please put your hands together. Dr. Muhammad Hani, sorry. Hopefully. Thank you, Mr. Hani, for underscoring the importance of visionary infrastructure in shaping the universities of tomorrow. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the higher education agenda, the conversations ahead will deepen our exploration of globalization, funding innovation, sustainability, and employability transformation. So as the momentum continues, let us proceed to the next session. Now, this is a panel. It is all about the Middle East advantage and why Dubai is becoming the global education hub. Dubai stands today as a magnet for global campuses, research partnership, and international student mobility. This session will explore the regulatory frameworks, economic drivers, and institutional strategies that are shaping Dubai's rise as a higher education powerhouse. Of course, I'd like to welcome on stage all of our wonderful speakers. Please join me in welcoming each of them with a warm round of applause. I'd like to start with Professor Ammar Kaka, the Pro Vice Chancellor and President of Curtin University, Dubai, UAE. He will be our moderator for this panel. I count on you. Now, joining them, we have Dr. Sai Prakash Leomuthu, the chairman of Sairam Institutions, Tamil Nadu, India. Joining them is Dr. Khalid Asala, the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at Ajman University, Dubai, UAE. Professor Hani Al-Qadi, the Vice President of Academic Affairs at Liwa University, Abu Dhabi, UAE. And of course, we have Professor Muhammad Al-Shami, the Vice President of Fujairah University, Fujairah, UAE. Joining them, we have last but certainly not least, Professor Christopher Hill, the Vice President of Global Engagement at the Canadian University of Dubai, Dubai, UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of our panelists with a warm, warm round of applause. Could we please get mics back? Testing, testing. Oh, great.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay.
Testing, testing.
Hello. Okay, so we're going to have to probably pass the mic. Thank you. Okay, so good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and really wanted to thank Dr. Gupta and the team, for inviting us, but also, for organizing yet another successful, summit. And hopefully we'll have the opportunity also to interact, and network after the session. And I do really appreciate your engagement, and there will be the opportunity to ask questions or make comments. But it's really, as mentioned earlier, this session is about education, Global Education Hub. And of course, we have really a huge success story here in Dubai. And there's actually lessons to be learned, to reflect on. But also we'll hopefully have, not working? Is it audible? Yeah, maybe closer. So we'll also have the opportunity to share some perspectives about the next phase of developing education, global education hubs. And of course, is often the Dubai's ambition for developing global education hub is characterized by, obviously attracting international universities, interacting talent, recruiting international students, rankings, but obviously it's much actually more than that. And here are some facts for for those of you who are joining us from outside the UAE. So the Dubai hub really started in 2005, and this is when the Dubai government had the vision and developed two main free zones dedicated to education. That's in Dubai International Academic City, and of course the Knowledge Park as well. And today, so it's only 20 years ago, and that's in academic terms that's a very, very short period of time. And today we have we've got over 40 higher education institutions licensed in Dubai. 37 of those are international branch campuses, international universities setting up here, and very diverse. So we've got from the UK, from Australia, India, Italy, Germany, and actually others as well, and China, and some very highly ranked university as well included in this portfolio. Also, we have today, almost 40,000 students studying in Dubai from 170 plus countries, nationalities, and studying over 600 programs. So very, very diverse, very successful, and but it actually continues to grow, and the aspiration is actually to grow this further. So actually, last year alone, the student population grew by 20%, and 29% in international students. These are not necessarily expats with different nationalities, but also actually students coming from abroad to come and study here for the purpose of studying here in Dubai. And the aspiration is actually we'll have about 40% more students by 2030. So really there's a lot actually to reflect on, but building education hubs is not a single model, and there are different approaches to this. It's about actually leadership, it's about partnerships, it's about global reach, and others. So I really wanted to kickstart the discussion with a question to all of the panelists. Basically is, what does a global education hub means to you and in your context? And from your experience, what is the one factor that most accelerates development of a credible education hub. So we'll start with you, Dr. Sir.
Check. Thank you for making that contest, sir. Global education. See, today with this digital things, the boundaries have been taken away. And Dubai, I feel there are students who have been working from our institution. After their graduation, they are working. Dubai is a place which has asked for an accreditation for the institution. So before employing, the students who are passed out from the institutions, they have been asked for the quality assurance of the institution back in our country. So this has created a lot of our colleges in India to get accredited. Before that, our government was trying to do that, but it was not happening in the way it has to. So many institutions have started to, we have a National Board of Accreditation, which verify all the parameters and quality of the institution. When Dubai people started to ask for an institution, the student has graduated and he has got his degree and his skill set is already possessed. But the institution has been urged to make a quality check. That's something which is making Dubai a global standard from our point of view.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Khalid.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers and thank you, Dr. Abhilasha, and the organizers of this event. The UAE, as Professor Ammar mentioned, has actually made great strides in higher education. Maybe it suffices to know that in the last Arab region ranking, which was released, I believe, back in December, there was 6 out of the first 12 universities from the UAE. And you're talking about a region that has about 1,600 universities. To know that 6 of the top 12 are from this relatively small country, we're about 10 million people, out of about almost 500 million people in the Arab world, that tells you a lot about the quality of education in the UAE. So the UAE actually has started relatively later than some other, well-established countries in higher education. But nowadays, it's really ahead of almost everyone, side by side by Saudi Arabia and some other countries. The UAE stands out in terms of the quality of education higher education that it offers. This is due to, obviously, the regulatory body of the UAE, the CAA, where all universities are pretty much kept at a very high standards in terms of delivery and so on. And even most recently, the UAE has pioneered, I think, a new framework, a new paradigm in terms of accreditation, in giving autonomy to universities and focusing on outcome as opposed to income, input and processes and so on. So the ecosystem of higher education in the UAE, as mentioned by my colleagues here, the ecosystem is complete. I mean, you have the safety, you have the infrastructure, you have also the employability for those who would like to stay in the country, internship opportunities, so many things within the ecosystem that are very inviting for the UAE to be an educational hub in the region.
Thank you. Dr. Hani. I think you need just to...
Thank you very much for inviting me today, and thank you, Professor Kapp, for the introduction. Going back to the global issue here, I think a global education and a global system will have education from experiences from different parts of the world, will have dual degrees, we'll have collaborative research. So we'll have lots of input from different parts of the infrastructure. So you would see that people are collaborating on a student's level, on a teaching level, on a program level, on a research level. In my book, this is what we can call a global education.
Thank you. Dr. Muhammad.
I think Dubai, globally in the global map, with exposure internationally, it might attract people from all over the world for different reasons. I think education, it will be part of it. Many people who are coming to Dubai because they are thinking about opportunities, thinking about tourism, thinking about, but education, it might come in the second stage as a choice, not only in Dubai, in other universities inside UAE. But first, people will come to Dubai. When you go to any place in the United States or in Europe, talking about UAE, oh, Dubai. So Dubai, I think it has a lot of attractive factors, so attractive people from all of the over the world. But I believe in what we call it, if we go to the education, multi-centers. I don't think that Dubai is only the one hub for education in general. Dubai might help. I believe in complement with other Emirates. We should not forget Abu Dhabi. We should not forget Sharjah and also Northern Emirates. So we will maybe go in some details about how we complement with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Christopher.
It's hard to be the end of the question because they've, literally my answer is what they said. I think to answer the second part of your question first, the key factor that can support this, I think is very much issues that have been touched on. It's the combination of a strategic vision and a facilitating environment. Because without the visa facility that we have for our international students here, we would, I think, see much lower numbers as we're now seeing in many traditional countries. But the strategic vision of attracting high-ranking, bespoke programs, I think, is entirely relevant. And I think what now makes a global education hub is actually the relevance of the providers and what they are providing. So we used to, I think, look at a global hub of a collection of international universities. But now I think we need to think much more deeply about the value of those programs to the community in which they are being delivered and the community in which the students will return. So global problems, global solutions, rather than simply let's collect the top 10, the top 20, the top 30. But a global education hub is about education that is relevant to the globe because the students are going to move. Now, Dubai does a very, very good job of retaining student talent, which a lot of traditional transnational education hubs haven't done as well. Students have moved in and moved out. Dubai retains people better, and I think that's very much a key factor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, attracting and retaining talent is actually key to what has actually happened here in Dubai. And absolutely, there are other education hubs around the UAE. Not only restricted to Dubai. I also found actually that Dubai itself is also a hub for business as well. So you have many sectors where you have regional offices, regional quarters set up in Dubai and the UAE, which service actually other areas, and particularly relevant to education. And what I've personally found is actually there's some programs that attract and graduate students where employers from around the region come and recruit from, not only from Dubai, but it's obviously essentially it's about actually attracting and graduating talent to serve the community, the local community here. So if we start actually with you, Dr. Sai, obviously you've developed and scaled large private education institutions in India, and indeed many universities, here are planning and aspiring to grow quite rapidly. So, what are the most important lessons about scale that policymakers and university leaders here should be, or should not forget, or should not overlook?
So that's not precise to Dubai alone. It's a global
Yeah.
scenario.
Yeah.
So the policies, what they make, as I mentioned in my keynote also, the youth has to be a part of it. And Dubai is doing fabulously well on that. So your knowledge, KHA, I believe that human resource is something which values more than anything in the world. So if they are going to possess an opportunity, so I have been there to your Dubai Expo, and I remember the days when Dubai was so agile, when the world is in lockdown and you are opening up with more confidence for the opportunities, sustainability and mobility. So that's an active participation, and getting people involved is something great by, so involving the stakeholders and the knowledge power and having a policy making, it's very important, and Dubai is doing really great on that. As I mentioned that way in 2020, 2000s in the year, it's been 25 years before, you are insisting on accreditation, ranking, and that policies were well aligned with the vision what the country is also setting on. So people have been driven with an clarity and they have a purpose to be achieved. That's something phenomenal with Dubai. And even in business, as you pointed out, there are a lot of opportunities for the people over there. I have done a Harvard course. Harvard is having an opportunity in Dubai. So you can, so for us to travel all the way to US will be 18 hours, 20 hours, where it's 4 hours. So Dubai makes as a real global hub, bringing people and making an opportunity for the entire globe. That's really
Yeah,
great. By
And in
Dubai.
terms of universities in general, whether a branch campus or a private university here, and learning from your experience in terms of growth going forward, and actually growth at scale, what would be the bottlenecks? What would be the challenges?
Dubai has been, see, already we have named the university, Amity is there, and our CBSE schools have been given an opportunity in Dubai. Dubai is inviting for anything and everything if it is positive for the people. So we don't see a bottleneck in your country, but we have something in our place which can. So moving away from that, people are not opening up very faster. We are also inviting people in our country. So we are also giving, that's a competition between the policy makers and the company. So Dubai is always, your aviation is the best in the world. So aviation schools, there are a lot of schools which is opening up in our country, which gives opportunity for the students to work in our country. So with the boundaries are not there. Setting up a campus, Dubai has a concern with the land where we have not a vast land. So now being in one place is not going to be an opportunity. We are also open to set up a branch if there is an opportunity given, and Dubai is always opening doors and opening their arts. So thanks for what we have been doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And turning to Dr. Khalid, you did already mention accreditation and regulatory authorities, and I think you've started to talk about the recent changes in the federal accreditation system, the outcome-based, and I really wanted you to tell us more about. You're obviously very experienced in this area and quality assurance. In terms of the role of accrediting body, regulatory bodies in actually growing a sector, growing an education hub, what are the innovations that would help and facilitate that, obviously without compromising standards, without compromising quality?
Okay, thank you, Professor Ammar. Accreditation is obviously a must. I mean, no education system, higher education system, or even the other, at school level, can survive without proper accreditation system that governs the operations of higher education at the different universities with different, capabilities and so on. One thing that the UAE has done recently, as I mentioned, is moving to a completely different scheme, that is OBF, or outcome-based framework, moving away from inputs and processes, which was the main focus of the previous system, now into purely outcome-based. So the CAA, the ministry, does not really care much about how you do it, but they care about what you're producing. your eventual product, the student, are they employable? Do they have what the industry needs? Are you equipping them? Are you upskilling them? You know, with what we are witnessing now, the pace at which the world is changing, the job market is actually, you know, requiring something that is very different from what we used to produce. And even sometimes, some universities are still working on the classical way of you know, educating students. Their product is becoming irrelevant and the market is not accepting that. So the OBF, the outcome-based framework, actually came at the right time. And at least, I mean, from my humble knowledge, I don't know of any other accrediting system that went to that extreme of being totally outcome-based. This, of course, comes with a lot of challenges. You know, I mean, it gives universities a lot of autonomy, but at the same time, the ministry is not just leaving it completely up to the universities, because at the end of this, there is some sort of classification of the different higher education institutions. So this OBF system, in my view, is creating a lot of opportunities. The leadership in universities now have a lot more flexibility in you know, just improving and creating new initiatives and so on. The ministry has, like I said, lifted just about every single constraint that they had before on some of the, like, you know, offering new programs and so on. The process used to take anywhere between 8 months to 18 months. Nowadays, it takes a couple of weeks, which is a wonderful thing. But obviously, there are some precautions there, because this could lead to, you know, some sort of inflation in the number of programs and number of graduates, and it could also backfire on employability at the end of the day, even though the purpose is to improve employability. But these are things that need to be paid attention to before we go completely into this new system. So I think there has to be some gradual change there, as opposed to moving from one extreme to the other. But overall, I believe the OBF system has really created a revolution in terms of how we operate at higher education institutions.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you know, I'm sure many of you in the audience are actually from, obviously, the sector and you know, adapting to this transformational change in how regulatory authorities actually ensure standards, but you know, more importantly, ensure that we are delivering the key, you know, key objectives of our.
Yeah, I guess the key word here is not deregulation; it's smart regulation.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now turning to Dr. Hani, you know, obviously, you know, coming from a growing local university in the UAE, so what does being part of a global education hub actually means to you and your organization on the ground? You know, whether in curriculum or faculty recruitment, or, you know, student experience.
Thank you very much. We are a small university in Abu Dhabi, and obviously when you develop new programs, you try to find out what are the needs of the country. So whenever you set up a new program, you look at, for example, we have been talking to the Ministry of Health, finding out where are the biggest needs, and accordingly develop programs that will satisfy those needs. But globally, we have to be also online or in line with other institutions all over the world. So we cannot just do something on our own and not be related or aware of what others are doing. So it's a combination between working with other institutions, but at the same time delivering programs that are needed in the country. Another thing is the teaching of students. You have your own faculty. It is beneficial to have visiting faculty from all over the world. It's beneficial to have dual programs where you have online courses for students, so they get involved or they see other kinds of ways of teaching. They get experience from other people. Obviously, industry is a very important one too. Involving industry and what Dr. Khalid was just talking about, the OBEF is also requesting industry involvement and industry participation in even teaching courses. So industry, when they are teaching a part of a course, some lectures, or a whole course, they are doing it from an experience point of view that relates to the industry rather than what's in the book. So that also gives the students lots of experience that is not just a textbook experience, if you would say. It's a real life experience. Having programs where your students travel abroad, take a few courses abroad. So there are two options for the students. They can be traveling, getting some courses abroad, or they can be online courses where they attend courses that are taught by other institutions. So all of this together for an institution like ours to fit into the global market, that's what we have to do.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And in terms of just coming back on to elaborate more on this particular point, in terms of where you distinguish yourself from the global university, what is that, whether in terms of widening access or whether in terms of employment, training, where do you see yourself actually complementing what's available here in Dubai?
Again, Dr. Khalid mentioned about employability that comes with the OBEF again. So it's related. All of us are in a way related to the same thing. What we try to do is to zoom on niches of programs that are needed by the market and not offered by other universities.
Yeah.
So this is how you get your students to graduate and find jobs, because this is the most important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. Okay, turning to Dr. Mohammed, from Fujairah University. So, again, probably a similar question is obviously, Dubai often leads the education hub narrative here in the UAE, but as mentioned before, it's actually the UAE is much bigger than that. So how can universities outside Dubai contribute and benefit from our global education hub here?
I think all universities who are either in Fujairah or in the Northern Emirates are the backbone for the education system in UAE. If some universities, especially who are leading, we know that UAE we have diversity of universities in ranking and also in specializations and fields. So some universities can go to the depth. I found, for example, in Fujairah University, the type of disciplines and fields according to the geographical location and some factors might go in depth and difference than some other universities in Abu Dhabi or in Dubai or in Sharjah. We have good opportunities in areas related to maritime, for example, environmental issues, energy, mountain sustainability, mining, and also even with research. When you go to inside the countries, like Fujairah and the surroundings area, we have an area of more than 200,000 populations in that area. Go to the depth, you will go to the heritage, the culture of the country. Emiratizations is the right place in some programs which is related to that area. Most of our students are working students. So the percentage of our students in the university, the local students, is more than 70%. So that means when you compare it to Dubai, I think international students are more in Dubai. So other areas like, for example, training, micro-credentials are very important matter here, and we are taking care of that. We just established a center of research, continuous education, excellence, and innovations, which is, I think it will help not only Fujairah Emirate, but also the surrounding emirates. And Fujairah, with the new identity, we used to be 2 universities in Fujairah, and now becoming 1 university, and with a new identity, with a new, image, even with the society. I think even it's not forgetting that the international correlations. We went also with good strategic partnerships with good and prestigious universities from all over the world. But again, I think some areas, some specializations are more related to the geographicals and the factors who are available in Fujairah, and maybe it's not available in any other emirates.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. If I turn to Professor Christopher, and obviously you lead global engagement in your institution, and Dubai or UAE is actually it's very well linked with Asia, Europe and Africa. So perhaps you could share some advice on how can universities here move from simply hosting international programs to actively connecting people and opportunities across the globe even.
Yes, thank you. And I think it's the next phase of international higher education. So cross-border or transnational was largely about access. It's international providers opening up campuses to access students that they can't pull into their own country. And traditionally, we didn't really think about the impact of that education beyond the access point. So it was couched as being widening participation and a good thing to do, but in essence, it was an economic model driven to outreach more students. As students have become more and more involved in the recruitment process and more active in their own requirements, universities have thankfully turned to think more about student-centric approaches and thinking, well, what is the impact and the value of an international education degree beyond the name, beyond the ranking? And therefore, we now think about impact. So we think about what value does this university or this program have to the student experience in the context to the problems that are relevant within the context and the wider region. Dubai has no problem attracting anybody to come and set up a campus. Whether Dubai wants or accepts, that becomes a secondary issue. But Dubai's reputation is sufficient both from an accreditation, a quality, an opportunity perspective to attract almost any university that would be interested. And I was fascinated by the Ellucian keynote, this concept of a sentient campus. And it made me think of those of us that are Dubai-based, the recent RDI call for research funding in cognitive cities, where a city is thinking for itself in real time. And I thought about those two things together, and I thought, well, actually, the way we can engage globally is our universities are fully integrated and engaged in the learning experience, but the industry connection, but also what the students expect. So we hear this triple helix model, university, government, and industry. And if we add the fourth element of the student community, and then a university needs to be integrated and responsive to its environment and also connected to where there are opportunities. And they may be in student exchange, staff exchange, research collaboration, which many of my colleagues have ranged. And engagement, I think, is in where I'm British, and we have this old expression, the ivory tower of a university. So we sit in a room by ourselves and we think intelligent thoughts and we know everything, and industry will not tell us what to do because industry does not understand and we know everything. Well, that model has died, and without an adaptation. So I think the beauty of this is that global engagement on a macro scale is forcing universities on an internal micro scale to rethink who we are, what our purpose is, how we engage with our students, how we engage with our immediate community, and then how we engage more widely on a global scale. So a university in a global hub is not simply a presence. It has to be an integrated, active agent that is connected to all of these different facets and is thinking about the impact that they have. So I think it's a rethinking of our own value and our own identity as an institution, and indeed the value of higher education. So global engagement is precisely that. It's not sufficient to say, we are who we are, you will come to us. It's, no, we are learning who we are continually in reflection from who you are and where we are, and that can help shape our engagement. And as you say, Dubai is a wonderful, I mean, what is it, 70, 80% of the world's population is within a 6 or 7 hour flight from us. We are the middle. And from that perspective, we have the opportunity to I think, really link a lot of different agents.
Yeah, thank you. And absolutely. And I think geographic location also is part of what drive success in this context. But I think, very helpful comments. And I think in terms of where the focus for the next phase of, building a global hub should be, and it's about also the ecosystem, the entire ecosystem, industry, you mentioned industry, which is very, very important. Thank you. I think probably we're getting near to the end of the session, so I think it would be helpful to pause here and maybe open the floor for any contribution, questions, or even your own comments, please. I think if we can facilitate a mic.
Yeah, thank you for the nice talk. I'm Santosh Ray from Levi University, Abu Dhabi. One question with Dr. Sai Prakash, like when you're talking about the global students, so I just read somewhere that in India, from India, actually million of students, they go outside for the study, but still we are able to attract to only maybe few thousand students and all. So how do you think that you are going, and in case of Dubai, you see that, in fact, I was just reading now, around 48% of the students, they are coming purely for the study out of that international students. So how you do think that, what are the bottleneck in India that is stopping the international students, like, and what government or private institutions do about that?
So basically, you are from India or you traveled all the way?
No, I'm from India, working here.
Okay. So this, as I mentioned in my, I think India is the largest populated country, so and the youngest population country. So our people will be traveling around the world and they will be looking for an opportunity in the entire globe. And to be precise with the question, that 48% are traveling for their higher education to other countries.
No, actually I was comparing Dubai. I am telling that while Dubai is able to attract the students purely for their study, out of their students, international students here, 48% are purely for a study here. They're crossing the border and they're coming to UAE or Dubai for a study. But why this is not happening in India, or India, what India can do to attract international students at the government level or private institutions?
So I am surrounded with the people who cannot. So India is coming out with the new education policy 2020, and we are, as pointed out, that outcome-based education is being a global standard now. India is also getting into the outcome-based education, where industry interaction is not there with our academic institution, to be precise. So that was a problem that India was facing earlier. So our regulatory authority were so stringent and they were not open up with the industry alignment. But with the new policies and with the knowledge what we are gaining with that from UAE and other people, that outcome-based education, what industry needs, has to be taught in the classroom. So earlier we were looking for the marks and we are looking for the skills which is not relevant to the industry. Now things are changing. Earlier, what your point, IITC, Indian CEOs are there in every company which is there. So our quality is not low. It was not generalized. It was there with few institutions earlier, with the accreditation standards and with the quality outcome what we are making now. In next decade, India will be able to make something better than any other country, and globally we will be making a great opportunity. Earlier, the mistakes what we have been doing, what we have done has been rectified, and new education policy. I can say that in last parliament session, India has abolished all the higher education institution, AICT, UGC, all are brought under one umbrella. So we are coming out with an higher education council, which will give more autonomy for the people. As pointed out by Professor, by giving more autonomy, there is a problem. So people have to make use of that in a right way. So this outcome base is giving lot of opportunities to enhance, and today kids are brilliant. So they choose the institution which gives opportunity for them to go global. So think globally, act locally. That's what everyone is looking forward. Thank you.
Yeah,
Hope
thank
I
you.
have answered for you.
No, no. The second question to anyone who can answer that one. There's one problem with the students here facing. They are facing here is work placement or internship. Okay. In some of the countries, like say Canada, what happened? Government, they are paid internship. Companies are paying to their students for the internship, and government is supporting that. For example, 50% of the salary paid to the interns, that is by the government. That is like in Canada or some other countries. Here, this is the problem students are facing. So what do you suggest that, of course, you are able to attract many international students, but that is not sustainable unless you are giving them support in internship and job after that. So what do you suggest that how can make it sustainable? How we can pass this message to the government, or what steps can be taken to increase the opportunity for the internship with the students? They are struggling. They are really struggling. So what do you suggest? Anyone can answer that.
If I understood the question right, you're talking about internships? Yeah. I think we had, I should say we had, because things are changing now. We had a major issue with internships because, it takes two sides for internships to work. University has students who are ready somehow to contribute something during their internship. And then, of course, industry has to receive these students and believe, that's very important, believe that these students can actually achieve something in the whatever, 6, 7, 8 weeks, 16 weeks sometimes. The issue was before that industry thought of these interns as a burden. You give me these students, give them orientation in the first few days, and then, they just sit around, make photocopies, make coffee and tea or whatever, but they don't really learn much. So this is changing, again, with the OBF now, that this is becoming really, really central to the evaluation of universities and so on. So the both sides now are talking, and internships are more real. One of the KPIs in the one of the 24 KPIs in the OBF system that the ministry is using now is how many internships have actually been converted to job offers, which is the right and healthy thing to happen. I mean, of course, not every intern will end up getting a job from where, the company where they interned, but it makes sense that there should be a percentage of these students or these interns who would really do a good job and impress the employer and get offers. So now the government, industry, and the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research are working together in order to make internships more effective and to, for universities really to achieve what they're required to achieve, and for industry to benefit from this resource. You're talking about sometimes juniors or seniors who are almost, graduates. They can really benefit the industry and benefit companies just like a new fresh engineer or, accountant or whatever. So the message to industry is to use these interns in the most effective way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have probably time for one more question. Okay.
Yes, please. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Randa Hariri. I'm the head of accreditation unit and the director of the Master Program of Educational Leadership in Dar al-Hikmah University, Jeddah, KSA. During the discussion, there are two key terms that were emphasized. Number one, the first key term is the transformation, And the second key term is the intimacy of the of technology. I think it was raised by Dr. Majid, right? So my question is, are there any plans from universities, from ministries that can really help the universities to go for a real transformation? Until now, universities, they are just trying to change, maybe to do certain changes, but not real transformation. And most importantly, I'm talking about the intimacy, because till now also, technology and the using of technology as tools, they are perceived to enhance efficiency, not even effectiveness, as the quality people understand effectiveness. So what are the plans? How can you help the industry, for example, or maybe the ministries of education? How can they help these universities to help the students or all universities to go for a real transformation to accommodate the vast and fast changes around going on? Thank you.
Who wants to take this on, please? Yeah. I can.
I think we are living now in a revolutionary era, and with the acceleration of technology, I believe that the system of for the last 200 years, this is my belief, that we have to rethink about, from the legal point of view, I'm talking about, the governments, and also from the academic side. We have to rethink about the tools, about the documentations, because now most of, there is something good now. I think that's what the Ministry of Higher Education did here in UAE. That's what Prof. Khalid mentioned regarding following up, the practical trainings by creating platforms. So that means the ministry now involved in following up everything that the students are doing and selecting the right places for internship, for example. But still, I think a lot of things should be done, especially, this is my belief. I think that the duration of time that students are spending in the higher education, it should be less than what we have now. They have to go to the marketplace earlier, but it needs a strong and support and decisions by many governments.
Experiential learning, you mean, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that, as we know, and there are huge opportunities, but also challenges with technology and we are actually, all higher education sectors are actually at the moment, looking into this because some of it, the challenges in terms of, assessment, students' assessment, that we're all actually trying to see how we can obviously assure standards, assures integrity of assessment, but also obviously opportunities, whether for efficiency or better learning for the students. But I think, even there's a recognition in the outcome-based framework of the federal of accreditation is to start actually looking into standards in relation to online education as well. So there's a lot actually going on, but it's actually, I think higher education is tend to be slow in change. But I think it's something that we really need to focus on more.
Maybe one word about this. This has to come from within. I mean, there has to be a strong belief by the administration, whoever is running the university, to basically transcend this belief to everyone. Every member in the university has to believe, like what Mr. Magid has mentioned in his keynote speech, is every student has to think that they're the only student in the university, in a university that has 10,000, 20,000 or whatever. With technology now, personalized learning, all the tools that we have around us and so on. They're just amazing. I think we are in the best, the best but most challenging time ever with the accessibility, with what our students have access to nowadays, and for us to transform our role from the center of the process to mentors and facilitators. So this is a challenge that comes from within, and it takes a buy-in from all stakeholders in the institution.
I think very interesting discussion, but we really need to wrap up, unless I think you wanted to ask the very last question.
Thank you.
Or make a comment, sorry.
My name is Maureen Salmon. I'm Associate Dean Knowledge Exchange for the University of the Arts, London. My question is, and I'm going to start off with a question from the keynote. How relevant are you to my future? Young people are very concerned about their future. Young people are very concerned about their future. And the question is, how can we collectively and collaboratively help young people to become global citizens and take responsibility for solving some of the big problems we have as part of their employability?
Who wants to pick that up? You are not audible. I think it's about employability.
It's around global citizenship as part of employability. You know, is there a need for a curriculum that a commitment from all higher education to commit to? Because our students are very international, they operate in a global place every day. And I think some, support as part of their education employability.
If I understand, the question is about global citizenship, and I think every university is talking about, graduating a well-rounded graduate, someone who can communicate, someone who is a critical thinker, someone who is oriented into problem solving. And I think all universities in the UAE, as I understand it, has a general education component within its educational system, where a student is really equipped with all these skills that are not necessarily part of the technical curriculum. So this is something that we focus on a lot. In my university, for example, there's 30 credit hours that every single student has to take, one of which is critical thinking, AI literacy, sustainability, global citizenship. So these are, I think, employers want this base more than the technical part, because the technical part, it is something that they can build. It's quite, because you will be working, a graduate will be working on a very specific technical thing that they can learn quite quickly. But then the communication skills, interpersonal skills, global citizenship and all that is something that we have to instill in our students, throughout their journey. Not like, you have a student finish the general education program in the first year. That's somehow not useful. So in my university, we have certain prerequisites for these general education courses in terms of the number of credit hours that you have completed before you take, for example, the innovation course. Innovation course, entrepreneurship, I think every university has this as a mandatory course that has to be taken after completing 60 credits. Same can be said about critical thinking. And so I agree with you 100%. This is one of the most essential qualities of graduates.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, it's not only about what happens in the classroom. It's all the extracurricular activities. It's about engaging students in volunteering and community service, which would enrich these values, which is very, very important. It's certainly it's a very, very important thing that higher education needs to contribute to.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that, that point this year has been announced as Year of Volunteering by United Nations. Yeah. So Year of Volunteering, as an educator, you all have already volunteered your life for this. So you have to now encourage the students to volunteer, to take challenges. So that's how we can make them engage. So I like to put this very clearly. So institution should not merely make students for job ready. We have to make them life ready. So we have to create leader in every individual. For that, we have to step forward. We have to be a learner as a global citizen. We have to make them empowered learner. We have to make them digital citizen, and we have to make a global collaborator. That's what. Together, let's make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've crossed our time limit. So thank you. Please join me in thanking the panel for a very,
Right, let's
very-
have a big round of applause for them. And, you know, we have a lot of things to learn. And apologies, I never get a chance to introduce myself. My name is Mohammad Ashif Abbasi. And that was a wonderful panel discussion. Let's have a big round of applause for them once again, everyone. And to show our gratitude, I want to request Dr. Ravi Gupta, who's the founder and CEO of Elit's Technomedia, to join us on stage to present the token of appreciation to our wonderful speakers here. Everyone, Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Elit's Technomedia. So I would like to request Professor Amar Kaka, Pro Vice Chancellor and President of Curtin University, Dubai, to kindly come to the center of the stage. Everyone, Professor Amar Kaka, Pro Vice Chancellor and President, Curtin University, Dubai, UAE. Moving forward, Dr. Sai Prakash Leo Motu, Chairman, Sai Ram Institutions, Tamil Nadu, India. Kindly take the center of the stage. And I would request all of you not to leave the stage. We'll have a group photograph afterwards. Everyone, this is Dr. Sai Prakash Leo Motu, Chairman, Sai Ram Institutions. Dr. Khalid Asale, Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Ajman University. Everyone, give him a big round of applause. We have Professor Hani Al-Qadi, Vice President for Academic Affairs, Liva University, Abu Dhabi. Give him a big round of applause, everyone. We have Professor Muhammad Al-Shami, Vice President for Jera University. Okay, let's give him a big round of applause, everyone. Now, Professor Christopher Hill, Vice President, Global Engagement, Canadian University, Dubai. Give him a big round of applause, everyone. Yeah, kindly request you to come forward for a group photograph while you showcase your certificate and the magazine to the camera. Yes, please. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Let's have a big round of applause for them. Thank you, Dr. Ravi Gupta. Wow. What a wonderful beginning of the day, one. Yeah. Amazing audience, amazing people. So now, since I can see that we all are, a little bit, I would say we all can use some brunch now. So we have all of the things ready. So let's take a quick break of 20 minutes and we shall continue after 20 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Let's have a big round of applause for yourself, for all the work that you're doing.
1,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide. From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide. From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide. From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide. From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide. From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide. From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I don't know about all of you, but my coffee just hit. So I'm very, very excited. Everyone outside the hall, please join us in the hall. We'll be beginning very shortly with our next speaker panel. If you are outside the hall, once again, join us. You don't want to miss out on this next keynote speech. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now that we've had some time to get a break, eat something, I'm sure you all have a lot more energy, so we're going to change things up a little bit. We're going to have a little bit more fun with this, interact with each other a little bit more. We're going to go ahead and start with our next keynote session, and it is all about how universities embrace AI, analytics, and personalized digital ecosystems. So please welcome on stage Mr. Basa Darashan, the Senior Academia Partnership Manager at APAC MongoDB. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Take it away.
Thank you so much, ELIT's team, for having me here. Okay. Respected dignitaries who are present here, and the educators especially, who are the backbone of the education system. It's been an honor for me to be presenting here. I represent MongoDB. It's the leading database company globally, headquartered in New York, with over 60,000 customers globally. And I personally lead a program called MongoDB for Academia, where we are focusing on collaborating with universities across the globe and helping educators and students learn MongoDB, NoSQL technologies, and adopt in their curriculums from the educators when they're teaching, and also to students when they're building their projects as well. We launched MongoDB for Academia a couple of years back with a goal of upskilling 500,000 students, and we are right on track, working very closely with close to 500 universities in the region across Asia Pacific and Middle East, where we have established formal partnerships and providing a lot of benefits for the educators. The whole education program at MongoDB is an investment that we're making in education, primarily because as we as a company are growing globally, we see a lot of demand from our customers who are looking to hire resources which have MongoDB as a skill set with them ready. The kind of growth that we have been seeing, that's also in line. So one of the challenges that our customers were facing was also to find the resources when they wanted to hire with the right skills, specifically skilled on MongoDB. And that's when we launched the program. And through MongoDB for Academia, we work very closely with educators. We provide them resources, curriculum, access to the software. For every single educator that signs up and works with us, we give access to about $500 of Atlas credits. And we also give them all the slides, resources, which they can actually use and learn and use it for their teaching in the classrooms. And on top of it, we also provide $150 of Atlas credits for every single educator who actually is signing up to the program. The idea is to help them learn, adopt, practice, and also start teaching the students in the campus. So once the educator learns, this is just a, they can start teaching students. And for every single student who is learning MongoDB in the campus, we provide $150 of Atlas, $50 of Atlas credits for their learning journey during the semester. And then once they learn, we also provide with $150 of certification voucher, which is absolutely coming at zero cost for a student, where we are investing and through using which they can take up the MongoDB certification as well. And all the interesting projects that the students develop, we also are highlighting in, through the spotlights on our blogs. The idea is to promote more and more students to learn and become skilled so that they'll be able to get a job much easily. This is a glimpse of the resources that we have for the educators. Starts right from beginning what is non-relational databases to introduction to MongoDB, introduction to modern databases using MongoDB, and querying and aggregation framework and so on. We have all the content required. We also go one step ahead to support the computer science professor who are actually teaching. If there's any additional requests on additional topics, we build it so that that makes easier for them to use in their classrooms. In addition to that, we also have a fellowship program where we grant MongoDB fellowships to the ones who are pursuing their research in the area of computer science, AI, machine learning, distributed systems, and so on. Where at this point of time, we are offering a grant of about $30,000 and also an opportunity to work very closely with our research team within MongoDB as well. So the application will soon be open for the 27 fellowship, and it'll be great to have some of you apply and take benefit of this as well. So where can we learn MongoDB? MongoDB University is a place, learn.mongodb.com. Anybody can log in and learn everything related to MongoDB on learn.mongodb.com. It's absolutely zero cost. Again, the whole intention is to help educators and students give that platform where they can learn everything at their own pace. And the best thing about MongoDB University is that it does not even ask you to log in or provide your credentials as long as you're looking to learn something. Only when you need something like a course completion certificate that the platform will ask you. If not, if you're just learning, you can just go onto any courses that we have without even logging in or without even signing up. All right, so I spoke about the certifications that we offer. These are the two certifications which I want to highlight. One is the MongoDB Certified Associate Database Associate Database Administrator and MongoDB Certified Associate Developer Certification. So basically, when an educator learns a course on MongoDB University and signs up on the educator portal, the moment you complete the course, we send an email with a voucher using which you will be able to take up these certifications without any cost. One of the things that we have seen over the period of time is that the longer courses, which is about 20 hours and 25 hours, it was making really hard for the new generation, the Gen Z, to keep in touch with it, basically because of the short span of attention that they'll have. So one of the things that we did was to build a different program within MongoDB University called MongoDB Skills, where essentially a course which is 15 hours and 20 hours, we broke it down to multiple modules and a smaller size skills. Say a small module on relational to document model or any of the skill set, where we have the courses in just 60 to 90 minutes. And at the end of the 90 minutes, you can take up an assessment, and anybody clearing an assessment will be able to get a Credly badge. So this kind of gamify the whole process. And in the last 1 year, this is a glimpse of how it works. You will be able to formally validate your skill sets at the end and also share the digital skill badges you're going to earn on all the various social media platforms like LinkedIn as well. So we ran a campaign called MongoDB Skillathon to build this awareness among the students in the academia. And we got over 180,000 students take up these multiple skill set on the platform, earning about 230,000 badges in a span of about 4 months that we ran in the last cohort, which ended in the month of December. This is just a glimpse of the kind of scale at which we are operating. And we also organized something called MongoDB.campus recently with in India. We're about 3,300 students engaged. My friend and a huge supporter of a program, Mr. Sai Prakash Leomuthu is here. We work very closely with Sairam Group of Institutions in organizing the very first concept of event. Generally, we have something called as a developer conference where a lot of developers attend. We get about 2,500 developers attend our conferences in Bangalore, San Francisco, New York, it happens across the globe. We wanted to create something like an experience for students where they come and learn directly from MongoDB experts for a day. And we just hosted it on 28th of January in collaboration with Saram Group in Chennai, India, where we got, like I said, about 3,300 students engaged in multiple tracks, and about 1,800 students attended the main conference, and about 1,500 students went through the workshops, which was organized exclusively out there. Okay, so this is just a glimpse of the kind of jobs that are in the market which look at MongoDB as a skill set. If you look at, this is again, I prepared a report using LinkedIn to find out the kind of people who are already working in the market with MongoDB skill set. So if you look at the pattern of jobs, starting from software engineering, intern, web developer, technical lead, associate software engineer, full stack engineer, senior software engineer, and software engineer. So essentially, all these are, if you look at a pattern here, it's essentially a software engineer at various different levels in IT. So one of the things that I want to derive is that I went through a lot of other analytics as well. You know, in India and in the US, which are two major global markets in terms of IT is concerned, about 20% of the people who are working in IT have MongoDB as one of their skill set. All I'm trying to highlight is the kind of importance the technology has. And 1 in 5 engineers having MongoDB as a skill set shows how important the technology is for all of us to learn and teach in the campuses, so that the students can learn relevant things which are used currently in the industry in building their modern applications. So these are kind of customers that are using MongoDB globally, right from Salesforce, Splunk, Dell, Cisco, Verizon, T-Mobile, UiPath, JetBlue, Roma, and so on, which are global customers. And then, you know, within India as a market, we have Tata Digital, Zomato, Sony, Z5, Zepto, Adani, Epopay, Hindustan Times, AppUX, ICICI, Axis Bank, and so on. This is just a glimpse of our customers. The reason I wanted to showcase this is also to show the kind of potential opportunities the students will be able to get, because all these are customers who are also looking to hire talent which has MongoDB as a skill set as well. What is the next step? I request all of you to explore MongoDB for Academia. We're also available, you know, right outside in the booth as well. Let's connect, discuss. We look forward to working very closely with universities. So you can explore ways to start teaching MongoDB as part of your database subjects into your curriculums, where we support you with the content and resources required. And 2, we also can work, if you don't have an option of adding into the curriculum, you can always, you know, pass it on as a validated course for your students, so they can learn by themselves, leveraging the MongoDB University platform that we already have. Our efforts has been to work very closely with universities, so that together we can build the school, the right skill set in the students, so that once they learn, get a job, they can start building not just for themselves and for the country, but they can build for the world using the technologies. Thank you so much. That's it from my side. I look forward to connecting and networking with all of you after this. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, there's a little thing I like to do so we could share it together on LinkedIn, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a video of you, okay? You're gonna be facing me, and I want everyone, once I start the video, to cheer very loudly. Can we do that? Coffee's in the system, we're good to go. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go! Something left to be desired, but it was good. Thank you so much, everybody. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our upcoming speaker. Oh, yes, please. Before we go ahead, we, of course, want to invite Dr. Gupta on stage to give the token of appreciation, as well as Mohammed from our team to, of course, Mr. Basa right here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in a very well-deserved round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're going to go on to our next keynote speech. As higher education evolve, institutions are moving beyond digitization and towards intelligent, integrated campus ecosystems. And it is my pleasure to invite on stage Mr. Siva Kumar, the founder and CEO of Creatix Campex by Anubhavam Technologies, to speak a little bit more and share some more insights on how intelligent automation and integrated academic platforms redefine institutional efficiency. Please put your hands together and welcome him on stage with a very well-deserved round of applause.
Hello? Is it on? No. Can you hear me in the back? Hello? Okay. I think we need to put the volume bit down. Welcome back. Thank you for listening in the morning, and I'm going to go detail into what I was talking in the morning. So everyone is talking about AI, right? And if I ask you, will AI solve the problems that we are facing today? Right? How many of you say yes? Can I hear hands up? Okay. So nobody, yeah. Some of the problems will be solved, right? So, right. In the morning, we talked about the visions of the nation, right? So if you look at the hierarchy, there's national vision and then institutional strategic plans, right? The institutional strategic plan then divided into department goals, and individuals take their KPIs and they work for the universities and try to create human capacity, create better society, and create more jobs and things like that. I'm going to ask one more question, if you don't mind. For the past 30 years, we have been talking about this employability. You would hear corporate will complain that students come out of universities, not all of it, but majority of it, they are not employable, and we need to do more about it. Ministries complain, corporates complain, and then we thought maybe we should build a career placement software that guides people how to get a better job. Did that solve the problem of employability? Not exactly. I can see the faces. And sometimes we are also very careful, like, what should I say this openly or not, right? I'm a technology vendor. I'm a technologist myself, but I am not here to give you a sales pitch. I am, like I said in the morning, I work inside the university more than the outside the university, helping leaders to build strategies, build curriculums, build policies, and think differently to compete or bring the better students out of the universities. And one of the things that I noticed when I started Creatrix Campus for universities, I noticed nobody's focusing on the faculties, and though they are the one that is really doing all the work, right? So everyone is focused on student success, experience, and all the good stuff. And the faculties, the leaders, they will all have to work very, very hard. There's one common thing that you would notice with the big universities that are producing results. It is not just always a software that magic for them. It is the people who really worked hard to make it happen. That's the reality. Now, these are our ambitions. We want better accreditation, better ranking, better students out of our universities, keep our faculties, find real talent, find budgets, find grants. So these are the focus of large part of the universities that you see, not just in GCC, but you see across all over the world, right? Now, why doesn't technology products solve the bigger problems that we are talking about? And this is what I've been perfecting with our team, the partners that we have been working across, from Europe to Singapore, Asia to all the way to United States. So we have, the reality is that we have a broken, defragmented systems. It's not a system problem. It's not a software problem. It's not a funding problem, because in GCC, they have invested heavily on infrastructure, on education. It's not a talent problem, because this room is full of all talented people and rest of the university staff as well. So it's not a talent problem. It's not an ambitious problem. It's because we all have high ambition, right? So what is really, why can't we produce the result that we are all aspiring to do it? Because in the morning I mentioned the goals and visions of the countries are just not mere visions. They are all mandates. So that we are going to shoulder a big responsibility of taking this responsibility to produce better human capital and produce AI-enabled knowledge workers, right? And creators, business people, entrepreneurs, and things like that. In UAE, when accreditation changed their policies, accreditation changed their process, it creates a wave of problems for us, challenge for us, right? And people will talk like, when you have a graduate and you have 2 people in your cohort graduate, you get full mark. But if you have 100, only 80 graduate, you get only 80 mark. So when accreditation systems make things complex and you lose marks, that produces more and more challenges. It's not about me challenging any framework, but it is, we have to think in terms of integrations of policies and governance. So I'll tell you, when we try to build, when we listen to vendors like us, we would say our systems are the greatest in the world. Take AI, we can build you, agentic AI for you, we can turn things around, we will do magic for you. But according to me, we can solve some of the problems, and we cannot solve the problem that we are behind the national vision. We cannot solve the problem that you are not behind the strategic plan that your university has, right? So if you look at these problems, and we've been perfecting every models that we call it as life cycle of the product. Now, we might go and buy a software that will solve your accreditation problem, right? Or we might buy a software that will solve your scheduling problem. But the problem is the scheduling originates from your academic calendar. From there, you have to do your course offerings. You have to do schedule later every semester. Some schedules are not the same. When you look at pharmacy education or medical education, their schedules are different, right? And when you look at the outcome of the scheduling, it has to lead to a faculty workload. So when we work with the big, large universities, they don't have a technology problem. They don't have a funding problem. They don't have a strategy problem, but they have a problem of defragmented ideas and systems. And that's what we have mastered and almost perfected it. I say almost because we have not had the volumes to proclaim we are the best in the world. So we have to solve a problem according to the life cycle. If it's a student life cycle, it's not a linear process. You're looking at students not just in your bachelor's, they are coming back for your master's, so you have to remember all their old information. Sometimes you are taking a student only from another country for 3 months. Sometimes they are a returning student from another break, right? And sometimes you have students doing a credit transfer from another university. So the student life cycle, even before enrollment, it's not linear, it's very complex. From there, if you're working on universities that are complex, where students would like to choose whatever the course they want, and it has to be telling them which course to choose, what's the elective, and things like that. You have to let the AI decide it, right? So I'm just saying every life cycle we take it, whether it's a faculty life cycle, academic life cycle, they are not linear, and simple software point solutions can solve specifics of those problems. So if you, let's say, if you have an academic hold on the student, and if it's on the SIS, and the student advisor, academic advisor is using a software, a specific software to advise the students on what's the right elective, what's the right course, they might just go ahead and approve the plan of the student because they just don't know he has an academic hold or he has a behavioral hold, because they are not talking to each other. And I can go on and on about the integration issues. It's not integration with APIs and things like that. It is a policy, it's the process that seems to have taken a break here. Now, I will come to the solution because they might not give me more time. So what we have done in our company, we built a software that's not just a product, we built a platform. This platform enables universities to build their policies on our software, their process on our software. So what happens is if you come and say, this is my admission process, we will let them map the whole process without writing a single code. And it tells where to go next, what to do, when to send an email, when to attach a document, what happens. Like when we say admission, right? What if a student is joining as a, we have work experience, they have a work experience, and you want to give them credits based on their work experience. Can you put together a team of people who will evaluate their portfolio before you would say how many credits they get? Can your admission software handle that, right? And if you have a strategic plan that tells that we want to bump our student success by 10%, that's the accreditation software knows that, right? And whenever there is an accreditation, we fight for evidence. We ask professors, we ask deans, we work with the departments, hundreds and hundreds of hours spent on collecting evidence for ranking and accreditation. Can this software support evidence from all the way? So we built an orchestration platform, which is basically, if you want a student information system, we can give you. If you want assessment lifecycle, we can give you. If you want a student career platform, we can give you. But what we do is we don't say we are the best. Since you probably have a better SIS, you probably have a LMS that you really like, maybe a scheduling software that's very specific to your industry, this software can orchestrate all of those software into one mother system. We call it as academic operating system. And it produces the result, brings the data in a cleaned way, because when you integrate, it doesn't bring the data in a structured and clean way. Our software will take care of it because it's academic aware. It understands your strategic plan, it understands your goals and KPIs and things like that. So the data will be validated before it moves to our data hubs and things like that. So if you look at it, the policy, when we say policy, the policies are your GPA policy or your promotional policies or finance policies. You might set up in your student finance system that if he's a citizen, give 20% discount. If he's a veteran, give him 5% discount. So these are policies and rules. They have to be foundationally set that AI can take as a data, right? Then the process has to be perfected. The workflow has to be perfected. Every life cycle, whether it's your scheduling approval or course approval. Imagine a course gets changed. How many days and weeks does it take even to reflect on your finance system? Does it reflect on your public-facing website? You have to follow up with IT, you have to follow up with different stakeholders internally before it even reaches it. And guess who's suffering in between? The students, right? So that's why we made this complete orchestrated operating system. Keep your best system that's working. And if you don't have a system, we will fill that gap. Past 10 years, That's what we have been perfecting, right? And if you look at the top two layers, every academic institution needs a structured data. That what we do is we would take the data, put it on a data mart or a data hub, and try to use business intelligence software, try to get nice dashboards for our leaders and things like that. But the thing is, nobody has time to look at it. So this is where AI will come into picture to build alerts and reminders, or in some cases, it will take decisions for you. And these things will only become easy. It will only be possible if you build your process, policies, not in documents, but completely automated in a powerful AI-based native systems that understands your requirement. Then workflows are perfected. Your streaming of data is perfected. Only then you have a perfect data that will help you build your chatbots, AI agents, dashboards, all the possible experience for students, faculties, and leaders. So I'm going to summarize one last point, then I will be done. It's not going to be how many tools and technologies you buy that's going to make you the best in the region. It is going to be the foundational things. We have to go back and create the foundational things right. And I'm telling past 30 years, universities are buying softwares after softwares. They may have solved a specific problem, they have not solved the coherent big problems yet. So I invite you, come collaborate with us, talk to us. You don't need to buy our software. We'll be happy to share the white papers that we built, how to build a responsible AI. Because building an AI comes with the responsibility. We have to include human in the loop. We don't build AI to replace human, we build AI to empower human. And AI is not magic, AI is maths. So it needs structure. Fix your structures, fix your process, fix your policies, work with people with a good DNA like us. We have a DNA of transformation, not transaction. So I invite for a bigger conversation with your teams and leadership to tell you how you could go and meet your institutional vision and your national vision so we could create an amazing society that respects each other, that helps each other, that grows the world together. Thank you for this opportunity.
Hello, I have a question related to your last slide, which talks about the base of pyramid that explains the necessity of having policies, guidelines, procedures, or whatever. Every university, I believe that they are working on similar things. Is there any, for example, unified provisions, unified procedures, unified guidelines, especially at the ethical level, that need every university to follow and implement in regard to adopting AI tools or AI, whatever tools, anything related to AI, because we're struggling in writing these policies and procedures and the guidelines that we need to follow at all level, at assignment level, research level, especially the research, project levels, from the student perspective and from faculty members' perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a great question. I'm going to give you something about what I do personally. So basically, I'm just going to use this so everybody can hear me better. Hello? It's working? Okay. The question is that whether we have standard process and policies that institution can take advantage based on our experience. It's a great question. And we do. Now, answer is we do. But I'll tell you where we are at that. I am a doctoral student because I wanted to study back to realize what the institutions are struggling. So I'm doing my research on how do you decide on AI. I'm building a framework, part of my doctoral research, to decide on AI strategy, tools, and technology. I'll be happy to share with you on how that framework works. Number two, and I work with many, many leaders. They all have the same problem, because what happens the minute they think about AI, they go to ChatGPT, notebook LMs, build videos, strategies, and it's only on the learning side of it. But we can think about policies. When we talk about policies, I tell you a policy about guardrails, right? Today, if you expose the data to AI, the problem will be that who has access to the data, right? And if you could be a finance data that you don't want to see, but the AI doesn't understand that who is asking that question. So we spent the past 3 years building an identity module that works on top of AI. Before you prompt in ChatGPT, we have the similar window like ChatGPT, you ask the question. It has an awareness of who is asking this question. So if you're a dean of engineering, you can learn everything about your student, not the mechanical department, not the pharmacy department, or you cannot ask questions related to finance and things like that. So the guardrails are important, and that itself a policy. When we are talking about policy, we are not talking about a policy in PDF published on your internet and things like that. The policy is automated in the system. The policy is like who has access to what. If there is a student that is falling back, what are the actions to do? Somebody talked about mental health. If there is a mental health that we have discovered issues, patterns of the students are struggling, what are the steps that we are going to do? Can we automate it? We built plans for such things. So what happens is, as soon as it identifies a problem by default, not by human interventions, it should know whom to talk to. If it's an attendance issue, who should talk to? If it's a behavioral issue, whom should it? It all has to be automatic, because we can't email, ask for people availability and things like that, right? So everything has to work together. Only then you can solve a big problem, you know? So I hope we can have a conversation offline. I think they're just behind me. So thank you very much for asking the question. It makes me feel better. Have a wonderful day. Okay.
Sorry, I usually just loom. I'm a very intimidating presence. Okay. Let me know if my voice is too loud. I saw somebody cover their ears. I am loud? Sorry, guys. All right, everybody, let's do what we did before. I don't even need the mic. I need you to freak out, okay? Okay, everyone? In 3, 2, 1! I didn't love that. Can we cheer?
I think I can live with that.
No. Can we cheer? Can we do that for me? Thank you. So I can feel better about my loud voice. Okay, everyone, in 3, 2, 1! Did I do a good job?
I think you did an amazing
I
job.
don't know how these work.
Don't worry.
I am ancient when it comes to this stuff. Amazing, amazing, amazing. That was amazing. So now, everybody, thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful keynote speech. And now we're going to transition into our second panel. Ladies and gentlemen, it is all about globalization of higher education, cross-border collaboration, and student mobility. Student mobility is amazing. So here today we have, of course, a galaxy of brilliant minds here to discuss this topic. As we know, higher education today is not defined by borders, but by networks, dual degrees, articulation pathways, and global internships. I feel especially after COVID, this became even more accessible as we understood just how easy mobility is and how easy it is to transmit information across borders. First and foremost, I would like to invite our moderator on stage, He is the head of business and solutions at International Markets, Meritrack. Mr. Prasant Anantraman, put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Joining him, we have Professor Alok Kumar, the Vice Chancellor at Guru Gosindas Vishwav. Sorry, I am not the best. Okay, at this Vishwavidalaya. It is in Chhattisgarh, India. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Joining them, we have Mr. Simon Bradbury, the Pro Vice Chancellor International and Overseas Provost at De Montfort University, Dubai, UAE. Along with Professor Rafid Al-Khaddad, the Pro Vice Chancellor at Amity University, Dubai, UAE. Joining them, we have Lavinia Bracchi, the founder and director of SIS Intercultural Study Abroad in Siena, Italy. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Shweta Singh, the founder and CEO of N-Noble IP. Let's welcome these brilliant minds with a massive round of applause. Okay, let's test these mics. No, wait. Like you're trying to contact space. Okay, there we go.
Let me explain it. That is Vishwavidyalaya. Vishwavidyalaya. That means university.
Wow. Okay. Vishwavidyalaya.
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 Yeah. So I taught you something.
Thank you so much.
That means university.
Okay, I'm learning something new every day. Thank you so much. That was so kind of you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody here. I think we are the only people between you and lunch right now. So we'll make sure that we keep this session interesting enough. Yeah.
Thank you.
So firstly, I'm Prashant. I represent a company called Meritrack, a 25-year-old company that's been in the area of assessments and education tech. Right. My proximity to student mobility here and to the topic of discussion today is as a part of the international engagements that we've been having, work with several global testing and certification companies. Now, the tests coming out of these companies are accepted by immigration departments across 150 countries, both for study visas and work permits. Right, so that's a quick context. Today, I'm thrilled to share the podium with some of the experts, the wise thought leaders from the university space, somebody in the space of IP research, and an expert in transnational mobility. Yeah. So can we quickly go around the table with a short introduction about where we come from and the proximity to this topic? Thank you.
My name is Professor Alok Kumar Chakrawal, and I'm heading a central university, a prominent university in India. The name of the university is Guru Ghashidas Vishwavidyalaya, situated in central part of the country, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Thank you very much for inviting me here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Simon Bradbury, the Pro Vice Chancellor, International and Overseas Provost for De Montfort University. We're a UK university based in Leicester, and we have a branch campus here also in Dubai at Internet City. We also have 2 other overseas campuses and 18,000 students studying overseas for De Montfort University degrees, and we're currently one of the fastest growing providers of transnational education in the UK as a university. So great to be on this panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rafid Al-Qadar. I'm Pro-Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Dubai. Amity is a global name. We have about 17 universities around the world, about 270,000 students. Our campus in Dubai has been here since 2011, and there's a purpose-built campus from 2017 in Academic City, and it's my pleasure to be here, and hopefully we'll have a good discussion. Thank you.
My name is Lavinia Bracci. I'm the founder and director of SIS Intercultural Study Abroad based in Siena, Italy and Brussels. My specialty is immersion through mainly service learning and community engagement. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and especially with American students, now looking at the rest of the world. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Shweta Singh. I'm founder and CEO of Ennoble IP. Ennoble IP specializes with the university for ideation to identification to filing to commercialization of intellectual property rights, patents, designs, copyright, and trademarks, with building the research blueprint for universities. We work along with universities, we work with corporate and SMEs and startups, having offices in India, UAE, and Australia. Here on stage, I would add that I'm a proud alumni of Amity University, and I'm very happy today sharing the stage with one of the Pro-Vice Chancellors of Amity University. Thank you so much.
It's definitely a small world. Great. Thank you for the introductions. And I'm sure you'll see that it's quite a heterogeneous group that we have here. And each one coming to this topic from a different angle that I'm sure will make it interesting. So now, setting the context for today's topic. Like traditionally, we've known that students from Asia have always tried to travel westward towards the North American continent, a pocket of them trying to move towards Europe, and a small population moving. But then I think that's been a thing of the past, because over the last decade or so, we've seen more than candidates traveling to where the universities are. It's about universities coming closer to where the candidates are. That's one. Second thing is we got this hybrid system. We got the twinning system of education, right? And thanks to COVID, the last 5 years, we've seen newer forms of education evolve, right? Now, I've got a few data points, which I think during the course of discussion, I'll bring that out. But when we talk about globalization in higher education, at a high level, we're talking about three major things. So one is it drives a knowledge economy, and which is integrated and making it highly competitive in nature. When we talk about competition, we're looking at student level competition, we're talking at university level competition, and then of course there's rankings and policy making, so on and so forth, right? The second bit is it talks about increased student mobility. It talks about language programs broadly around English training, English assessment, CEFR, benchmarking, so on and so forth, right? And the last bit is, I think it acts as a force multiplier for cultural exchange and rapid innovation, right? So with this set, my question to everybody here is, what are the forces that are accelerating the shift towards a partnership-led globalization? Who would like to take a stab at it first?
Me? Okay.
You can take it from my side.
I mean, globalization and partnership is very important, to be honest. And I've been in Dubai a year and about 3 months now. I worked in the UK for over 35 years. And one of my tasks was I was director of school in John Moores University in Liverpool. And one of the tasks was international mobility and international students. So to bring that here in Dubai is really good. Bring that experience in Dubai, because really the world is too small now, and graduates want to work all around the world. So first and foremost, they must have a degree that is recognized by international bodies. And one of the ways to do that is to have that collaboration across the borders. I'm really pleased here because the authorities here in the Emirates, they've overhauled the whole system for universities, whereby now we can easily collaborate with other universities. We can easily have hybrid type of studies. We can have online. So the system here is now being geared to facilitate that. And it's really good to have that, because without that, really, our students will struggle, because they might graduate with a degree which is not recognized anywhere. And we don't want that. So one of the main things for our students is the recognition of their degrees abroad. Because as a parent, you pay a lot of money to get your students into university. And what's the aim? It's not only education, the aim is to get them a job. And you cannot get them a job if the degree is not recognized anywhere. So that's one of the main things that I think globalization is, the recognition of degrees across the borders. Thank you.
Happy to go next. Please. So I think it was an interesting opening where you were framing the kind of changes in terms of global student mobility, moving away from the four historic kind of centers, US, UK, Australia, Europe, as a kind of study destination, to a much more potentially localized model in terms of partnerships. What I think is interesting is actually, if you look at recent research by ICEF and QS, the projection is for student mobility to continue to grow 4% year on year. From 2025, I think it's about 7 million up to about 9 million students moving to study overseas. But what we've seen in the last 5 years is the way in which students are moving and what they're choosing to study and where they're choosing to go is fundamentally transformed. So, of course, those 4 study destinations are changing in terms of attractiveness. Students are picking locations which are places they can get jobs after they graduate, that are more cost effective in terms of return on investment. So, for DMU, what we've seen is almost the same thing that's happened. We obviously, UK was a huge study destination. We still have several thousand students in the UK, but in the last 5 years, we've increased our overseas student population by 15,000 students, opened up 3 branch campuses, opened up big partnerships in Malaysia. And what we're seeing normally, the Chinese students who used to go to the UK, they're going to Singapore, they're going to Malaysia, they're also coming to UAE. So in that context, Dubai is really interesting, because what we're seeing here in Dubai over the last 4 years, since we opened up our campus, we don't have the heritage of Amity here, but in 4 years, we're nearly 2,000 students here studying in Dubai. The fastest growth is international students, non-expat students coming to study at our campus who may otherwise have chosen other study destinations because of security here, because of the quality of the education that's on offer, the ministry support around the degree accreditation, and the employment aspects, in a growing economy. So I think, Dubai is a real case study on how that international student mobility is changing in a global context, and we're really benefiting from that from being in the UAE currently.
That's an interesting perspective, for sure. So let me ask you a follow-on question. Now, with this change in model, how do you think success should be defined? Success from a university standpoint, or let's say from a globalization of education standpoint, what would be the new markers to look at directionally? I'm not talking about metrics, right? Directional markers.
So I think, probably Amity is similar to this in terms of its structure. What we're seeing is universities are having to be much more resilient in their kind of understanding of what might happen in a global market. It's no longer sustainable for an organization like De Montfort University in the UK to say, it's okay, we'll just recruit international students. It's now central to our kind of business plan to be located in many different markets to enable students to study for our degrees in different locations for different types of reasons. And that means if there is a challenge in one particular location, for us as an organization, we can absorb that. We had over 2,000 students in Denmark 2 years ago. Immigration rules changed. That partnership reduced to zero within 18 months because of that. So actually, you've got to be live to that. You know, we've seen Kazakhstan scholarship changes. Vietnam are wanting a teaching in person model. So actually, you need to be a global organization and have a footprint in many different countries. The flip side of that is also benefits for students. We offer mobility between Dubai and Leicester, Leicester and Kazakhstan, Cambodia, Malaysia. They can go and study, you know, elements, years, modules overseas and get a kind of global experience. And we can support our academics mobility between those different places as well. So I think what success looks like ultimately is a kind of global perspective on education that's localized to the markets within which we're operating, providing opportunities for our students, but provides a resilient model for us that we can sustain ourselves no matter what the geopolitical context is in the areas we're operating.
Interesting. Thank you. So Professor Chakrawal, again, you know, we can complete the university circuit before we look at the other stakeholders, right? So your views on how you think, you know, at least from an Indian context, how globalization is looking like?
In fact, we are talking in a very small pocket, I tell you. See, our focus should be inclusion, I tell you. And inclusion is a very big issue. Almost 90 plus countries are at war ways right now. What about their students? We are talking about only one very small, you know, portion of the population. In India, can you imagine what is the population which is right now in higher education? That's 43 million people. Now imagine 43 million people. Many countries are not having that much population. So the question is that how affordable education we can make it. All the time, you know, thinking about business is not important thing. Important thing, how much we are doing for the humanity. And that is what National Educational Policy 2020 is very strongly advocating education for all in India. And we are targeting our GER to be 50% by 2035. Right now, if we are around 27, 28% of GER, at 43 million students, we may be having by 2035 90 million students in higher education. I would really like to introduce my friend, Dr. Ram Shankar ji, who is taking care of, I would like to have a big round of applause for him. He is taking care of CBSE here in Dubai. He is from India. We Indians are advocating education at affordable rate. We are not talking always about profit and profit and profit. The quality, the inclusion, the accession, the kind of, you know, transformation. So here NEP 2020 talks about, you know, the skill development, the set of the skill, the entrepreneurship, the developmental aspect, the economic development. All the time thinking about business is not the humanitarian ground, I tell you. And we can spread across the globe. Indira Gandhi National Open University, IGNOU, is strategically present in 26 countries. And right now its enrollment is 3.5 million students right now, one university. I'm telling you, not many universities. So how can we talk about humanity? How can we provide, you know, course structure, single course, cafeteria approach, spoken hub model? You can earn, you know, one course from any university in the world and you can accumulate your all credits into one degree. India is working upon that. We are going for digital university and we have already passed it in 2023. We are very soon going to introduce digital university. Anywhere in the world, can you imagine our education is so much affordable. You can earn a degree at $10 only. You just imagine, is it possible anywhere? So we talk about affordability, the poor people, and we have to look into the humankind, the mankind, the humanity. That should be our approach. The higher education needs to be addressed in that fashion. I know some countries where, I move across the globe, Vietnam, Malaysia, Spain, entire Europe, Latin America, North America. So you will find everywhere there are some good, talented students who needs a good degree. So we are talking about that, and that should be addressed. I think that should be our agenda at this education forum. We should not talk about only business, and money earning. Money, you know what is happening with Blackstone and BlackRock and all that. Money should go for the humankind and mankind. This is what India is talking about. Thank you very much.
That's a very interesting perspective, because on one side, look, we're not discriminating between budgets. We're not discriminating between who can afford and who cannot afford. It's about globalization in general. And largely, if you were to look at it, you have the Western markets, which are fairly ahead in terms of tertiary education, right? And yes, when students from emerging countries want to look at it, yes, it does sound expensive. But then there's the other angle. You have today the newer countries, the newer economies which are emerging, and the quality of education is close to being par with those universities, but operating at a very different price platform. Yeah, so that's a nice perspective. Now, outside the university angle, right? So from an IP angle, from a student mobility angle, ladies, your thoughts, please.
Yeah. First of all, maybe I would like to go back to the word shift. Okay, use the word shift in the question. Okay, shift from student mobility to global partnerships. Okay, I don't think we should look at education as a shift. Okay, I think we should try to consider all that we knew before, and based on that, face what we, and the tools, accept the tools and face what we have now. Because if we, mobility cannot be avoided. I think we should be aware of this, and we should somehow keep mobility in a way or another, okay? Because we run this risk. We have seen this morning all possible AI robots developments, which I think are great, and it's something that we have to include in our systems. But we should not forget about mobility. Mobility, human mobility, for everyone, for the ones who have the means and for those who don't. We need to make sure mobility, in a way or another, becomes inclusive, even if it's short term. We used to have long-term mobility. Now we are probably going to have a very, very, very short periods when students can afford to go, but we should really focus on that. That's my mission, let's say, seen from outside the universities, but from an institution that works with universities worldwide. So I don't think we should forget that.
Thank you.
From IP, not only from IP perspective, but when we talk about mobility, it's not only the student mobility, it's an old conventional theory for academics. The mobility now means the knowledge mobility, right? And when we talk about knowledge economy, we should never treat IP, intellectual property of your organization, of your university or institute, to take a back seat or ignore it, because next big revolution is going to come in universities or in the research through intellectual property rights. Right now, the present situation, many universities, education hubs, I will say, are ignoring IP or keeping it on a back seat just because it becomes a secondary thing to treat IP. But the universities or academics, if you see, have treated IP as a front model in their strategies, not given IP as only doing the paperwork, but they have kept IP in their strategy, like Stanford, Caltech, right? They are generating not only revenue, but good exchange programs with the students, because now the exchanges, ideation exchange, innovation exchange, knowledge exchange, and this will bring good PhD scholars. This will bring joint PhD, I would say, joint PhD scholars, joint PhD programs, other programs where research will always be taking the ahead position.
Thanks. So now, moving on. In the last 18 months, 24 months maybe, we've seen a lot of volatility in the geopolitical situation, We've seen economies of several countries fluctuating unpredictably, right? Now, given this context, the question is, how do you think international education should reshape itself?
Should I respond to this? Yeah, of course. I mean, we have to, we have to go for the formative kind of, assessment. First thing, very important thing is that in most of the South Asian countries or, underdeveloping countries or underdeveloped countries, the problem is with them. Forget about some, certain countries. Here, the set of skill is important. The economic development will happen only when you are producing well-rounded graduates. Now, well-rounded graduates will come with a proper formal training. Researches are happening in the labs. So you have to decide the kind of job market, the kind of workers you need, and that kind of, you have to transform your degree, the structure of the degree, the course curriculum, and every year, not only, in some countries, it is revised every 3 years. No, every year, every semester, you have to design a curriculum. You have to design a course which is going to offer a better job prospect, like artificial intelligence, VFX, data mining, data structure, quantum computing. These are the demand, and you have to go accordingly. You have to meet, every next 10 years, you will find 6 set of skills are going to eliminate. So new 6 sets are coming in. So you have to, and economy will grow like that. There are countries which are, earning huge, revenue by, producing the kind of raw stuff, processed stuff, and final products also. The countries which are, again, I'm repeating, which are at war base, they won't be able to, earn good economic values. Those countries having peace, like India, I'm talking. India has, median age of 28 years. We are having approximately 650 million, population, which is youth, and they are contributing because India's economy is growing faster at around 7.6% per annum. GDP growth is there. How? Because we are able to target on a set of skills. So you have to define the set of skills which are going through the degrees and all that. Carrying a doctorate degree, MBA degree, that's not meaningful. Meaningful is that how productively you are going to contribute to the industry. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for the comments. You are right. In the last 18, 24 months, things have been changing in the world, and student mobility is a bit more difficult. So that's why collaboration is very important. And to collaborate at a certain level, you have to have certain quality in your programs. And the aim of all institutions, especially in Dubai, is to make Dubai is the hub or the quality center in the world. So people will come for these universities in Dubai. I'm not talking about Amity only, but all universities in Dubai, for the quality of provision, so that you can, instead of going to the US or UK or Europe or Germany or wherever, you can come to Dubai and get the same quality of degree that is recognized. I go back to the recognition and accepted by a lot of people, so students can walk into the job. On top of that, academia is not about only academic tuition. It's give them extra skills so they can be more productive and more attractive to employers. And to do that, I call it personally skills for life. So you need to give students, on top of their academic teaching, you need to give them some skills that they can compete with others when they go out to the wide world of industry. To do that, again, you need the industry to be fully engaged with you in the university, to tell us what they want of our graduates. And that's what we're doing. We establish industrial advisory board across our programs. So each program have an industrial advisory board, which they meet twice, 3 times a year, whereby the industry will come and tell us exactly what they look for the graduates in the way of software, in the way of skills, in the way of curriculum, whatever they require. And we have to adapt to that, because the curriculum is not set in stone. Curriculum is a very versatile, very adjustable tool. And again, with universities around the world. Everybody delivers maybe a message, but the message might be delivered differently. And that's why curriculums have to change and have to adapt. When I speak to De Montfort, for instance, in the UK, their programs might be delivered in a different way than we deliver in Dubai. So to reach that level of collaboration, we have to meet somewhere in the middle. And it means we have to change, they have to change a little bit to make that education unified for all of us, everybody. Thank you.
That's an interesting common thread. Simon, you have yours?
Thank you. I think my two colleagues really pointed to one of the key things that will make us resilient, which is focusing on student outcomes wherever we are supporting them. So, you know, definitely the engagement with industry, supporting them to have the kind of skills when they graduate, it is critical, the engagement within the wider community. Maybe an example of how we've approached it, I think things like industry boards are critical. I think, you know, universities do need that support. What we did as an organization, this was 3 years ago, we reconfigured all of our curriculum across all of the different programs we run to teach in a block structure, which means we teach, you do one subject for 7 weeks, you do your assessments, and then you move on to the next, and you do 4 blocks in a year over 3 years for your degree. It's not a very revolutionary teaching model. It is for some UK universities that have lots of parallel teaching and you're kind of jumping between it. But actually the reason we did that was to enable us to redesign the curriculum so that within each of our teaching modules, we could employ employability skills. We could focus on inviting companies in to work on problem-based learning, whether that was in architecture or in business or in marketing, that students were not just focusing on acquiring knowledge, but acquiring the skills that would make them resilient upon graduation. And the data that we've just completed looking at that has seen that our students not only have got better attainment, that they're happier in their studies, but actually that they've found when they're searching for jobs, that they're more able to provide the evidence that employers are looking for in terms of that flexibility once they walk into the workplace. And aside from the changing economy, obviously we're seeing huge shifts in terms of the nature of jobs and what they mean. So that sort of curriculum enables us to flex much more quickly than they would have done previously.
Okay, thanks. In fact, I was coming to that particular point somewhere down the line in the discussion, but you already answered it. Thank you. So from a visa volatility perspective, right? A lot of visas get rejected nowadays, higher education, right? Would you have any views on that, Ms. Bracci? Yeah, to Ms. Bracci, the question is...
You're talking to me. Sorry, we don't hear from here very well.
Yeah, I think
yes,
the feedback is
yes.
not as good.
So in 2004, I brought the pedagogy of service learning to Italy, okay, from the US. And I started the first program in Italy with the service learning pedagogy, okay? So after the pandemic, everybody was telling me, oh, maybe now we have to change everything. Well, in the end, I think that now what we really need for students of this generation is experience, immersion, service learning, experiential learning, engagement. I think these are the only tools that can help us change the curriculum, yes, using the AI. Absolutely, yes, AI can maximize the impact of a service learning program and can, it's a great occasion. AI can be maybe sometimes viewed, especially in Europe, okay, as very dangerous in the academic system. But AI in a service learning program can be, can generate some sort of miracle, okay? So I think that's what we have to do. Throw the students into the field with the support of the AI, guided by them probably, more than us, or together between us and them. So that's how I view it. So I still believe that service learning or community engagement or whatever it is the real tool of the future if we want to keep the human dimension of education, which I think, of course, it's what we want to do.
So Dr. Singh, question to you. What assumptions from the last decade that we've had no longer apply? Which ones do you think they are?
Sorry, sir?
The assumptions from the last decade that we had about risk perceptions, about how we manage volatility, how we manage uncertainty, etc. Which ones do you think do not apply or do not hold good?
Assumption from the last 1 decade, if we see, the thought process of students have totally changed. When I did my graduation and post-graduation, the way I was taking my academics or university has the change I see in this generation, which is called Gen Z, or the coming generation has been totally changed. Earlier, we were seeing the university results. Now they are seeing the research, the innovation, and what actually, how do they are going to make the career perspective. When I was student, I was not going behind the ranking system of a universities or the accreditation. We are not aware, but this generation is much aware of the rankings, of the accreditations. So there is you can say, totally a complete shift of mindset in the main stakeholder, from the main stakeholders which are coming, is they require the best faculties. As my co-panelist mentioned, AI is there. Students are aware they can do everything with AI, but a human professor cannot be replaced.
Very true, very true. And I think it's unanimous. Yeah. So, okay. So moving on, student ROI is a term which universities and non-university stakeholders look at, right? So what are your views, quickly around the table, on how can we enhance student ROI through education?
We're talking about return on investment.
That's right.
So from the student side or from the institution side?
The student side.
Well, I think that's a very dicey question because, all the time students are, the private universities are charging huge payment for the tuition fee and all that. So in that case, I don't know, you need to have a survey on that. Public institutions and public universities, of course, they are highly subsidized and their return on investment is too high. But of course, in the name of professional degrees, sometimes, it's all, matter of investigation, but I think it needs to be enhanced. We need to justify when we are charging, $10,000 as tuition fee. The student must be ensured that he is getting at least 20,000 kind of package after, graduating. So this is what I believe. There should be a kind of, good trade-off, demand and supply, and the kind of, connection, the kind of, association, and a kind of MOU with the industries, with the institutions, with the service sector, with the marketing sector, with all kind of sectors, where the students are having, there are certain industries, certain educational institutions, which are giving you your recruitment later in advance while you are joining the degree. In India, we do have. So return on investment is a matter of question. We need to work upon that. That's what my opinion.
Thank you. Professor Al-Khadar, any quick views on student ROI in the Middle Eastern context?
Student expectation, as you saying, yes?
Well, let's look at it this way. Bang for the buck, right? Now there's a certain fees that the student pays. The student comes with a certain expectation. And now we're talking about globalization of education, right?
Well, that's it. Your degree has to have some value for you to go and pay that amount, especially in Dubai. It's not cheap to go into university.
Correct.
And my colleague here, I completely agree with him. In an ideal world, education should be for all. And we try, and I'm sure all universities do the same, that some hardship funds is there for those students who struggle to pay. But as a private institution, you need to pay your expenses, you need to pay your staff. So you have to go somewhere, you have to meet somewhere to fulfill that. So when a student come, again, of course, their expectations is high because they invested a lot of time and money of their parents to go to that degree. So you have to ensure, as I said earlier, you give that student some skills that will make them favorite for a job when they graduate. So these are very, very important, is to have extracurricular activities as well as their academic activities. It's not enough nowadays to have a degree on paper and then you say, well, I can work in a job. A doctor maybe, but a doctor cannot go to an hospital without practice. An engineer cannot go into an office for engineer or design without some practice. And that goes for all degrees, actually. That link with industry, that extra education you give them, extra skills you give them is very, very important. So you have to meet that. I'm sure everybody is doing their best to meet student expectation. You have to engage with students. You have to have student councils. You have to have student debates and to see what the students, are they happy with what they're doing or not? If not, why they're not happy? Students maybe want everything, but we cannot give them everything. We have to convince them that this is what we're trying to do to you.
Without going to, oh wow. I never realized how loud I am. Wow. I feel like I've met doctors who felt like they went to the hospital without going to school. Who here is a medical doctor? Oh, thank God, I can make fun of them all I want. Okay, go on.
Well, there has to be a trade-off, excuse me. See, you have to decide whether you're doing education business for charity or you are doing it for mint making or kind of profiteering. There has to be a strike of balance, a trade-off, what I'm saying. And blind money making is making everything hell, I tell you.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
I'm very honest to tell you. See, money making will take this world to somewhere which is not able to live. We have to do charity. We are not here to make money. Education, see, investment, let me complete. You can manage things with very amicable kind of arrangements. All the time crying for investment, and you are charging huge money. And what Prashant said, that what is the return on investment up to the student? After spending millions of rupees, the student is not getting something. So there we have to justify ourselves.
Now, incidentally,
Absolutely, certainly.
Incidentally, in the common flow that came out from everybody here, I was just making those notes.
Would you mind if
you
I have
actually-
one request, Mr. Prasant? I'm so sorry. Do you mind? Can I please have the ladies actually, because we do have to close off the panel because we're serving lunch. Can I please have Dr. Shweta and Miss Lavinia close off and give some closing remarks of this panel? Female power. Okay.
So thank you for giving this opportunity to close. I'll close with two things. One, education institutes, either universities, small colleges, should not compete, rather complement, and that will give the best ROI to a student if they want to do an exchange program in the neighbor university or the neighbor institute. That will open doors for you to exchange the best professors also, best courses also. Second, I am bit of opposite mindset of what my fellow colleague said. Money is very important. Education can never be a charity, because that mindset will go in the student, and the student ultimately have to earn their living, be the entrepreneur or the entrepreneur for the organization. So this is my final take for today's panel.
Okay, and my final one, maybe it's very Italian, maybe it's a little bit too European, but the problem we have is the famous third mission of universities that needs to be enhanced. What I mean is that in order to make sure education is effective, all institutions, industry, NGOs, civil society should be involved in the process and not just the universities. That's my hope. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And gentlemen, if we could all just give one sentence's closing remarks, if we could pass the mic along, if everyone has some final thoughts to give.
one sentence. AI has been mentioned a lot here, and AI is not a threat. AI is a tool that can be useful to students, to education, and to everyone.
Absolutely. As long as it's not used to just maximize profit, definitely can be very useful.
For us just not to forget the core of all of our mission is to support students, whatever the kind of context and wherever they are. And also that, our academic teams, I've never met an academic that isn't committed to supporting students in that wider mission. So I think that's important for us to remember.
Thank you so much. Professor Alok, any closing remarks?
Well, again, I would say that you need to strike a balance. Like any extreme is not good. So you can manage things amicably, affordably, and there are millions and millions of people who are deprived. They are starving for good education, but they are not able because they don't have money in their pocket. What to do?
Absolutely.
And we can do that. I mean, I don't know if anybody is here from Jain University. They are having some schools, they are doing it for charity. They are having some university, they are earning good money, and they are striking a balance. One example I'm giving you. So it's not like that. Without charity, the world will be something very different. So we need to do a lot in that case.
Absolutely. And while there is an understanding that yes, there is a business aspect of everything, at the end of the day, infinite growth on a finite planet will never be sustainable. Commodifying everything will never be sustainable. And I think ultimately the entire perspective of the world needs to change in terms of everything is about maximizing profit. There needs to be purpose.
Agreed.
There's the most unethical things historically had the most maximum profit. I mean, I think slavery, I heard, was very profitable, but it's the worst thing humanity has done to each other.
Agreed.
So many things in the world that were the most horrible were, sweatshops. All of these different things had maximum profit. Just because it's maximum profit doesn't mean it's good. So definitely we need to really keep that in mind. The world needs to be less about making money and more about purpose. I really agree with that.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Mr. Prashant, please tell us your final thoughts on this topic, what you've really concluded from this insightful discussion.
So I think one common thread that ran across was one, keeping pace with what's happening today, right? Regular curriculum refresh, including AI, including different elements of technology on a regular basis. Effective collaboration across borders. I think that's one thing that came out very clear. And lastly, talking about the ROI perspective, one clear message that came out from everyone is it's not just about knowledge or a degree. It's about skills for life, right? That is the true ROI that the student takes away, right? It's not about money. It's about what learning actually took place and where it's going to take the student to at the next destination. Yeah. So that's it for now. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
Let's put our hands together in a massive round of applause. Mr. Prashant for moderating this panel so beautifully. Professor Alok Kumar, Simon Bradbury, Professor Rafid Al-Khattar, Lavinia Braki, and Dr. Shweta Singh. Joining us on stage, we have Muhammad Iqbal. We will be presenting them with the tokens of appreciation, and we're going to do the video thing again. Ladies and gentlemen, we now will move on to the lunch break. It's exactly 30 minutes, so we have to. Bring your plates into the hall. We'll have a snacky panel. Enjoy.
From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders from 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries. Every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and changemakers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide.
What if education could be reimagined for every learner in every corner of the world? Showcase breakthrough edtech solutions and join visionaries.
Actually, this is my first experience in the summit, and I think it's great because it's gathering all the decision makers, schools, principals, and the other activities around schools like companies, vendors. So I think it's overall great.
I really appreciate the invitation to be part of this event. It was great having people from around the world and the region who were participating in this. Not only were the roundtables and the talks very informative and helpful, but the exhibition booths as well, really giving a display of some of the new technologies and services that are rolling out for higher education. So I'm really glad that I was here.
Join a global community, governments, educators, innovators, co-create pathways for a sustainable, tech-driven future.
Experience was really good. We had a chance to expose our company in different countries. We get to meet delegates from different parts of the world, which was so useful. And also we got the information that's happening around the world, which was so useful for our company to going forward.
This is more than a summit. It's a movement. Are you ready to elevate education?
From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and changemakers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide.
That was nice. We should bring that back. On the seventh day, he said, "Let there be light," or not. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch break tremendously. In 5 short minutes, we will be beginning our next panel discussion. Please feel free to keep eating. I always felt like I concentrated most with a full stomach. So enjoy your lunch as we go into the next panel. Our next panel is very, very interesting. It is all about data to decisions, AI analytics, and the new leadership mindset. If the last decade was about digital adoption, this decade is about intelligent leaderships. AI-powered admissions, predictive analytics, student success dashboards, and institutional data intelligence are redefining executive decision-making. This panel is going to explore how leadership must evolve in an era where data is not optional, it is foundational. I'm very excited to introduce the galaxy of brilliant minds that are going to be with us on stage. They'll be joining us very, very shortly. Just in case they're still outside the hall, I would like to call Jan Horn into the room, Dr. Richa Arora, Dr. Laula Al-Marzoui, Dr. Mari Bond, ooh, very cool last name, Jihan El-Gindi, Nick Hutton, and Olga Kindler. Please join us inside the hall as your panel will be beginning very, very shortly. Oh, you're all here? Okay, I'll introduce you one by one. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to introduce you again. I was just calling. I was just collecting. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be beginning our next panel discussion. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Jan Horn, the Managing Director at SAE University College, Dubai, UAE. Let me hear you welcome. Joining, we have Dr. Richa Arora, the Chief Executive Officer and Head of the institution at University of Stirling, Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. And of course, we have to introduce Dr. Laula Al-Marzoui, the Associate Vice Provost at New York University, Abu Dhabi, UAE. I get it. You can't eat and clap at the same time. I get it. Next, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mari Bond, the Vice President for Global Initiatives at the American Imperial University. He is the USA and Dean, Royal Roads University at RAK Campus, Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. Joining them, we have Jihan El-Gindi, Head of Business Operations at the Saudi Arabia University. Put your hands together. Joining them, we have Nick Hutton, the Regional Director of Mastersoft. And last but certainly not least, Ms. Olga Kindler, the Decode Decision NDA founder in the UK. Please welcome our galaxy of brilliant minds with a massive, massive round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's always a difficult spot to be in to do the panel discussion after lunch or even during lunch because people tend to get a little bit distracted after lunch. But we have an absolute stellar panel here this afternoon. My name is Jan Horn. I am the Managing Director for SAE University College in Dubai, and it's my privilege to be on the stage with you this afternoon and to be moderating this session. I think we're going to be having a very interesting discussion. As it was introduced, the topic is data to decisions, AI, analytics, and the new leadership mindset. Sounds very challenging. So I'm glad I'm asking the questions and you are challenged to try and answer them. I think the reality is that universities, educational institutions are no longer short of data. We are overwhelmed, I think, by data. We are surrounded by dashboards. We are surrounded by reports, learning analytics, business analytics, operational analytics, CRM systems, and also increasingly AI tools. Yet, many institutions still struggle with how to turn data into confident, timely, and ethical decision-making. And that's the gap that we're going to be discussing this afternoon. So, that's just the introduction from my side. I'm going to leave it over to the panel to just give a very brief introduction of themselves to our audience, just who you are. I know there was a short introduction earlier, but just so that we can place your face to your positions as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lulu Al-Marzouki. I'm the Associate Vice Provost at NYU Abu Dhabi.
My name is Dr. Maury Bond, and yes, my uncle is James. So I'm a Vice President for Global Initiatives at American Imperial University and the Dean for Royal Roads University RAC campus, which is the first Canadian public university here in the Middle East.
Hello, I'm Jihani Gindi, Head of Business Operations in the Learning and Development field, and we are focused on adult learning.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nick Hutton. I'm the Regional Director for Asia Pacific, and you might say, what am I doing here? I'm the Regional Director for Asia Pacific for an Indian student information systems organization, 25 years old, been building the SIS for 25 years, called MasterSoft. You can see us outside if you'd like to have a conversation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Olga Kindler. I'm the founder of Decode Decision DNA, a groundbreaking award-winning program for leaders. And it deals with how we make better decisions, judgment, and critical thinking in the age of AI.
Thank you very much for the introductions. I think we'll dive right into it, Dr. Al-Marzouki. So my first question to you is very straight down towards the topic that we have introduced. Many universities today are strong in descriptive analytics, but they struggle to move towards predictive or prescriptive decision-making. In other words, how do they use the data? What do you think the reasons for this is, and what are the biggest stumbling blocks that we find in higher education in this aspect?
Thank you for the question. It's really interesting. So I thought I will get the easy question. That's the most critical one. So reality, if we are going to talk about universities nowadays, they are not honestly operating in a stable way. There is a lot of uncertainty. But I'm going to spot the light on three main elements, which is the main crucial element is culture. We still looking at, data as a reporting, not as a core element in our decisions. A lot of universities, a lot of organizations doesn't recognize that data is powerful. It can change and it can strengthen decision. The second element is fear. Sometimes we fear about what's data gonna tell us. We don't like that gap. We love to see everything in really polished way. Well, that's a second fear. The third thing is fragmentation. How many organizations have now different platforms, different systems, but the problem is not how many. Are these systems are talking to each other? Are they providing us really information? It's really help us to finalize our decisions. There is a lot of gaps when it's come to system talking to each other. And I believe like culture, fear, fragmentation, these are the more critical areas.
Fantastic. I think very eloquently put. As a follow-up question, so I think you've captured the three elements, but now the question comes, how? How can academic leaders shift their mindset from one where they are captured by fear, by culture, by the situation that they're in, to one where the data becomes a tool for foresight and for scenario planning in the future? How can they overcome these elements?
We need to believe that AI will not replace leaders. If we get over and we are convinced about that, then we will start fully treating or interacting with the tool as a tool, despite if it's like it's giving us all the answer. But let's be realistic. These answers not always are the right answers. As leaders, we need to know that it's okay, to questions outward. It's okay to ask questions that we are not aware of. Most of the leaders, unfortunately, believe that they are required to have all the answers. No, you don't. This is a new era. You have the right to ask questions. You have the right to questions outward. If we get to these conclusions and if we exhibit these behaviors, then we are teaching our employees, our students, faculty, staff that it's okay to ask questions. So that will change the culture, within the environment. Then that will reduce fear, because fear doesn't just lay with the leadership. It's with every department, with every unit. As soon as we ask questions, that will encourage other members to ask other questions, which gonna reduce the fear. Also, I wish that we will stop asking for more platforms, and we're gonna ask about what exactly we need. And is our platforms talking to each other to reduce fragmentation?
Fantastic. Dr. Bond. So as institutions expand globally, what does responsible AI governance actually look like at a university scale? And how do we use AI in a responsible way?
I think, excuse me, I think it really starts with having a clear ethical framework, right? That everyone understands, that everyone is accountable to. And so I think that if you develop the protocol of how data will be used, and you build the systems in place, and you allow for a sense of buy-in, right? Because at the end of the day, from the senior leadership down to an adjunct faculty member, it doesn't matter where you are in the university, everyone has to be on the same page. And so building the right protocol, having an ethical framework where you know what is going to be responsible or not, and then again, putting accountability for that as well.
So innovations, AI, technical innovation are developing at such a huge speed, Dr. Bond. We're all sitting here every single day experiencing just the gap between yesterday and today when it comes to AI advancement. How do we deal with this AI advancement and still maintain trust, transparency, accountability, while the world is changing in front of our eyes?
I think if we leverage AI to do the things that need to be done so that we can focus on the things that we want to do, right? Because AI allows you, if you're a faculty member, to not have to deal with a lot of the administrative, bureaucratic part of the job, right? That way you can focus on really impacting the student in the classroom. So a lot of the work that can be done outside makes your life a lot easier. And so I think that if you focus on, for instance, adaptive learning or feedback, or using AI to kind of support the faculty member in the classroom, while still maintaining, keeping the curriculum and the standards, right? We're not asking you to lower the bar by going faster. We're just trying to simplify that process. That's one thing I love about living here, right? Is that a lot of the things, the stresses of life that you have outside of the UAE, you don't have here. It gives you that freedom to be more impactful in your job. And that's what AI is going to do in higher ed and other areas as well. But allow it to focus on the things that you need to get done so that you can focus on the things you want to do.
Excellently put. Gian, from an operational perspective, many of our leaders within higher education might be non-technical. You know, we always hear this term, I'm technologically challenged. But technology is the thing that drives the growth, the operational efficiency. How can leaders become really genuinely data fluent without having to have a really deep technical knowledge and deal with that technical fear?
That's actually an amazing question to ask, because I don't believe that leaders should be technically savvy. They could utilize the tools that are available. They could utilize the data that's available and switch it on to, in a way, like Mr. Murray have already said, in a way that helps us do our jobs better. So it's not about increasing the literacy of how we use the data. It's understanding what type of questions should we ask and what's the outcome intended of those questions. This is how we are empowered as leaders to take this forward operationally, make the sound decision of what should be done next, and free ourselves from the admin hassle of available tools that could also make our life much easier. And as per the recent statistics, 2025 to 26, more than 1.8 billion people are now using AI. So there are available tools in a different type of usage as well, be it educational or organizational or any type of business that could remove the burden from us. So why not utilize it? We don't have to be technical. We don't have to burden ourselves with something that is easily available for us now.
I think the next question I'm going to ask directly to you as a follow-up question, but I want to open it up to the rest of the panel as well, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. And just for us to get practical, you know, we can talk about all of these theoretical frameworks and how things are advancing and how to deal with it, but let's get practical for a minute. In your opinion, and I'd like to hear the opinion of everybody on the panel, what actual practical habits or practical actions become the kind of habits or actions that drive leaders towards a decision-making framework by using data in a consistent way? What are the actual daily habits that you would notice in a leader that's able to do this consistently?
First of all, removing the data constraints when it comes to what type of report am I expecting. Different platforms, as Dr. Lulwa already mentioned in her earlier speech. So it's all about, do I really need this or not? Do I really need this report or not? And assessing what time and resources are spent on such a report. So the questioning matter of, does this report serve a purpose or direct a decision? If it does not serve a purpose or gives us a decision at the end of the day, immediately remove it. And it would be the first step of cleaning our data, looking at the data in a manner that actually supports what we do on a daily basis.
Brilliant. Mr. Hutton, your opinion.
Same question.
Yeah.
A lot has been said, but if I reflect on my own journey in digital education over the past 18 years, from leading a fully online business school in Singapore to working with universities across the Asia Pacific on their digital transformation strategies, one thing to me stands out. Data and AI only create value when leadership mindset evolves alongside them. And I think that's very important. In the early days of the online institution that I ran, and this is 2008, so imagine what our constraints were from a technology perspective, not only in terms of bandwidth, but also in terms of the technology platforms that we had. But, you know, we had students across 72 countries. So we had no choice 18 years ago but to be data-driven. And what we did was we tracked engagement, we tracked progression, and we tracked performance in real time. And because without that visibility, quality would have slipped very quickly. That experience taught me that data maturity isn't, as has been said, about having more reports. It's about having shared, trusted insights that leaders can actually use. And today that's even more important than it was then. So later, working with traditional universities, I saw a slightly different challenge. Most institutions had already had huge amounts of data, but it was fragmented, retrospective, and often disputed. And executive teams, in my experience, spent more time debating whose numbers were right than actually deciding what to do. And that's where the shift, we talked about it earlier, from descriptive to predictive and prescriptive analytics becomes critical, moving from what's happened to what's likely to happen, and of course, how do we respond? And now where you have AI emerging in every part of higher education, from learning design to advising to assessment, this becomes even more important. And AI is not just a technology issue. In my opinion, it's as much a governance issue as anything else. And it's not only a governance issue for the universities themselves, but don't forget, I'm speaking also from a vendor's perspective, from an organization that sells technology platforms to higher education institutions. And that governance, or that governance framework that a vendor has to put into place to make sure that the university is confident that the tools and the technologies that they use from that vendor are going to support the requirements they have, particularly around data security, but particularly around the AI framework that they put in place, becomes equally as important. I've also learned that none of this works without leadership fluency. You don't, as was said, need every leader to be technical, but they do need to be confident in interrogating data, challenging system design, and linking analytics to strategy. And where that transformation accelerates, where that exists, transformation accelerates, and where it doesn't, it stalls. So for me, data to decisions is really about institutional capability. It's about building cultures where evidence informs strategy, technology is governed responsibly, and leadership takes ownership of outcomes. Institutions that get that right will definitely thrive in the next decade, and institutions that don't get it right will probably stall.
Amazing. Olga, your view.
Okay, I would like to get a little bit more practical, because this is what I do every day with leaders, how to change their mindset. So, back to your question, how do you really use data? And I think what is really important is to understand, and this is a very practical example, you have the same data set and two different leaders, two different people deciding on them. They might choose the same data, they might have the same decisions, or they might have different decisions. Now, why would two different individuals with the same data set have two different opinions if the data is the same? And this is where it comes down to the human judgment. It comes to the filter that we all have within us, and this is this belief filter, the emotions and our imprints from the past. So the question here is actually, what sort of a knowledge do we have? What sort of data do we draw our attention to? Which data do we ignore? And that actually comes from our personal characteristics, the way we see the world, the way we interpret data, the belief systems that we have. And that is something that in the age of AI is becoming even more important than in the past. And if you look into any research out there, the most critical and the most important skill sets these days, it's not data or technical knowledge. It is actually how to interpret the data, how to create sound human judgment, how not to be biased, because human beings as well as data, we are all biased, how to understand where this bias comes from, and how to create critical thinking, as well as, of course, as always, emotional intelligence, because that's a critical skill to understanding where the biases come from. So on a daily basis, it's a self-reflective practice that we all need to go through and always question ourselves, why did I choose this? You know, why, where do I come from? Is it fear? Is it some sort of, you know, uncertainty? Is it safety that I'm looking for? How am I risk-oriented or not? And also to understand that AI will probably, you know, we are biased, so we are going to look for confirmations of our priorly created opinions. And 7 seconds before we make a rational decision, we actually have already subconsciously decided which option we will choose. So self-awareness for me is a practice that is required, and it's not only a fluffy expression of self-awareness, you know, work on yourself. It's actually related to data, very much so in this day and age.
Thank you. Dr. Bond, Dr. Al-Marzouki, I want to come back to you with that same question, because I think we need to really focus on this, you know, the practicality of it. So I'm just going to remind you of the question and what we're talking about. So the practical habits of leaders that consistently use data in their day-to-day decision-making. What are the practical things that you have noticed that really drives this within an organization?
So let me give you an example. Data really is, as I said, it's a powerful piece of information for us. Like, for example, it's still us, which is students who are performing well and which student is falling behind. And AI, integrating AI into the whole system to track the data helped us a lot to interact with the student and to let me be more even practical about it. We have NYU Connect. It is a platform. Usually what we're going to do, it will screen student performance since they enter, and this is not an advertisement, okay? The system has its own flows. So it will track student performance as soon as they enter the university until they graduate. Let's assume student is not performing well in the second year or the third year. The system itself will send the advisor a note about the student, and will send the faculty a note, and will send the coach a note, and will send us as, you know, top management a note about, you know, so the general information about the percentage of a student who is struggling and which course. And that type of information and data helped us to find out, to stop and understand what's going on, why students are falling behind, especially in this particular area. Let's assume like math. And that's what it's really alerting us to create an intervention plan. Maybe the math that has been designed for a student, it doesn't match really their level. So this is one of the examples that we use the data help us to improve our practices.
Fantastic.
I would look at data as it should give you more questions than answers, right? It should really provide a way for you to dive deeper and think more critically and to ask questions. And you talk about the bias and evaluating where your risk comes from. That comes from data, right? That comes from understanding why things are the way they are. And it's important for us to ask those questions, to be more intentional, because I think taking a number by itself without understanding context, that's what one thing that's important that leaders should be doing is leveraging the AI, but there should be human oversight, because there are circumstances at your university that's not true at my university, that numbers may be, conflated in some way at one institution over another, and there has to be context. And so at the end of the day, I think it's important for leaders to work with AI, but not to let it replace that human instinct, right? Because the benefit is that it gives you more strength behind your argument. We are today, yes, it's a competitive landscape in higher education. And yes, there's resource constraints, but that was true 10 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago. The difference is the decisions we make today have to be faster and they have to be more defensible. We can't just try a new idea and see if it works. If there's no data behind it, then there's no reason to pursue it, because data gives you that strength to walk with purpose. And universities today that can't do that aren't equipped with the data, that don't have those resources, are going to be left behind. So at the end of the day, I would think that looking to data as a way to ask more, as opposed to, thinking that's the solution to your issues, but also to look more towards, evidence-based decision-making, right? To look at whatever leadership decision you make in your day-to-day, right? Look at where does that come from? Where's, even in your own history, you can, maybe there's a number, maybe you can even kind of identify, how often do I do that? How often do I, engage in this way? And so looking at that information as a tool for a more informed, more capable, more sustainable leadership.
Thank you. Olga, I want to get back to you. You work extensively in decision science. In your opinion, how do you think AI is influencing and changing the way leaders look at decision making? And if you can even look 5 years ahead, what do you think is lying ahead for us in 5 years' time? How will we have to adapt and change how things will be?
Look, I think that AI actually is enhancing our human ability to think, create, to understand where our judgment comes from. And it is leading us actually, it's introspective, if I may say, because we are going to think about our thinking. It's the meta thinking. So as much as we are using AI to think instead of us, we are very much so going to think about how do we ask questions. It's all about asking the right question. We are way more going to pay attention to how do we communicate with AI. We are way more going to pay attention to how do we analyze data. So I think where data ends or stops, this is where human judgment begins. And I see it as the next evolution of the humanity, rather than AI taking over the humanity. So I see it in that way. And in the schooling systems, from very early on, we, or at least my generation and the generations after, maybe today only, this is becoming a subject, but we have not been taught critical thinking. We have not been taught how to make decisions. We were not even allowed to make decisions. Choices were made for us. So how do you actually make a choice? We don't know. So we are not educated and taught how to understand how our brain functions. And so I think that AI may help us to understand that as well, because AI will expose our vulnerabilities as human beings. Humans are going to take the accountability and the responsibility for their choices based on AI. So we better take the accountability and responsibility for our own choices and understanding why we chose something, rather than just saying data shows it. So I think leadership skills are going to be even more exposed through AI. And that's what the next 5 years or 10 may bring, an evolution, I hope.
Yeah, who knows what the future holds. Nick and Jihan, the next question for both of you. How should leaders measure the impact of data or the use of AI in that goes beyond just the adoption of a system or a piece of software or something that just gives you a report, but the actual impact of the data and the use of AI. How do you measure that, the impact?
Thank you. It's mainly about, if I look at it from an organizational perspective, what is my turnover? How many employees were kept as resources occupied all the time? These are the type of data that actually reflects on a day-to-day basis. Financial numbers at the end of the day, risk mitigation, how much effort was put into driving a decision with evidence, with everything that supports the right data, the right direction. How long did it take us to implement that decision into the cycle of whatever process we are following and whatever change we are looking at? So it's more of taking AI and taking data as a thinking partner with us to guide us through literacy, back forward, historical data and so on, and adapt it to our forward thinking, how our day-to-day should look like, how can we optimize everyone who is involved in the process from A to Z.
Yeah, I think that combination of data maturity, leadership requirement, and the ongoing development of AI involved in every learning institution, higher education institution, is a very interesting set of connections that you've got to find a proper answer to. And I think every institution is going to be different. Again, you know, if you look at AI from a leadership perspective, and you look at it in comparison or alongside what you asked earlier on alongside scaling, which is a very important combination. One of the biggest tensions, I think, in global education is between scale and personalization. And obviously, personalization is connected very strongly to the use of AI, right? And traditionally, as you scale, learning becomes more standardized and less personal. So you've got a little bit of a vicious cycle there that you need to find a way to break. And again, going back to my experience of running the online business school that I ran in Singapore quite a long time ago now, and later, obviously, currently working with universities on their digital learning platform options, we saw that technology then and AI now changes that equation. So it allows institutions to analyze learning behavior in real time and also, very importantly, adapt content, pacing, feedback, and support to individual students. Instead of designing for the average learner, we can now design for each learner. But again, going back to what I said earlier on, this only works if it's done responsibly. And that's where leadership comes in. Personalization has to be transparent, it has to be pedagogically sound, and it has to be aligned with the institution's academic values. It's about supporting learning, it's not about automating it. And so at scale, if you're a university who's scaling very fast, and a lot of you here, I'm sure, are at that point, AI can really help identify struggling students early. We talked about prediction, we talked about predictive and prescriptive. It can recommend resources, it can guide study pathways, but it also still allows academics to focus on the high-value teaching and mentoring that they're used to doing in a very much face-to-face environment. So, in my opinion, used well, AI does not reduce education to algorithms. It enables global institutions to deliver high-quality, human-centered learning at scale, which is exactly what the next phase of international education demands. but it can only do it with the right level of leadership to support it and the right level of governance in place to understand it and accept it within the institution.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Al-Marzuki, I'll come back to you, and this will be the last question for the panel. We'll start, and everybody gets an opportunity to answer this question. And it's really, again, about leadership behavior. So if you had to look at the leadership behavior within an institution that you have observed that really clearly separates institutions that use data strategically rather than just for reporting. So what are the kind of behaviors from a leadership point of view that distinguishes institutions that strategically do this rather than just as a reactionary reporting tool? Your opinion?
Really, my opinion in that is you can see the practice even within leadership, not just behavior, even their way, their mindset. It's become shifted from, it's the new model, even I see it within leadership, is it's shifted to curiosity. They will be questioning things, which is they turn to be the learners in the current era. It's not, they are in the top of the hierarchy and they know it all. And that behavior really changed. And they shifted that behavior even to the rest of their employees, which is really, we need to exhibit and keep doing that. And even if there is an error within their practice. What I noticed, like a lot of leaders, they stand up and they talk about, like, we used an AI and we got this result. Well, when we did it on, like, for example, an Excel sheet, this is the result. And they admit that AI really thought about it in a different way. So that comparison itself, that it is a critical analysis that humans should keep practicing. So if a leader keeps showing these practices, really will encourage other leaders to step in and to do that practice, because within AI, reality, everyone thinks that we are the expert. No one is expert. We are learning. And every day, and honestly, when someone asked me, who's the expert in your organization? I said, the students. The students are the experts. We called for a committee and we invited students to teach us. And oh my goodness, they are amazing. And they taught us the tricks. They taught us how to do the prompts. So that's the behavior we need to exhibit. We need to show the student that you are the expert, now be the teacher. Teach us. Because they use it more than us. In my days, I have to use the laptop and Google. And I thought that I'm the most smartest person in the world because I have a laptop and I wrote my thesis. I was like, yeah. But nowadays, it's like everyone is asking me from the student side, like, what are you doing? Did you upload the article or the research you wrote and you asked AI to be your editor? And we practiced that. Honestly, we called for a session and we practiced that. And we saw the pros and cons. And we have an open discussion with the students and with the faculty and with the researcher about that practice and the use of the AI. And that type of behavior that I would really...
Fantastic. I think it's a very difficult thing to do, to step out of the mindset of we know everything, we are the leaders, we are the, and shift it around. Dr. Bond.
No, absolutely. And I think that because of the fact that students do know, you can't hide. There's what AI also does is provide a level of transparency that many faculty and administrators may not necessarily appreciate, right? But the numbers are the numbers in some respects. And so I think what's great about AI is that it does allow you to take ownership, to take real ownership of every action you take, right? And if you learn from that, And if you put metrics in place and if you put analytics in your priorities, so here's my vision and here's my mission and this is what we're going to do in 5 years, how do you get there, right? A leader has a plan. A leader has data to determine which action to take, and will make a decision based on data, based on evidence, not intuition, right? That's the next 5, 10 years. If you're not able to come up with a number that is a foundation or some sort of evidence-based rationale for your decisions, I don't think you're going to get a senior level university position in the next 5 or 10 years. If you're not using this, the data that's available, and if you don't embed that, not just in the words you speak, but in the policies that you write. Why did you decide this based on X, Y, Z, right? So it's important to not only in the words that you speak, the policies that you instill, but that every step of the way, if I go to a university president, he should know the percentage of faculty members that are X, Y, PhDs from different places. You shouldn't have fragmentation. That leader should know every single thing, every core, foundational element of that university, because that information should be accessible, not because he has a great memory, but because the information, the data is so richly and powerfully protected and cultivated that he has that available to him. And if you don't see that, if you see a disconnect, but if you don't see evidence behind the decisions, then you know that he's not where he needs to be in terms of the leadership. And a lot of universities have done things the way they've always done things. And silos are being blown apart, right? You cannot live in this place where departments are autonomous and living on their own. Like, that's not the world in which we live. And so not just having, a synergy within the institution, but taking ownership and taking pride and being accountable. Having every single administrator be accountable for the decisions they make and be able to back it up. When they come to a committee meeting, they should come in with facts. I don't care what your opinion is. I don't care that you went to this school and you have 30 years of experience. Numbers don't lie, right? In terms of being able to evaluate that. And yes, asking questions from that number. But again, be inquisitive, be a critical thinker, but come prepared with evidence.
Thank you very much. I think you covered most of what we are all going to say, but just to put it in a more organizational aspect as well, it's all about keeping it strategic from a clean data perspective. It's not just having data, it's what sort of data, how valid is this data, how long ago does it take, and how far can it be applied for? Because it's not, I can have all the numbers in the world, but if they don't translate, and if we don't keep the leaders as owners of and accountable of the decisions they take based on these data, as the doctor also mentioned about keeping the human aspect of those type of decisions, making sure the professional judgment comes in when we take any sort of decision that could impact the faculty, the learners, and the budgets and everything, that those are sound decisions. And that's how we can keep it strategic.
As it comes down the line, we have less and less to say, right? Okay, obviously, one of the biggest barriers to digital transformation in universities isn't the systems. As we've said before, it's very much around leadership capability. And again, my experience is working with institutions in the Asia Pacific region, and I know there are lots of similarities between them and those that are here. But the most successful universities aren't the ones with the most advanced platforms, that's for sure. Having the most advanced platforms has to help, but they're not those ones. They're the ones whose leadership teams are fluent in data and technology, which we've just talked about. And that, as we've said, doesn't mean to say that every leader needs to be a data scientist or an IT expert, but what they do need to be confident in is asking the right questions. You know, where does this data come from? How reliable is it? What does it really tell us? What are the risks? And how this can support our strategy. So when leadership teams lack that fluency, technology decisions typically get delegated. Dashboards that are very useful get unused, and transformation typically stalls. When they have it, data becomes part of everyday governance, and I think that's critical. It's part of what you do as a leadership team. In budgeting, in enrollment planning, in quality assurance, in the success of your students, every aspect of what you do as a university. And I've seen this in practice. Institutions that invest in leadership development around digital and data literacy make better decisions, move faster, and get far more value from their systems. So building data and tech-fluent leadership teams isn't a nice-to-have anymore. It's a core capability of running a modern university.
Okay, again, a practical example. If we don't use data, what do we use? We use intuition, we use tradition, experience, and that is very, very personal. So data-driven, AI-driven institutions and leaders, they will be making informed decisions, they will be mitigating risks as well, whereas the other cluster won't. And if data is used correctly, if it's questioned correctly, if we go into the how and why of the questions and the root causes of something that we want to change or implement, and step in practically and create a path towards it and execute it throughout the entire organization, include all the teams and people, and not only hold it at the leadership level, that's where the institutions are going to profit extremely from AI and data, as opposed to, you know, decision makings based on tradition, intuition, and, you know, this is how we always did it, because that's not going to get us any further than where we are now.
Thank you so much to the panel for the insights. I don't know if there's any questions from the floor. I think the one thing that we've learned from the panel, if we listen very carefully to all of the insights, is that data and the amount of data that we generate and have to consume, interpret, and use for strategic decision-making is just growing every single day. There's more and more data available. You can have data on absolutely every single metric, whether it's human, business, institutional, organizational, business-like, doesn't matter what it is. Data is just pouring out of everywhere. What AI can do is help us to interpret that data, to identify trends, to identify what the data is actually telling us, in order for us as leaders to be able to make more informed strategic decisions. So that is where the convergence in the technology actually assists us. So thank you so much for your insights and your contribution to the panel. Any questions from the floor?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for this insightful discussion. If you want to consider that AI is either the second giant factor along with the globalization, before we used to call the two giant factors globalization and technologization, now maybe AI replaced the technology or summarize the technology. Do you think that we need to have unified international practices for the usage of AI that are accepted in all higher education institutions, just as we have certain standards, certain criteria, and this allows, these criteria and standards allow students and even faculty members or even leaders to move from one place to another, from one institution to another, because they have met all these standards, criteria, and this stuff. Do you think that we need to have something unified, agreed on, regarding the usage of AI, which is still not very well, according to us, at no, what is it? How can we use it? Is it ethical, not ethical? Is it for efficiency? Is it for, we don't know.
Yeah, it's an amazing question. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm going to open it up to the panel. So anybody that wants to have a stab at that, you're welcome.
So I'm going to share my perspective on that. I believe, like, do we need a unified general standard? That's even part of it is ethical use of AI. I will say yes and no. Yes, in a certain elements, but then each country has their own, should craft their own standard, because whatever, honestly, it's work, for example, in UAE might not work in another country. So general standard, yes, which is going to be the guiding standards. But again, as I said, each country should create something specific for their nation.
I think it's what you said before about we are data rich, but we are insight poor. We are not all the same, right? So the data for one university or one country might, have different ramifications, and so the water will fall, and each city, each country has to navigate how they do that. And yes, there should be an ethical framework, and yes, there should be transparency involved in that. But I don't necessarily believe that you need, a one size fits all, because AI is the counter to that in terms of not going with what's, a set expectation.
Yes.
Because the AI, if you're not asking questions from AI, then you're not really, taking
Yes.
the total value of it.
Just to make myself clearer, what
Yes.
I meant is that, for example, as a student, students now most of them, they use AI to do for them the work. We are encouraging them to use AI, to utilize it to make their work better, but not to replace their efforts in doing the work. So this is something that should be general. Like, for example, stealing is not allowed everywhere in the world. And this allows the mobility or facilitates mobility.
Right.
So that's why I think that at international level, there are the ABC that need to be set for the usage of AI. Till now, it's like the fluid, allowed here, not allowed. And even we as higher educators, we feel can I consider this wrong? Do I need to an assessment to deduct a certain grade? We are kind of lost in this regard. I'm reviewer in a journal. Finally, we decided to ask every researcher to just declare, I use the ChatGPT and OpenAI company in editing or something like this. But then we are faced with retractions because we figure out that big bunch of this research is was written by AI. So we need AI. It's amazing. It has to be structured.
But standards are standards. Cheating is cheating.
Exactly.
Right? Plagiarism is plagiarism.
Exactly.
The greatest technology.
But do we consider taking some work from giving opinion or idea to ChatGPT and ChatGPT allow on it? Is this plagiarism? This is what we're looking for. And personally, what I'm looking for, do I dare to share my opinions with the ChatGPT just to fix it and give it to me in bullet points, just to save time? Because in a minute, whenever he takes it, khalas, it will be published. So not anymore genuinely for me. So these things are scary, and at the same time, they help me speed up my work.
But keep in mind that AI is about output. It's not about what the number they give you. It's what you do with that, right? Because anybody can regurgitate information, but it's about making things more efficient. It's about what you take with that information. So if I ChatGPT something and I get up here and you ask me a question, that didn't prepare me. I'm not ready for that question because everything that I've done was from somebody else. So it's taking that data and then adding value. If you don't add value, then yes, you're an imposter. You're just taking somebody else's material. But AI is not about plagiarism and copying. It's about taking what's there and building something even better from it.
Anybody else who wants to share an opinion?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on it from a faculty perspective. I know you're talking about it from a student's perspective. And that goes back to something I said earlier on, which is a lot of this is the responsibility of the vendor of the digital transformation platform. And by that I mean that vendor needs to have in place a strong governance framework. And that governance framework basically does two things for the faculty. One is it gives the faculty an opportunity to use AI, Gen or agentic, it doesn't really matter, but AI in a responsible way on the content only that the faculty is using to teach the course. And secondly, it makes sure that, as somebody said earlier on, the human is always in the loop. In other words, the human always has, the faculty always has control. Whatever AI does for the faculty, and it's becoming incredibly important now, simple things like a quiz or a discussion board or an assessment or whatever it happens to be, these simple things that take faculty so much time and have done in the past, that AI has really changed the paradigm for them. And providing the vendor puts a governance framework in place, and that governance framework is in consultation with their existing customers, higher education institutions, to make sure that they understand and accept what they're putting in place. Because don't forget, the vendor is delivering the features and the tools that the faculty is using. So the responsibility sits with the vendor, because the vendor has access to the institution's data, right? Whether it's in the cloud under AWS, whoever it is, but there is still access to that data to allow the faculty to use the tools. So for me, that's a critical component of how you standardize how AI is used, particularly from a faculty perspective.
And it's actually more of
Question, please, go ahead.
It's not a question. I'm Fatia, United States based. Thank you so much for this conversation. I would like just to add to my colleague. I think the gap is the lack of professional development, preparing people in academia to use AI correctly in ethical way. I think this is the part that we need to do, first of all, to be able to teach students to use AI in ethical way. Because if us as educators, we don't know what does mean AI, literacy of AI, critical thinking, soft skills, how we can teach them, how can I prohibit my students to tell him, no, don't use AI. I want to see my students writing his essay and comparing his essay with AI and telling me, hey, this is the difference. Look, he started to repeat. I started to ask this question, and I asked another question. He started to repeat. Let's show our students that this is just a machine. This is just a tool. We need to use it ethically. We can compare those information with ours. I wrote an essay. I did my assignment, but when I asked it, ChatGPT, for example, he answered this. But you need to ask the right questions. Why he answered in this way? Why he used this example? Why he used this resource and not the other one?
Can I answer this question?
When we start using Socratic question, what is the problem? If we go to the origin of the question, we are just using Socratic questioning. So let's support our students to understand AI, how to use it, when to use it, where to use it. We don't need to be scared about the innovation, but we need to get ready to know how to teach it. Right? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I answer this question as a student? Can I? I'm currently doing my master's. I have a bachelor's in pharmacy and I'm currently doing my master's. And I'd actually like to answer this question as a student from a student's perspective. A lot of the time, I think this actually will rely on the model of education and the way we present challenges to students rather than teaching the student. Because, you know, students will find an easier way to do things all the time. And I think a lot of the time when it comes to challenge, at the end of the day, AI will never be able to give you solutions to problems that humans haven't discovered yet. If a human doesn't have the answer yet, AI will never have it. And I think the problem is that a lot of the times when it comes to the model of education, the way I test your knowledge is about how I see it. I want to see how much reinformation you could regurgitate back at me. I feel like that's how I'm being tested. A lot of the time it's just about, okay, I'm just asking you to tell me a bunch of, I'm not really testing your creativity. I'm not really testing how you can use the information I'm assuming you have to solve certain solutions. So I feel like I'm just being asked to regurgitate information as a student. So it's, yeah, I mean, I'll be like, okay, well, I mean, I'm not really being challenged mentally. So I think it has to do with the way educators test students, how educators check how the students can use that knowledge to their advantage.
We also need to recognize how fast the world is changing and how fast that technology adapts and how fast it grows. So if for us to make an international standard and drive it down, I think AI will bypass us by years before we reach a point of standardizing this in an international level. So it's a matter of governing, making sure the ethical use of AI, the transparency, and of course, making all the efforts that we can do to never eliminate human judgment from using AI tools.
But the challenge is like we used to have before there is no internet, right? Then the internet came in, right? I think the issue is just like we need to be open to get ready to use AI correctly, to learn about it. I think it's always there is a chance. I know it's going fast. As educators, we need to go fast too. We need to use our brain.
Absolutely.
As a critical thinker, we need to challenge ourselves for any innovation, for any new things. We are educators, we are parents. So, you know, when you receive students to your classroom, what do you mean? So, she's my mother, she's my father, so I trust her. Let's do it. How are we going to do it? The WH questions are always helpful. Let's stay positive. We can change the world.
I absolutely agree with that. I think the challenge now falls on the shoulders of educators. How can you be smarter than
I just wanted to give a question back to the lady. Have you had any subjects at your school when you were younger, like on critical thinking, judgment, or emotional intelligence at the elementary school? Have you been taught that? No, there are no subjects like this. Only these days it's starting, right? So the educators need to go back to that point, go through that training, I would say, as well, and then go back to the kids and also understand, I mean, kids or young adults or whoever we are talking about here, and then only understand how the human mind evolves, because it will evolve differently with AI than it has been evolving so far. And that's the gap that educators as adults need to gap. So a bit more education on that would be quite meaningful at schools, I believe, and any level of schools, right?
It's very clear that the challenge is real for all of us. We don't have all of the answers. I think we're in the situation right now that the technology is advancing faster that we can find ways to adapt to it. And at some point, we're hoping that we will be able to catch up with the technology. And I think it will happen. It's that point of singularity that they predict for some time in the future. So thank you to our panel for your insights, and thank you for your participation from the audience. It's been a pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for our brilliant panelists. And that now we have Nato, one of our team members that will be coming on stage to give the token of appreciation to all of our brilliant panelists. Who has a phone I could borrow? All right, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead to our next keynote speech. Today, of course, as you all know, today's competitive higher education landscape enrollment strategy is no longer just about outreach. It's about intelligence, personalization, and of course, precision. So, of course, as you know, we're all increasingly leveraging AI platforms to optimize admission funnels, enhance applicant engagement, and make data-backed recruitment decisions. It is, of course, my pleasure to introduce someone who's going to share a lot of interesting insights regarding this. Please join me in welcoming the manager of Mereto, which is a leading enrollment and student lifecycle automation platform. Please welcome Mr. Rifat Ibrahim.
Thank you. So my name is Rifat Ibrahim. I'm country head at Mereto. So what we do is we provide a platform to automate educational organizations enrollment funnel. So when I say the word enrollment, admission, or recruitment, what I mean is the journey of a candidate or a parent. So then the moment the candidates get to know about your brand through social media ads or your website, this data is being basically sent to your system, and your team is being contacting them, giving necessary information, collecting necessary informations like applications, documents, and sharing with them the offer letter and collecting the payment. So this entire funnel is being automated by Merito. So we have been currently working with more than 1,000 clients across globe and more than 40 plus educational organizations here in UAE. We are highly rated on software rating platforms like Capterra and G2. We are GDPR compliant, we are PDPL compliant, SOC 2 compliant, and ISO certified as well. So this PDPL is the same compliance which is being now mandated by MOE and KHDA for every educational organization. So before you choose your system, just make sure that is same compliance is being followed by these system providers. So what exactly we do with this educational organization, how we exactly help them. So since UAE is a global educational hub, it's having a complex funnel. So the first problem we solve for them is the data centralization. Every educational organization is spending some dollars to create awareness among their educational target audiences, right? So this data, which is being generated from multiple channels, they are not coming to a common place. This is the first problem faced by the education organizations. So what I mean is the social media leads are on my social media, the website leads are coming to my email inbox, and walking leads, which I generate through offline events or walk-ins or open days, are on pen and paper. So this particular data, which is being generated from multiple sources, we help them to centralize them. That is the first problem we are solving for them. Second is that your team, once they contact them, they don't know whom to contact first and why. So the data prioritization for your team is the support which our AI is giving them, which is placed inside our system. So your team knows exactly whom to be contacted first and why, right? Once they contact the particular candidates, there is a current problem of using multiple channels. So they need to contact through WhatsApp, emails, calls, or let's say through chats. So they use multiple channels for this. So this is another problem. What we are solving for them is Merito comes with pre-integrated email, WhatsApp, call engines, including SMS as well. So that they don't have to manage multiple channels. Now for the application, they again use a different system where the applicants come, fill up the application forms, they will upload their documents and collecting their verification for these documents. So it's all manual currently happening in educational organization. What happens is after they getting these particular documents, which is validated by the educational organizations, they get the offer letter again on manual process and collecting finance or the fee payment. Again, a completely different system and a manual process is being followed there. So in short, whatever is being generated by the marketing team and which is being, let's say through online and offline campaigns, which is having duplicate records as well. So we help them to remove the duplicity and to have the data which is being optimized or clean data for your team. And so that the admission teams will not suffer or will have more time to convert the admissions, and finance team also can easily collect the fee payments as well. So what do they need? They don't need a new tool to, they don't need another tool to do the same. They just need one tool which can, let's say, centralize the data across all the platforms. They need one single system which will help them to nurture the data in a hyper-personalized way. They need one system that will collect the application form from the candidates, collect the documents, which will have a functionality for your team to validate the same, share the offer letter, and collect the fee payment. So the entire system should facilitate your team to do all this entire 5 functionality in a single system. So that exactly what we provide. What we provide is in a single unified system, which will be combining your marketing. Well, if let's say the marketing is generating leads and passing on to the admissions, they are particularly collecting the details from the candidate, like including the applications and documents. Your team is validating them, and it's happening on the same system. Then comes your offer letter generation. That also happens in the same system, and including the payment collection, which is another headache for the education team. So that also comes under the same system. And cherry on the cake, this comes with an AI, which is basically sitting on your website, which is engaging all your traffic on the website and reducing the marketing cost. And it is also learning from the student interactions, which is basically every time the student is interacting with your agents, this particular AI gets more better. So these are the few organizations who are already using our systems here in UAE. So we can have more detailed chat one-on-one. We are here available in the booth 22. So looking forward to meeting you guys. Thank you.
Wow, I didn't realize I'm so short. I had to really bring that back down here. Okay, and now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage our team member to present Mr. Rifat Ibrahim with a token of appreciation. All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and delight to present our next keynote speaker here to educate us all about how student mobility, cross-border partnership, and global blend partitioning are redefining how universities attract and support international learners. It is my absolute delight to introduce Sadef Amreen, the manager at International Admissions of Jain Deemed to be University from Bangalore, India. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Thank you. This one.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and distinguished guests. It's a great pleasure to be here and represent Jain Deemed to be University that stands for excellence, innovation, and holistic development, but also stands as a space where futures are shaped. Jain Deemed to be University is located in Bangalore, which is known as the Silicon Valley of India and a cerebral destination. At Jain University, we have diverse students from 81,000 students, and where we have 6,000 plus NRI students. Also, we have students from 54 plus countries, where it's truly multicultural and cosmopolitan campus environment. Jain University is founded by Dr. Chainraj Royton, a visionary educationist and an entrepreneur. His vision for excellence and academic development has contributed significantly towards the university's outcome and strengths. To briefly talk about Jain University, as I previously mentioned that it's located in Bangalore, it's known as an IT hub and the Garden City of India. Jain University, I'll briefly explain you about the ranking and recognition. Jain University is a NAC A++ accredited university with an NIRF ranking of 62nd. And we are also awarded as a graded autonomy category 1 by University Grant Commission. And university was also awarded as a high performer partnered institution by Study in India, which is initiative by the government, by the Ministry of Education. These rankings and recognition reflects the academic excellence and industry-aligned curriculum and strong students' outcome. To talk about the program that the university offers, university offers 88 undergraduate programs, 55 postgraduate programs, and 32 doctorate programs, and spread across 25 academic departments, which basically is a blend of academic foundations and the real-world application. One of the strongest virtue of Jain University is that 60% of the programs are aligned with the emerging trends and technologies where students are industry ready. And the vision of the university is to foster human development through excellence in quality education, research, and entrepreneurship development. This university is located in the various parts of Bangalore. We have University in Kochi campus, School of Sciences, School of Commerce, School of Computer Science and Information Technology, School of Engineering and Technology, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, School of Design, Media and Creative Art, School of Law, School of Allied Healthcare and Sciences, School of Management Studies, CMS Business School, School of Aerospace Engineering, School of Aviation and Aerospace Management, and School of Sports Science and Research. And the university is accredited and aligned with various global qualifications such as ACCA, CPA, CIMA, CMA, CIPS, CISI, Institution of Analytics, Royal Statistical Society, Institution of Hospitality, Chartered Institute of Marketing, BACP, and other international organizations. So we have various research centers. We have Fire and Combustion Research Center, Center for Research in Aerospace Engineering, Center for Nano and Material Sciences, Center for Research in Social Sciences and Education, Center for Research in Ancient History and Culture, Center for Research in Pure and Applied Sciences, Center for Urban Ecology, Biodiversity, Evolution, and Climate Change, Center for Research in Functional Materials. So Jain University has been honored with prestigious national awards, including the Rashtriya Khel Protsahat Puraskar by the President of India, Dr. Draupadi Murmu. We have also been awarded the Sports Star Ace Award for Best University and the Khelo India University Games Championship. These recognition reflects the strong commitments to sports excellence and holistic students' development. And it takes pride for the university to introduce our alumni. So we have Pankaj Advani, multiple-time world champion in Khel Ratna and Padma Shri Award. Rohan Bopana, international tennis star and Olympian. KL Rahul, Indian cricket player. We have Kriti Kirbanda, who's an Indian Bollywood actress, and the rest. To conclude, Jain University is a reflection of the city it belongs to, innovation, inclusive, and globally connected. By combining academic excellence, future-focused learning, research-driven growth, and holistic development, the university continue to shape the leaders who are prepared for the world, not just the workspace. Thank you.
I'd like to now welcome on stage Mr. Muhammad Iqbal from our team to give Ms. Sadiq Amreen a token of appreciation. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor and delight to welcome our next keynote speaker. On stage, it is a delight to welcome Mr. Apreet Bhattacharya, the founder and CEO of Academia by Serosoft, an America and India-based company. It is all about it's globally recognized for delivering comprehensive education ERP solutions that support accreditation, automation, academic governance, and data-driven institutional management. Please welcome Mr. Apreet on stage with a massive round of applause.
Thanks for the energy. Marhaba, Dubai. When I look at the UAE, I don't look at a country that talks about the future. I look at a country that designs the future. And I'm very happy to be amongst all of you to talk about a future-ready approach to AI-driven student information management and digital transformation. So I'm Arpit. I'm the founder and CEO at Academia by Serosoft. Nelson Mandela had said that education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. At Academia by Serosoft, we have taken the definition further. We said technology is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world of education. And in the last 3 years, I can say that AI is the most powerful weapon that can be used to change technology in education. So we are going one level deeper in every 3 years. What are some of the trends? And I think a lot of it may have been talked, so I would not repeat, but some key numbers here are AI market expected to reach 2.3 billion by 2027. AI in education is a multi-billion-dollar opportunity growing at a 35% CAGR, and less than 25% of the universities feel that they are AI ready right now. So it's a good time for us to kind of talk about this subject and go forward. So why does AI matter today? And I think AI is transforming all of core higher ed ERP functions, right from personalized experiences, administrative efficiency, smart processes, and leadership decision making, right? Can I get a hand mic? That might be better.
Mic check.
Yeah, so across these frameworks, it is important that we look at AI. Now, that unpacks into what is the future of higher education reimagined with AI? We can already see personalized student experiences. I heard a lot of speakers talk about it. I think AI enables personalization at hyperscale. That's the first takeaway. Second, administrative efficiency. Look at intelligent course and curriculum planning based on student trends, application screenings, smart processes around finance, anomaly detection, and leadership decision-making through AI-powered dashboards, analytics, and the predictive bit as well. I heard one of the speakers talk about predictive and retrospective, and this is very key when we are analyzing data. So in sum, AI amplifies institutional excellence. We say that human empathy, when combined with artificial intelligence, results in institutional excellence at scale. So the real question in the room is, well, it's not whether AI will transform higher education, but whether institutions will lead the change or be led by it, right? And the forward-looking, future-ready, proactive institutions will grab it by the scruff and take it forward. And I'll also showcase some scenarios how. So I'm not going to just talk principle and theory today, but I'm also here as an industry practitioner to show how you can utilize AI. So the first thing, and this pertains to my business, is student information system. I believe for institutions to be AI-led, the student information system has to be the AI backbone of the institution. And how does that happen? The SIS has to be cloud native and API first in order to integrate with other systems, have unified student lifecycle data, support embedded AI, just not bolt-ons, which some solutions do, and respect data privacy, explainability, and governance. I think that topic has also been discussed across forums today. So, as I said, I'm going to show and tell today, and we've talked about the principles. We do believe that an AI-powered SIS is at the center of being an AI-led institution. And these are some of the use cases, from agentic AI to dashboards to personalized student services agents. How does it work? So with Academia by Serasoft, we are looking at AI-driven analytics, Sarah, which is an AI personal assistant, AI-enabled assignment generation, and agentic AI to simplify certain repeat processes that exist in your institution today. First one is analytics. What is the need of the hour? For leadership, the need of the hour is real-time insights for quick decision-making. What is the reality today? Leadership lacks that real-time visibility. And why is that? Because data is trapped in silos, manual reporting is leading to delayed decisions, and there is no single source of truth. How do we change it around? We can redefine AI, we can redefine analytics by having AI redefine, shift from reactive to proactive, unifying student and operational data, and establishing a single source of truth. And how? Let's take a look. Can we have the sound, please? Sound, please.
Introducing the AI Analytics Reporting System in Academia. Designed to turn academic data into instant, actionable insights. As soon as you log in, you land on a unified analytics workspace powered by AI. At the center of the screen is the prompt bar, your starting point to ask questions. Related to inquiries, applications, students, and institutional performance. You'll find smart prompt suggestions on the platform. You can directly select a prompt, drag and drop it to the search bar, or combine multiple inputs to get exactly the insight you need. The platform processes your query, analyzing data from across the institution and instantly generates insightful graphical reports. Now let's look at a student-specific query. Using the prompt bar, I can ask for detailed information
So
about
the
an
question there
individual
is,
student.
which course is the student Graham
The
Bell
AI
enrolled in?
instantly
And then
retrieves the
this
student's
is
profile
using
and
natural
displays
language
the program
processing
and courses
and then
the
coming
student
back
is
with
currently enrolled
analytics
in.
in real time to
Here,
give
we
you
can see
all
the
the
marks
required
scored by the
actionable
student in
information
each
at your
enrolled
desk.
course as per the
And
user's
this is a
next
global
query.
first, we believe.
Now that we've seen how
We are
insights
the
can be
first company
generated through
in the world to
individual
launch
queries,
at this scale right
let's
now,
switch to the dashboard
combined
view.
with data as well as
The dashboard
analytics and
brings together
charts,
all
which can really help
AI-generated
in decision
reports
making
in
for
one
you.
consolidated view. With
So these are the
various
visualized
graphs,
formats
including
that you can
bar,
utilize,
line, pie charts,
and then
many more.
play it for your management reporting, decision making, predictive analytics, and so on and so forth.
Interactive visual
So
dashboards. Introducing the
that's
AI
the
analytics
quick
report.
AI reporting. The second one that we say is we have agents within academia that can support student services at scale. And how does it work? Let's take a quick look.
Introducing Sira, a revolutionary AI-powered voice assistant by Academia ERP. Tired of spending endless hours searching for assignments, fee receipts, and other reports? With Sira, you can access all your information with a simple voice command.
Hey Sira, can you show me my assignments?
With Sira and Academia mobile app, students and parents get to know important activities, pending items. This will improve efficiency across your entire institute. Join the future of academic management with Academia ERP.
Then we are also talking of AI-enabled assignment generation, where we use generative AI and a lot of other technologies built into this. For the want of time, I'll skip this part for now. And then also one of the key features is AI-driven exam result analysis, again, to personalize analysis at scale. And this is where we believe that personalized student life cycle management is only possible with the advent of AI, which we are utilizing with academia. And then finally, I'd like to close with this one, where again, we are probably one of the first companies in the world to have launched an agent to help students register using academia.
Sarasoft.
And take a look at
Introducing
this.
the Agentic AI Enroll Bot, designed to make student enrollment seamless. Let's see how it works. Students can now enroll themselves into periods and courses simply by chatting with the AI system. At the same time, these updates are reflected instantly on the administrator and student portal. The student opens the AI assistant and types that he wants to be enrolled into the courses. Since the registration end date has already passed, the system informs it to the student. Let's change the student registration end date. From the admin portal, the student again asks for course enrollment, and the system asks the student to register for the period first.
So as you can see, just by
At the
interacting with
student's
the
request,
agent,
they
the
have
student is
successfully
able to
been enrolled
register
into
for
the
their
period.
courses while sitting at their home or wherever they are, anytime, anywhere. So in short, the impact of academia's AI is moving from a traditional SIS to a modern SIS. We go from record keeping to real-time intelligence, from static reports to predictive analytics, from data silos to connected ecosystems, from manual tasks to AI-driven efficiency, and from student queries to intelligent chatbots. That is what 21st century is looking like. All the leaders in the room, and I'm sure you're taking cognizance and already building towards it. This is what we cover with academia. Just the last couple of slides, we pretty much cover the entire gamut of the student life cycle, right from the time they inquire to the time they become an alumnus and thereafter. So this is quite comprehensive in its footprint, and we are trusted by about 400 plus leading institutions across 32 countries. So one of the most globalized SIS in the world right now. If you find this interesting, please meet us at booth number 25 right outside this hall, and we'd be happy to chat and help you champion an era of digital excellence at your institution. So AI-led digital transformation turns institutions from reactive to predictive, student-centric enterprises is our big takeaway. Together, let's build future-ready campuses with academia. Happy to chat. Thank you for your time today. I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, we'll go to the next step. All right, I get a shake of the head, so I have to be kind of closing my session, but thank you again for your patient listening. Okay, all right.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our team members on stage to give Mr. Arpit his token of appreciation. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our next panel discussion, all about universities on the global stage, shaping leadership, driving innovation, and advancing global collaboration. And here we have a global galaxy of brilliant minds with us to dissect this topic and shed some interesting insight. Please join me in welcoming our presenters on stage, where they'll have a conversation examining how universities can strengthen global positioning while remaining locally relevant. Global rankings, as you know, are no longer the only measure of excellence. Institutional resilience, research impact, and of course, industry integration are equally critical. Please welcome on stage our moderator. First of all, Mr. M. Balasubramanian, founder and chairman of IIT Tricity. He is the deputy chairman at MOE and AICTE Investor Committee and CEO at Stratinfinity Inc. Joining him, we have Professor William Cornwell, the provost at American University in the Emirates, Dubai, UAE. Put your hands together. Joining them, we have Hani Asfour, the Vice President of Innovation and Institutional Partnership at the Dubai Institute of Design and Innovation, Dubai, UAE. Joining them, we have Dr. Linus Jesu Martin, the Dean at the Faculty of Engineering and Technology at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, deemed to be University, India. Joining them as well, we have Ankur Gill, the Director of Operations at Swami Vinkanand Institute of Engineering and Technology in India. Along with Liliana Smith, the Director General for International Affairs at Ludovika University of Public Services in Hungary. Along with, last but certainly not least, Dr. Thaddeus Belay, the founder of US Africa Institute from the United States. And with that, you could take it away, Mr. M. Balasubramanian. We have our mics here, please. It doesn't work.
Dear panelists, please be seated. Hello. 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 No. All right, thank you. Very good evening, everyone. Hello, yeah. All right, so let me have a quick context. We have a brilliant panel, phenomenal topic, much needed for the hour. So let me set a few contexts very quickly so that this panel will be very interesting and we have brilliant speakers, as I said. I'm going to touch upon 5 pillars for this panel discussion, right? So universities as engine of global leadership. What I mean by that today, my dear friends, today, globally, the World Economic Forum has mentioned that 65% of the students entering into higher education discipline today will not work in the roles for which they're getting educated. So the shift is totally changing, right? Placing a premium on adaptability, leadership, problem solving is a big question mark. Number 2, innovation ecosystem from research output to societal impact. 80% of the global organization does a lot of researches. Startup ecosystem, innovation ecosystem is phenomenal, but the UNESCO reports only 15 to 20% of such research is really getting commercialized. That's the second pillar I want to touch upon. The third thing, rethinking global collaboration beyond symbolic partnership. In an international collaboration, we've been talking about international collaboration between universities, between curriculum, but the evidence says that European Association for International Education said that only 70% of the institution that does MOU is not really making an impact. It's just a paper MOU. The reality is not getting. So the collaboration, outcome-driven collaboration, joint degrees, co-fund, a lot of things are there, but it remains in paper. The fourth pillar I would like to touch upon, universities as global talent advantage, whereas universities play a very critical role, probably about 40 billion annually contribution for the international students in the US, about 70 billion, 30 billion euro for the UK and Europe side. Even 1.5 million students every year get annually educated in India and engineering institution. But actually, do we really build the talent industry academia bridge is always been a question mark. Last but not the least, the fifth pillar, the next decade, designing the global university for the future. I think that's one of the reasons why we are all here today. The insights from OECD and McKinsey and World Economic Forum says that globally competitive universities, interdisciplinary education by design, lifelong learning, micro-credentials, stronger incentives of faculty innovation, all these agenda, all these pillars drive a very critical agenda, but are we really ready to embrace this change? These are the 5 pillars I'm putting forward, and I'm going to begin a beautiful panel with an introduction for 30 seconds quickly, starting from Professor Dr. Thaddeus. We'll go from the left to right, introducing them about you and your institution for 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thaddeus Balai. I am the founder of US African Institute. We are based in Los Angeles, California. It was established at the University of Southern California when I was a doctoral student, and ever since the organization has been growing in terms of advancing the rights of international students in US universities and colleges, and then also promoting university collaboration and partnerships between US higher education institutions and African institutions. That's what I've been doing over the last, I would say, 5 or 6 years. It has been successful in terms of engaging different stakeholders, including the US Department of State and a number of universities in Texas, in California, and Washington, D.C. area, and also with our exchange programs with African nations and African universities. It has been very successful. But most recently, because of the new administration, I'll come to that point later. So that's what we're doing in terms of the US African Institute, and I'm very grateful to be here today with our esteemed panelists and with a lot of experience. And also, I just want to say thank you to the Learning Matters, educational group for sponsoring us and then for doing a lot of things for our community in the United States. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thaddeus. I will go to Lilia Axby.
Thank you very much. My name is Lilia Ashmir, and I have the honor of serving at the Ludovica University of Public Service in Hungary, in Budapest. I am responsible there for the public diplomacy of the university. I would say that our institution is very extraordinary institutions because we are not only training the public servants, we are not only training the future public administrators of the country, but we are also training military officers, and we are the only institution that actually can do it. We're also training policemen. We're also responsible for the teachers training and the training dedicated to those who are dealing with water, energy transition, security, and all of the topics connected to the sustainable development. Our institution is, I would say, quite rare because you will not find one university that would be training so many different topics on under one rooftop. But this was the idea. We're a state university, and this was the idea behind establishing it in such a form, so that we are answering all of the challenges of the future, and that all of those who then will be serving the state can naturally and from the very beginning learn how to work with each other, because then at the end they will be serving the state and they will be working with different ministries. So we are trying to provide them with the training that will allow them to, well, solve the challenges of the future in an easier and more effective way.
Thank you. Ankur?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon, everyone. And I would request to all of you, kindly clap for yourself first. We'll start after that, because you are a great listener, and listening need a lots of power. You are listening the panelists, the keynote speakers since morning. So clap for you once, and then we'll proceed further. So I am Ankur Gill, and I am the heading as a Director of Operations at Swami Vivekanand Group of Institution, the city beautiful Chandigarh, India. And this is the institution of emotions, because as name indicate by the Swami Vivekananda, who is the role model for all the world, how should be our youth, how they should think, how they should live. And this institution is working very closely to build the character, to create the global leadership, and the responsible person towards society. So that's the introduction about me. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linus Martin, Dean of College of Engineering, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. So as an institute, we started in the year 1985, and it was upgraded as a deemed university in the year 2003. It's a multidisciplinary university with 5 campuses all over India, with a student population of more than 60,000. Thank you.
Very interesting to come right after you, Linus, because we're a small university. We are 120 students. We are in Dubai. We founded the university 8 years ago under the auspices of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed. And the idea was how to increase innovation thinking in the Emirates. And so this has been our mission. We're called the Dubai Institute of Design and Innovation. We developed the curriculum with MIT, of which I'm a graduate, and with Parsons School of Design in New York. And so we're focused on how do we humanize technology, and our focus today is how can the next generation use AI and humanize it through empathy. We saw in the previous presentation the notion of empathy. So we start with teaching empathy, combine it with critical thinking, and so far we have 91% employability, which is for us beyond our expectations. We're very proud of that achievement, and we are very, very happy to be in Dubai where it's happening. So it's very exciting times.
Thank you, Professor Ali. Over to Professor William.
Thank you all for being here this afternoon. My name is William Cornwell, and I'm provost at the American University in the Emirates. It's about 20 minutes from where we're located right now in Dubai International Academic City, where we have 20, 30 other universities as neighbors. The university is a private university. We have about 2,500 students at the bachelor's, master's, and doctoral level. And we have accreditation through not only the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research here in the UAE, but also through SAC-COC, which is an institutional accreditor in the United States. In addition, we have 8 colleges. So we have colleges of design, education. One really unique one for us in this region as a private university is Security and Global Studies. We have a PhD, in fact, in Security and Global Studies. We have Media and Mass Communication. We have a College of Law, which is unique in being taught in Arabic. Our other programs, except for public relations, are taught in English. And one of the things that the university really has tried to do to be vision, Vision 2031, and longer term visions and strategies as well. We're very open to internationalization. And of course, I know there are many international potential partners here, and I'm happy to talk to everyone about ways to build bridges with other institutions. Thank you.
Professor Williams. Just a short introduction. My name is Bala. I've been in the industry, more a technology leader building software applications globally. I was an MD for Blackboard, which was the world's largest edutech company. And I'm CEO of a company called Strat Infinity that builds global capability centers in India. We call GCCs. And I'm also incidentally appointed as a vice chairman, deputy chairman of Ministry of Education, Investor Committee, and also the founding director, chairman of IIT Sri City, appointed by President of India. So my dear friends, this is going to be a very, very interesting panel. And I'm going to start my first question with Professor Dr. Williams. So my request to all the panel members is going to be, your answers are going to be very short, sweet, not exceeding a minute. Then only we can ask more questions. We can also give some opportunity to the audience to ask some questions. And let me start with Professor Williams. Professor, from a provost experience, right? We've been a provost for American University in the Emirates. How do globally positioned universities in UAE balance between international academic standards with regional relevance and employability and deployability?
Thank you. I should have mentioned my background's in philosophy, so good luck about 1 minute, but I really will try to keep my answer short. So I mentioned that we have dual accreditation in the UAE and in the United States. And also we have 5 or 4 disciplinary accreditations like AACSB for business, ABET for computer science, NASAD for our design programs, ACJMC for the College of Media and Mass Communications. So we are subject to a lot of different requirements, but I don't find those to be in conflict. I actually find them to be mutually reinforcing. I've never faced a problem where I thought, oh, we can't satisfy both accreditors. It generally is just the case that some accreditor ends up raising the floor in an area that the other accreditors were not necessarily at the same level. So every time we get a new accreditation, I find it reinforces the good processes we have and usually forces us to raise the bar in other areas. And I think it's really important for internationalization because it's just so much easier, for instance, if 2 business schools are both AACSB accredited, a partnership is going to be much easier to develop. So for us, we found no conflict in this at all.
That's really helpful. I'll move on to Professor Dr. Hani. See, again, someone was mentioning Dubai is the country of design, right? So, and you come from Innovation Institution Council for Dubai Institute of Design, right? So how does a design-led innovation that change the way for the university that prepare the students for leadership in very complex real-world environments? So today, the biggest challenge someone faces, the student is ready, probably from the institution perspective, from a language perspective, from a technology perspective, but the industry says, hey, he's not meeting up to the standard. So where do you think that design is going to help you?
Design, I mean, when we think of design, it's very important not to think of it as the mainstream understanding of design, which is making things pretty. right? And this is a challenge we always feel. For us, design is complex problem solving with critical thinking and creativity, or I call it engineering with a heart. And what I mean by that is that we are using engineering methods. We're using the left side of the brain as well as firing on the right side of the brain at the same time. So we're solving problems by looking at the viability and the feasibility, which is the general way of looking at them. At the same time, we're adding desirability. How is this improving human life? Why are people desiring this solution rather than coming up with solutions that society or the community don't want or are not sustainable? So design, in fact, is at the core of many of the solutions that we look at. And I'll end with the example of Apple. Apple, when Steve Jobs came back in 1989, he said, we're going to be design-driven institution. Today is 3.3 trillion, its value, because it's driven by by design and engineering is following. And one can argue that the fall of Boeing that we're seeing today is because they've gone to a business-driven rather than an engineering design-driven business. So we need to have design at the core because that's the only way we can humanize and make solutions desirable and trustworthy.
Phenomenal, Professor. I mean, very, very brilliant answer. I'll move on to Dr. Linus. Of course, I know SRM University since we come from the same city. Professor, I mean, at least I know SRM is one of the first 2-3 universities in India to have global students present in the campus, and especially, and you are a pioneer in engineering education. So how do you see such a large multidisciplinary engineering education as possible, and how do you maintain the quality? Because you come students from different universities, faculties from different universities. How does it make industry relevance? How does a leadership development at scale is possible in your university?
So SRM University, from day one itself, we have followed decentralization as far as faculty leadership itself is concerned. The management generally never interfere with the operations, and this is professionally maintained by academicians. So for example, in the case of SRM, so it was initially led by a professor from IIT. So that culture was gradually given to all the units and the sub-units of the institution. That is one thing where autonomy of academic autonomy is given to all the levels. And another thing is, whenever the students are being trained, we are training them as independent leaders. I can tell you an example. We have hundreds of student teams. Each team is formed in the structure of a small industry, and they are given the leadership and the financial support. So they are mentored by industry as well as academic leaders. So that is another major thing. And our collaboration with the leading industries in the country is very, very prominent. Say, for example, we have, I can tell you a few examples like Volvo, Nokia, Samsung. Like that, you take any big industry, they have a partnership with us. The students are allowed to work with them from the second year onwards, after the basic study is over. So they start acquiring the leadership qualities from the industry personnel, as well as from the academic leaders with whom they are working. And we give total freedom to them from day one. So that makes us unique. And that is the way with which we are operating. As I told you, we have 60,000 plus students. Unless otherwise we decentralize and trust people for an institution of this magnitude, it is very difficult to operate.
Absolutely, well said. In fact, one thing that reminds me today, when the global organization keep coming to different countries for various reasons, one thing they find very important with the students when they hire the fresh students is the leadership skill. So that plays a vital role, and I think the most important responsibility for building the leadership skill is beyond the individual, it is the institution which actually caters. Thank you so much, Dr. Linus. I move on to dear friend Ankur Gill. The interesting thing, see, Professor mentioned the academic autonomy, right? That's very important. While you are coming from a very solid operational background, you're director of operations for a large university. So from an operations standpoint, running the university, what are the biggest challenges, especially in aligning the institutional strategy with global academic benchmarks?
Thank you for this wonderful question. Actually, the biggest challenge in aligning institutional strategy with the global academic benchmarks. There are lots of challenges, but I categorize into three types. And the first is mindset gap from local excellence to the global relevance. Institutions are working on the local excellence, but they are not still looking what is the global relevance of that. And still they operate with a regional mindset, while the global benchmarks demands research output, industry integration, international exposure, and interdisciplinary learning. So solution of this particular parameter is leadership must shift from running colleges or universities to building global ecosystem in their institution. And the second gap which I have identified, that is curriculum versus industry speed. As global benchmark evolve with AI, sustainability, data sciences, entrepreneurship, and experimental learning. But universities revise curriculum most of the universities after 3 to 5 years. But the time curriculum changes in the industry has already changed twice. So this is the very major gap. Solution of it, we need to change our curriculum with the speed of industry. We should introduce, as Dr. Has just talked about, live project learning should be there. There should be the industry mentors ecosystem in our campus. There should be innovation labs, startup culture inside the campus. And we are following two best practices in our campus, which is the name of Super 60 and the Unix community. What we have did, we have set up and completely corporate setup in our campus for those particular communities. We gave them the complete corporate environment from day one. We are not working on the skill development only. We are working skill development plus skill implementation at the same time, so that student can learn it for forever, and that skill can be implemented to the market for the problem solving. And the third thing, what I have identified, that is operational silos in the institutional. Most of the universities are working departments, work separately, like placement are working alone, research working alone, academics working in its direction. But global university operates in the integration. Academics plus research plus industry plus innovation plus global partnership. When we integrated all these departments in a chain, then only we can solve this problem. So I think this is the
Thank you, Ankur.
Yeah,
I'll move on
thank
to Liliang. She comes from Hungary, Director General of International Affairs for Duke University. The question to you, Liliang, is how can universities contribute more strategically to global leadership in public service? Because you come from the background, governance, policy making. How do you think the universities can contribute more?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, at the Ludovica University of Public Service, we see universities not just as the observers of the governance, but rather as the institutional partners of the state. And we also place very strong emphasis, and that's what we're also trying to teach our students, what sovereignty, what credibility of the public institutions, ethics, what are these values, and we place it as one of the most important ones. Apart from actually training our own public servants, what we started doing since some time, we're also contributing to the foreign public servants. So we're training them in collaboration with our partners. And I believe that should be one of the key contributions to what you have just mentioned. Recently, we had hosted a training for the public servants from Uzbekistan, for example. At our university, we have a great expertise in water diplomacy. So we are trying to find those partners who are either lacking or they are keen on learning more. And then we are contributing with our knowledge and our expertise. And same with reverse. If we're lacking certain expertise, we're more than happy to learn from the others. And I believe that should be something that should be treated as a regular basis for those who are training public servants. Another very good example, what we are also doing, we're hosting different kind of panel discussions, summits. We're hosting every year a huge festival where students from all around Europe are coming to us, and we're hosting for them 3 days, a very intensive festival where they are meeting either former diplomats, current diplomats, politicians, and they are getting the very first possibility to learn from the real experts and those who actually experienced certain situations in the future, in the past. So what we're doing, we're trying to give them not just the theory, but the real experience and the real knowledge from those who actually experienced it as their own. And I believe that's our role. Of course, theory is one part, but I believe the practice is much more important in our case.
So well said. I think this again tied up to the leadership. When the students start getting in the service, working with the government, working with the public, contributing their various services to the welfare of the ecosystem, that actually builds the leadership. That's well said. I move on to Dr. Thaddeus. Thaddeus, I mean, you represent US Africa Institute, right? And I'm sure not just Africa, most of the universities across the globe would love to have partnership with US universities, right? And most of the US universities come in top 10 or so. So how are the US universities are prioritizing how to build a partnership with other universities? You would have come across various examples. Maybe you can share your perspectives. How the universities would love to partner with US universities. How do they prioritize it?
Look, we have the best universities in the world. And if you look at our universities in the U.S., higher education institutions, colleges or universities, they are true center of excellence, like in science, in technology, music, art. Like so we're very much take a lot of pride in the achievement of our universities. So when the U.S. universities or colleges look into global partnerships, they have different criteria, right? So one of the criteria is making sure that they have a strategic alignment, right? So like the mission of because these partnerships should be mutually beneficial. It's not just one side benefiting the U.S. universities and colleges, but also our partner universities and colleges and overseas. So making sure that they have a common agenda, the common strategic mission. It could be in teaching or research or even student mobility. And the other criteria is a commitment. Commitment could be funding, right? And making sure that they have the right infrastructure to be able to implement these strategic partnerships between the U.S. universities and foreign institutions, right? And also reputation. Are they, do they have the prestige? Because if you look at our universities and colleges, we have the best universities. I mean, in the world, look at our universities. Not only the top 10 or the top 50 university, but across all the states, we have really amazing universities and institutions who are very much committed in advancing global partnership, advancing human rights, and promoting peace and supporting student mobility not only in the United States but also across the globe. And that's why we have very much a lot of successful partnership programs, not only with European countries or some Asian countries, but also here in the Middle East. And if you look at, for instance, in Qatar, we have a lot of U.S. institutions in Qatar, for instance. We have the education city in Qatar. We have so many U.S. universities. The reason why we have those universities is because of the our institutions commitment for development, for science and technology, for equality, and then and resource and finance is also another commitment or another criteria. Making sure that the partner or potential partners have financial and resource commitment to be able to address or to be able to implement their partnerships. And the other one is, I think, legal criteria. I know what's going on right now in the United States, a lot of restrictions with our current administration, but making sure that the two institutions have legal framework to be able to advance their strategic missions. I think those are some of the criteria. But if you look at the type of partnerships the U.S. institutions are looking for instance, they're very much interested in research or teaching or faculty and exchange programs, or even student mobility. We send a lot of our students overseas for study of our programs, right? So those are the type of partnerships the U.S. universities and colleges are looking for. And then we have, of course, so many successful stories. And I was talking about in the education city in Qatar. We have a lot of U.S. top universities, and then because, and again, U.S. universities and higher education institutions, they believe in partnership, in collaboration. It's not just one way, but mutual collaboration and partnership opportunity, which is very much beneficial to both countries and both institutions.
Thank you, Dr. Redis. That was very helpful. I would like to continue your answer asking a question to Professor Williams. He talked about how the universities leverage the partnership. But according to you, Professor, what governance and leadership that you think it's important for such a transnational educational partnership will be sustainable?
Well, some of what I'm going to say I think is very obvious, but somehow these obvious points can get lost when institutions begin this process, and sometimes the process takes on a life of its own, and institutions don't necessarily check what they're doing as they proceed down a road of a partnership. So first of all, the credibility of the partners is critical, right? I mean, if you have a partner who is not going to uphold the standards that you expect academically, who's not going to be assisting students with transfer mobility issues, who's suffering resource problems, so even if they're acting in goodwill, they can't follow through with their promises, then that partnership's not going to work. So you really need to do due diligence for the credibility and quality of your partner. Then secondly, they need to be motivated. Partnerships fail when an MOU replaces a good governance structure and a will to implement it. And the thing is that some institutions, and I'm not exempting myself from this, it's easy to sign these partnership agreements. It's easy to sit down and have a nice chat and share templates for partnerships and sign them and then hope, based on goodwill, that they will just become self-executing. But the signing of that is usually the easy part. It's the implementation that's really the hard part. So universities need to be strategic about this. They shouldn't just be signing these agreements willy-nilly. They should focus on a smaller number that they're really invested in making these successful. That at the time of signing, they have a credible strategic plan on both sides for how it will be implemented in a way that's helpful for both sides. And it requires a combination of, at the top level, you really need like a president to president or provost to provost connection and support to ensure that the institution at the highest levels is committed to it and will continue to push it forward. But in a more of a daily level, you need some sort of team on both sides that has the authority to make some important decisions about faculty credentials, curricular decisions. And then you also need a sort of quality assurance team to be monitoring what's going on to ensure that both sides are honoring their agreements and that the quality that's expected is being delivered on all sides. You need to think about dispute resolutions. It's very helpful to make sure that that's in your initial agreements. You hope something like this never goes to court, but you don't you want to have, if possible, a whole series of dispute resolution steps before it ends up in arbitration or court or something of that sort. And then I think finally, for these things to work, it really does help if you've ensured that you are sharing a common vision. And going back to the first comment I made, for instance, if you do share already certain types of accreditation, like our computer science having ABET accreditation, if we're partnering with a school that has ABET accreditation for the same program, we already know we have a lot in common. We already know that we're looking in a lot of the same areas for curriculum and quality assurance, and that's just going to make the partnership much easier to execute. So that would be my relatively short answer to your question.
Well said, Professor. Phenomenally answered. So again, I will continue that as another point to ask you a question. So we talked about the partnership between the universities, between the industry and academia. If someone wants to build a partnership, long-term partnership, a trusted partnership, what are the best practices you have seen, Professor Rani?
Well, it's important to focus on the triple helix. So whenever we enter into any agreement with external partnerships, we want to make sure that we're contributing to the governmental sector as well, which is serving the community, especially in Dubai. So what we look for, as Dr. Williams said, we need to make sure that we are like-minded, that we have the same vision, and that they are as interested in the things that we are interested in, and we focus on that. As you can imagine, we get a lot of requests, but we've learned to become very, very selective, which we weren't in the beginning because we were new. But now we're becoming selective, and what we look for is companies that have an outlook towards the environment and looking to the community, which we call the quintuple helix. So triple helix, then the community, then the sustainability aspect. So if these are checked, we are interested, and if they are sincerely interested in sharing the IP, this is very important. So we don't become servant to them, but we become contributors to the greater good.
Well said. Professor Linnaeus, again, you need to, see, even we have structured this panel discussion, the flow of the question and answer is actually getting interlinked. From what Professor Dr. Ani has said, I'm going to ask you, Linnaeus, the industry, today the buzzword is AI. AI and sustainability and technology and so on and so forth. Where do you think the engineering education is shifting from employability to deployability, employability to innovation, right? Where do you think the engineering education is shifting? 10 minutes, yeah, you're going to get done.
So in general, the total perspective has changed. If you take few years before, students and parents will be focusing more on how my son or daughter is going to get placed after graduation. But now the industry perspective is also changed. The mass recruitment has vanished.
Exactly.
Say, for example, for SRM and all, big companies, particularly the IT-based companies, used to recruit 1,500 students in a single lot. Now everything has changed. So the style of educating the children has changed totally. So for example, we have introduced several different ways of making the learning process an active process or an experiential process. So rather we call it as active experiential learning. So this is the method which we are following, and that has given us a lot of output or better results as far as the students are concerned. Say for example, hackathons, the way of study has changed, and hackathons are creditized now. So if a student is participating in a 48-hour hackathon, and if they are one among the top 5, and which was evaluated by an industry of standard, then we give 1 credit to that. So by doing that, if they are earning 3 credits like this, they can get exemption of one of their courses. So that means they save a lot of time. So they'll be involving in more other activities like this. Likewise, we have a directorate of entrepreneurship and innovation that exclusively focuses on the students who are interested in innovative ideas, and we have incubators for them, and we are funding. With the Government of India, we are partners of that, and we are funding hundreds of such innovative concepts, and few of them are now commercially implemented in different industries at different levels. That
Thank
is
you,
the way we
Professor.
are.
I think that's what the point you said. From employability to deployability, it is more than volume hiring, it's a value hiring. It's a purpose hiring, right? Thank you. Move on to Mr. Ankur. Ankur, what are the operational innovation that are most critical for scaling the international partnership? Being an institution that based out of North India, where do you see the international partnership and student mobility programs are emerging in an institution like yours?
When we speak about international partnerships and student mobility, we often think of MOUs, exchange programs, and foreign visits. This is the common perception. But globally, the real question institutions are asking today is, how do we make internalization a system, not an event? Because partnerships do not scale through documents. They scale through operations, structure, and continuity. And the innovations, some practices are there. We can create a dedicated internalization office with clear KPIs. Second is the curriculum designed for the mobility. And the virtual global classroom before physical mobility should be there.
Thank you so much for that insightful answer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I always really believe that women have the most important thing to say. So I'm going to go ahead to Miss Liliana Smith. I want you to close off and conclude this panel, please. I didn't get to hear you a lot in this panel. I was kind of disappointed in that. So could you please actually close off this panel for us and give us sort of a conclusion on this wonderful topic?
Want to lead? Yes.
No. So first of all, I'm not the moderator of the panel discussion, so I don't feel capable of summarizing our panel. And I think you were still speaking, so maybe you could conclude your answer, because I believe that would be professional. Sorry. So.
Conclusion is that we need to work globally with each other. We need to support to each other, because if tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 campuses, when they will join head together, then only we can grow. We can create an impact globally. If education is right, there is no need of any fight in the world. The problem is what we are trying to create. With the era of technology, with the era of AI, we are seeing empathy is missing, mentorship is missing, character building is missing, human values are going out. So we need to work on our basics again, so that we can create a good impact, we can create a good society, we can create a better world where we should not require high-tech weapons.
Wow.
Okay, so I think this is the conclusion from my side.
That's true.
There is no fight when there is the right education to everyone. Thank you.
We need to work on our basics again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for our panelists. And please, let's welcome Mr. Iqbal on stage. Perfect. We have actually Mr. Muhammad Ashif Abbasi. He's joined us to present our panelists with a token of appreciation. Please welcome him on stage with a very warm round of applause. Beginning with Mr. Bala Subramanian, please put your hands together for the founder and chairman of Stratinfinity Inc. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands in a massive round of applause for Professor William Cornwell, the Provost of American University in the Emirates, Dubai, UAE. Up next, please make some noise for Hani Aspour, the Vice President of Innovation and Institutional Partnership at Dubai Institute of Design and Innovation. And of course, Dr. Linus Jisoo Martin, the Dean at the Faculty of Engineering and Technology at the SRM Institute of Science and Technology, deemed to be University, India. Of course, we'd love to put our hands together for Mr. Aknur Gill, the Director of Operations at Swami Institute of Engineering and Technology. Along with Liliana Smith, the Director General for International Affairs of Ludovica University of Public Services in Hungary. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Tadeusz Pillay, the founder of US Africa Institute in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very short 30-minute break where everyone gets to enjoy some coffee and tea and snacks. And we'll be right back for the next panel discussion very, very shortly. Please make sure you're back here at exactly 5:10. Thank you so much. We'll be converging back in the hall at 5:10 p.m. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, after our lunch and networking break, we will be having a panel discussion all about sustainability and purpose, building universities for people, planet, and prosperity. Please make sure you join us exactly at 5:10 so we could begin our upcoming exciting panel. Thank you.
30.
Hello? No, it's a break here.
Check this one. Check this.
Check.
Check this. This one. This, check this one. Check this. This one. Check this. Check this.
Test. Mic test. Test, mic test. Test, mic test. हाँ, check, mic check. Check, mic check.
Podium है, हाँ.
Check, mic, check. Check, mic, check.
Okay, check.
हाँ बैटरी अभी चेंज की
I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed that short break, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all got some time to meet some new people and get to know each other. And now we are back for our fifth panel of the day, all about sustainability and purpose, building universities for people, the planet, and prosperity. From green campuses to ESG frameworks and socially responsible research, universities must align purpose with performance. This session explores how institutions can lead responsibly in a climate conscious world. Please welcome on stage Ms. Anu Kushal, the Director of Training and Communication at Lamron Tech Skills University in Punjab, India. Along with Kanwar Punji, the Pro-Chancellor of Sri Sai Universities at Pradesh, India. Along with Raja Rajan, the Group COO of Alluri Sitrama Raju Academy of Medical Sciences in Pradesh, India. Joining them, we have Muhammad Bamatraf, the Executive Director of Murdoch University, Dubai, UAE. Along with them, we have Teresa Reed, the Director of International Admissions at the Digital Animation and Visual Effects School, an academic unit of NUC University in the United States. And last but not least, Shravan Kadpikar, the director of Bharati deemed to be University in Pune, India. Please put your hands together in a massive, well-deserved round of applause for all of our brilliant panelists. And with that, I hand it off to you. Can we get some mic?
Thank you so much. And audience, certainly, I see so many of them are missing, but unfortunately, many panelists are also missing because I welcome you all now to the concluding panel here. Thank you so much. Maybe before we begin, I'd like to just convey this message very strongly. And that is, we're going to take not more than 35 to 40 minutes. Okay, so just enjoy. It's going to be a very, very crisp conversation, and it's going to be all about education and the soul of education. We've been talking a lot about AI. We've been talking a lot about data, but then I don't know why we haven't spoken about the soul of education, the fundamental of education. And because I belong to, higher education, my first question would be, if you all can just write an answer for yourself and see what, the discussion would be offering, would be close to what you would have written or not. What is the very purpose of a university? We certainly would be talking about how the university education would help, the students, how it would help the society, and definitely how it will help the planet. So we would be focusing on sustainability, and definitely we'll be also talking about prosperity. Another thing, a very important question again, we need to understand, what is education doing? Number one, is it providing the livelihood? Education is helping us, even in NEP 2020, in India, we say from learning to earning. So is education all about employability, or education is about living the life? I think that's the very important question we should begin with. We have also spoken about pedagogy. However, when we talk about higher education, there's another term. I don't know how many of us sitting here as educators are really aware of that particular term. That's andragogy, right? When you're talking about higher education. And there's one more level to that, and that's heutagogy. Have we ever heard about andragogy and heutagogy? So let's explore the soul of education. We'd keep it real simple. We're going to have 2 rounds. That's how this entire, flow would be. The first question to everyone would be the common question, and that would be, could you please tell us more about your university or your institution? How is it actually attaining that sustainability, and how is it helping the students, the people, the planet? So let's begin with Ms. Teresa.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm happy to see you all here. Excited to be here for the first time. I'm with the Dave School. We are a very specific college focused on animation game production and visual effects in Florida. And we happen to be inside a theme park. We're inside the Universal Studios in Orlando. So we do have a lot of aspects of how to integrate our learning environment with an actual business environment, and how to reutilize resources, how to save resources, etc. So in terms of what I think is key for our students and faculty to attain those goals, I would say first, systems thinking, which is the ability to understand and analyze interconnected environmental, social, economic, and technological impacts. We also have to focus on ethical problem solving and innovation, the ability to evaluate trade-offs, to make responsible decisions, act with integrity in those real-world, very complex context, because again, we are an academia inside a business. And it's very enriching for the students to see and feel it before they actually graduate, but there are guardrails and safeguards they need to learn about. And then lastly, community engagement and collaboration, the ability that they will learn to apply knowledge through partnerships. Those partnerships are what create meaningful local and global impact. Partnerships with our industry, companies that are nearby, partnerships with the employees of the theme park, etc. And I have two examples that I can share with you. Very, very, very practical examples. We just had a final project where our students wanted to create a movie about a pirate story. And they created the whole scenario because they do the virtual production, but if they want, they can also do shootings with real actors. And they created a whole room resembling a pirate ship underground. And they went to Universal, and Universal donated several pallets. They built the scenario as if it was the actual ship, painted everything, and those were pieces that were going to be thrown away by Universal Studios. So they ended up being recycled, and now they're part of this very cool project. And then we will recycle them in something else. So that's just an example of resources that they actually thought about. We didn't have to tell them, and they figured that out. And then another thing that happened recently, you guys know in Florida we have hurricanes, and we are not immune in Orlando. So our college has a lot of safeguards for hurricane preparedness, and our mother institution, Northbridge University, is located in Puerto Rico. So a couple of years ago, they were severely hit by a hurricane, and we have a nursing degree. What happened was the students took the initiative to actually offer emergency services to the community. So the nursing school students went as on their own.
Great.
To support the community.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, Ms. Reed. I believe these kind of examples are really empowering. It should give us the action steps that we can take as schools or universities. I'm really excited to come down and see the Dave School. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Reed. And now moving on, I'm sure Mr. Rajan would help us understand about sustainability, the concept of it in the corporate arena maybe. Because your background is different. So if you could just give a small introduction and talk about it, please.
See, I come from a hospital-backed medical college, and we are one of the premier medical college institutions in India. And we're called Alluri Sita Ramaraju Academy of Medical Sciences. We are at Andhra Pradesh. We call it Golden Andhra now. Swarna Andhra is what we call. And at present, India is going through rapid changes. And this can't get better and bigger. We are talking about what's happening there, sitting out here in Dubai. So when it comes to sustainability, there are a lot of things which we do. One thing which we have done is we have brought in many key performance indicators of sustainability into our boardroom. And we start measuring and managing it on a real time, like a war room setup, that which has given us the edge. So for example, our sustainability is not starting with, say, in a biomedical waste segregation. You know, every institution has waste. So whether these wastes are segregated, to basic recycled waste, which could be recycled, waste which cannot be processed immediately but needs composting. So these kind of things forms the background of any institution. In our institution, since we are a hospital also, any medical college has hospital, so we are a hospital also, we look at biomedical waste segregation with utmost importance. But that does not start with compliance level. It starts with every employee, every student, every person in the medical college saying, this is what is safer for us. this is what is safer for our future. So ESG, as one can say, everybody talks about it, but little, less number of people actually practice it. In fact, there are many projects one can do, and which would definitely make a huge difference. For example, one of the projects that which we have taken up with our student ambassadors is, planting more trees. It is said that if one plants 12 trees for 5 years, they will become carbon neutral. So these are all simple day-to-day practices, and especially every college, every institution has enough number of these clubs. So with all this, when we take up these things, it is definitely going to be a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Great, great. Thank you so much. I totally believe in that. You say that it's a very small step, but then how many of us are really doing that? Not as a textbook concept, but then, the students are doing it, taking their own responsibility. I'd like to now move to Mr. Kanwar Tushar. If you could give us a brief intro about yourself, the kind of work you do, and a little bit about sustainability. Because, again, the main thing is I'd like to understand what exactly sustainability means to you. How would you define at your university? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity, I would say. Coming from India, I would say that India has the largest student studying in the higher education sector. And it's close to around 40-50 million students at once. And when we think about that scale, we believe that a lot of big campuses are needed to cater these students. And a lot of resources, a lot of investments are going into making such campuses. But when you think about, as you say, everything has an equal and opposite reaction. If we are going on that scale, we also have to think what comes next. Because just making such big campuses, universities are bound to see what normal people cannot see. This is what I believe. And sustainability is a need of the hour. I think in our domain, all universities should have a net zero target, carbon footprint target, because as big companies have got their targets, I think a lot of countries who are fighting climate change as of today, even they have got some deadlines to do it. But I think our institutes or universities are still making up the councils, sustainable councils, making a plan. That thing has to come down. Maybe it's how clean energy we are using, how much clean water we are using. Are we making sure zero food has been wasted into our residential halls? So I think sustainability is need of the hour, and we as the key decision makers have to make sure every decision we take, we have to think about 3-4 years after that. What comes next? So I think that's the idea, sustainability, what comes next and how to counter would set the tone.
True. Definitely, I think number one would be the responsibility part of it as an educator, or as a pacemaker, as a leader. We need to take this responsibility, but then more than that, look at it as an opportunity, to work towards and to combat that particular challenge. So I certainly would like to now understand from Shravan sir to talk a little bit about your university and your intro, please, and sustainability.
Thank you for having me here. I represent an organization called Bharati Vidyapeeth. We define Bharati Vidyapeeth as India-rooted global university. I know it's the fifth panel discussion of the day. It's tough to sustain a day with so many panel discussions, and that's quite evident. But we'll try and make it as much interesting as possible. In fact, we have already making it more and more example-based. But I represent a group of institutions, about 180 institutions, 200,000 students at any given point of time. University consists of 34 institutions, 8 campuses, and about close to 100,000 students enrolled at any given point of time. We have right from healthcare to social sciences to business to engineering to automation, AI, everything multidisciplinary. Now, like for every global university, every progressive university, for us as well, sustainability is not a cost. It's more of the way we grow. And, all these three fronts, planet, people, and prosperity. So we have been taking some efforts. So maybe I'll just quickly quote some examples. When it comes to people, obviously, we try and make our students gainful engaged after they graduate. We have all programs where we have taken conscious efforts in past 2 to 3 years that every program will have the hard skills, more and more internships embedded, a conscious effort to make every program skills first than the knowledge first. And this is, I know it could be debatable, but we have taken this conscious effort to make it more and more skills first approach. When it comes to planet, of course, we have the programs, the training embedded inside the program. So it becomes a credit course for every student, for every program, so that, it doesn't remain as a slogan and it becomes really a kind of learning about the planet. And of course, the economy or the prosperity front, we have something called business clinic, besides, of course, the clinics that we all are aware of. In business clinic, we try and pick up the problem statements from the local, hyper-local MSMEs and startups. So what it happens is it creates that connect with the society. It creates the connect with the MSMEs also. And students end up becoming kind of consultants in training. They learn while offering the consultancy. So I think these are certain things that help us become sustainable on all these three fronts of planet, people, and prosperity.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Shravan. I'd like to now very quickly hop on to the skills part, as you mentioned, hard skills and soft skills. If I have to ask you, Ms. Reed, about what skills or mindsets, should graduates have or students have so that, they can meaningfully contribute to the sustainable future, better society. If you could just throw some light on that.
I think the most critical is ethical problem solving and innovation. We have to allow our students to be innovative. We have to lead by example. And we have to make them start thinking about what is ethics in this new emerging technology world. So I think that's, to me, the critical aspect of it.
Amazing. I think I would definitely talk about this particular word, ethics, because at Lamron Tech Skills University, what we always say is the world has so many leaders, so we are not raising leaders anymore. We are raising ethically passionate leaders. Before, taking the particular decision, you need to certainly look at the element of ethics also, because the youngsters are very passionate, but sometimes they could get clouded by this passion. So you need to be passionate about it and then again weigh it on the scale of ethics, what you're doing is right or wrong and how it's going to contribute. So I think I'm really proud of my university here when we say that we are raising ethically passionate leaders. So yeah, I think moving on, coming to the another arena, as Mr. Rajan is from. So I'd like to hear and understand from you, how do you look at sustainability? You look at it as a cost, or you look at it as an investment, or maybe as a strategy for, your arena?
See, at Ashram or any other institutions that I've worked, one thing which is the cornerstone is that sustainability is not a cost or an investment. We are not looking for any ROIs in it. In fact, it is the way of life. We have a program called the Ashram Way, where we have imbibed many of these things into our way of life. See, the most important thing is when we look into human habits as well, you have very good books like Atomic Habits, which talks about how do you get the micro habits instilled in people that they will do it. Even when we go back in time with all our organizational behavior, the Pavlov's theory, we always see that how the training can help. So we have made this a belief in our system. See, today, academics or healthcare in the larger perspective, which we both are at an ashram, we are looking, there is a lot of trust deficit. So trust deficit between the student community and the faculty community and the institution, or even between the patient attendants and the doctors and the institution. So how do we bridge all this with the culture of transparency, with the culture of trust, with the culture of ethics? So all this is very, very important to put in a perfect recipe. You know, the very famous chicken tikka masala doesn't happen just like that. You need to have every recipe measured and properly done. So that's why today sustainability is measured in the boardroom. And more importantly, we just not measure it with the three bottom pillars, which is the planet, people, planet, and prosperity. But there is one important thing called process. So the process is where today in this academic summit, one of the things me and my principal sir were talking, we talk so much of technology. Okay. So today we are at the anvil of moving from industry 4.0 to industry 5.0. Now, industry 5.0 talks about co-creation. It brings the focus back on humans along with technology. Industry 4.0 is all about automations. Today, we are talking about, we understand the bias that technology can have. We understand that it cannot be let alone. You know, there are enough web series, say Netflix or other things like a three-body problem, which instills a fear in our mind with the sentient being coming and all this stuff. And there are some predictions also around that by very many biggies. So the important thing here is how do humans and technology coexist in this industry 5.2? And that's where the process comes in. So from the triple pillar bottom for sustainability, we are moving into a new era of quadruple pillar bottom with process as an important pillar, driven not just by technology, but ably supported by people as well. You know, today, even this photographer, from the morning, he's been taking photographs. Technology is there in his hand, but that same technology, if I have, I would not be able to do the thing that he can bring out. So, you know, we have our amazing master of ceremonies bringing in energy. Technology is there, but maybe if some other master of ceremony is there, it would not be. So,
Agree.
process is also important in this, other than people, planet, and prosperity.
So sorry
Thank
to
you.
cut you there, but then we have promised them we're going to really wrap up quick. And then, yes, I agree for the host. I think she's so chirpy, lively, bubbly. So huge round of applause for her once. I think amazing. All right. Very quickly, as we are again talking about, you know, the ethical outcomes. So I'd like to understand from Tushar sir, because he's from the university side, said, how can universities, you know, better capture, other than rankings, numbers, and so many other things, you know, how would you capture these social and ethical outcomes?
Yeah, I think what I believe is that university is no longer just the knowledge provider. They have become a change agent because the students who are studying into the universities would be the global citizens. They can live anywhere in the world now. They can work remotely. They can freelance in anywhere in the world after COVID. So the global citizenship, that mind has to come that wherever they go, they have to be socially right, ethically right. And rankings might miss on a lot of parameters at some point because they cannot include everybody. So I believe that some institutions are working on a lot of things, like they are making small steps but major impact. I believe that how we are enabling our students to think differently is, one is working on value-based education. Right from the orientation day, we are making sure they're planting a tree right there coming in the campus. Each one plant one. Single-use plastic, we are making sure things are happening. And a lot of social community-based projects, we are sending them to the neighborhood to understand their problems, understand the local businesses, even the village level people, rural people, I would say, they also have problems. but they need also solutions. So our students, when they go out, they understand the problems in real time. They come back to the classroom, discuss, and they actually make good solutions. So what I believe is, whatever we are giving to students, the idea is to transform them. And the students will be transformed only through constant reminders. That constant reminders could be as small as maybe 1 credit course for the students. I can just giving an option. Or a community-based project where students go out and learning. Because being in digital era, students don't have time to understand the empathy these days. They are so busy doing work online, and when you take, oh, I'm so tired. When they go out, they learn. I think that's what we are doing at our university, making sure our students go out and get active, and they are actually, with time, I can see our students standing out when different parameters. That's the
True.
I would say that's what I'm
Okay,
looking.
right. I think absolutely I agree to what you said. Again, if I'm trying to teach someone the concept of social innovation or the climate change, I cannot again teach it through some PDFs or the textbook, because I'd like to give an example of my university. We are located at this very beautiful scenic place at the foothills of the Shivalik range, and there's the Satluj River that flows. So the students have taken the responsibility because they really value and understand that this river is nurturing, this entire locality. So do we really understand where is my university? Are they taking the responsibility? The climate or the social innovation is not a textbook concept. The students take the responsibility. They know we need to save this river. Okay, this is Satluj River. This is our river. This has given us every single thing. So again, going back to how we started off by saying education is for livelihood or education is for living life happily. There is one confession that I'd like to make. So many panel discussions we have. We travel so much, but I really feel, are we really bringing in the change as educators or being part of this arena? We are empowered. We have so many young minds who can be transformed, but then still we see war, conflicts, and so many other things. My dream and my hope is that one day education would definitely make this world a better place to live. With that, just one final question to Shravan sir. I certainly would like to understand from you something about the social innovation and the climate change, and then we're going to conclude.
Yeah, okay. So I think encore to all of them, because they have more or less covered the points that will help answer this point. But talking about universities' role and social innovation, probably universities cannot have sustainability on prosperity front, on the planet front, on the people front, work in silos. You have to have all these things going together. People, of course, you have to make your students future ready. I'm sure you would know there is something called half-life. Those who have physics radioactive element background, half-life of radioactive element, like how much time before that element becomes half useful, half intense. So half-life of any skill today in the world is 3 years. So when we are talking about making students future ready, we have to also make sure that teachers are also kind of getting coached and mentored and trained so that they know like what's coming next in the future in the process of making students future ready. And again, I mean, probably making or training students, training with responsibility, training with agency, as they call it, so that they take up the responsibility and become responsible for the outcomes. Like more and more, they become responsible for the outcomes early in their lives. They fail early in their lives. I think that is how we are going to make students more responsible. And then we would be taking care of sustainability on all these fronts of planet prosperity and people like this. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. I think a round of applause for us for making it so crisp. And I hope that you all have at least one or two items on your to-do list or as an action step. So maybe I'll not ask any questions to the audience, but then if you would like to share one or two pointers that you have written down as an action item after listening to this conversation, I think that'll be amazing if anyone would like to share that.
We're checking sustainability in action. What's the one thing that you're going to do on Monday morning when you get back to your institutions? Hoping this is going to be a long weekend for all of us. Yeah.
Oops. Okay.
So, are you a sustainability champion for your organization? Would you like to become one? So, what's the one thing that you're going to do?
Actually, my field is in construction, not in education, and we take sustainability very seriously. Recently, we're working in a project in Lyon, Saudi Arabia. Where sustainability is one of the major aspects that we need to take care of in order to proceed with the project. Rather than that, we cannot do anything. So we have a department for sustainability that take all the aspects of the ground, the soil, the air, everything, even the human beings, and how can we go further, still exist, and still move forward.
Great, great. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Does anyone have any plans for sustainability coming up in their organization?
Yeah, actually, in United States, we are focusing more on rethinking assessment. So basically, me as a researcher, I'm doing some designing some rubrics that can help educators to rethink assessment by focusing on critical thinking. So I think it's very important nowadays. I think it's the most issue. So let's figure out how we can assess. What do we need to assess? It's no more quizzes. It's no more like just writing. I think it's more project-based learning. It's more maybe more videos to be recorded and speak up. It's more peer feedback. It's more evidence-based learning. So let's see. Teamwork.
Great. Thank you so much to each and every one of you. Also, a big thank you.
And with that, we come to the end of our panel. But before we start our next keynote, please invite on stage one of our team members to give out our appreciation tokens to all of our panelists. And please put your hands together in a very well-deserved round of applause for that sensational panel. Sustainability is very, very important, especially in the education sector. I think this is where we can truly make a difference. So I hope you all have taken something very special away from this panel. We'll go ahead and distribute our appreciation tokens. Please, I think it was one of the members here that was supposed to join us to give the appreciation token. Iqbal, you'll join us on stage. Everyone, put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Iqbal.
Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Yeah, it's working. Super. Please.
More good here like this, let's try. Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving on to our last keynote speech of the day before our award ceremony. But before that, I'd like to share something very, very special with you. We've taken a lot of pictures of all of you here today to commemorate this special summit and occasion. We'll be sharing this QR code. Everyone with a phone on you, please scan the QR code. Through this QR code, once you scan your face, you'll be able to go to a gallery with all of the photos that have been taken of you here today in the summit. So everyone, we'll give you some time to scan the QR code so you could get all the photos. We'll give you about 2 minutes. Scan your faces, and then you'll be connected to a gallery automatically where all your photos in the event will be included. All right. Okay. We're all good? We all got it? Yeah, wonderful. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, we have the launching of a book all known about AI, the Reverse Gold Rush. This book was authored by Dr. Sudhakar Rao. He is the director at the ICFAI Group. In his thought-provoking work, Dr. Rao explores AI not merely as a technological wave, but as a transformative force that demands strategic thinking, ethical grounding, and institutional preparedness. Ladies and gentlemen, this launch really marks an important contribution to the ongoing dialogue around AI in education, governance, and leadership. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Sudhakar Rao. Take it away.
At the end of every session, it looked like it's an award ceremony. Give a big round of applause to the anchor. Very good evening to all of you. Happy to be here. We are going to talk about AI. Don't you think we should be in the forefront of this revolution? And therefore, some of you, if you can come forward, it will encourage and motivate all of us. If you can. Yeah. So, we are going to talk about this book, The AI Reverse Gold Rush. How many of you know about Gold Rush? The original Gold Rush? Tentatively? Yes. The original gold rush is that people rush for digging gold in the mines, and the people who made money are those who made those shovels. So selling shovels and shelling tents and shelling the equipment, they made a lot of money, and that is the characteristic feature of the gold rush of 1850s. Whereas here we are talking about AI, which is a reverse gold rush. The infrastructure is already built, but the yield is not coming. The beneficiaries are those individuals who are using the tools. Therefore, it is called the reverse gold rush in brief. Okay. This is my co-author who could not be here. His name is Hari, and the rest is history. He is always in a hurry, and we were actually writing some other book, and in between, he got a brainwave, and then we sat together and said, we will write this book first and we'll release the original book a little later. Okay, this is the story about that. We used to write one chapter and fight for more than 4 days, but on average, it is 4 days in between every chapter that we used to fight. Fights are good, fights are healthy. If fights can produce books like this, it's very interesting. So I will take you through each and every chapter, but I will not read. It is there to be registered at the back of your mind. Everyone says it is almost a bubble. from Jeff Bezos to Sam Altman. Everyone says it's a, but the issue is not about whether it is bubble or not. We have identified three interesting phenomenon or three interesting patterns in the AI landscape. This book is an economic narrative on the evolving landscape of AI. And therefore, we are saying that every tech cycle has had a gap before it resulted in huge benefits or in terms of ROI. For example, when the fiber optic cables were laid in the late 90s or 2000s, there was a huge gap. The investors did not get the yield, and companies like WorldCom have gone bust, and their CEO was sent to jail as well for fraud. The enterprises who are supposed to use those cable, use the bandwidth, did not use it in the right time. Therefore, the gap of 8 years created a large number of what you call naysayers, skeptics, so on and so forth. So industry suffered quite a bit. So tech cycles are like that. AI cycle is also like that. A large amounts of money have gone into building AI, but the results are not shown. Even 90-95% of deployment money that has gone into it has not resulted in P&L for various organizations. So that's the worry there. As I said, mines were built first. In this case, a lot of investment has already gone, and we are yet to see what it is going to sell. The VCs, they thought they were selling pickaxes, the shovels, but actually they built the mines. Large amounts of money has gone into it. 560 billion approximately, the number would have gone up now. 35.6 billion only revenue generated. Look at the gap. There's a yawning gap, and a gap that we all have to worry about. So that's the principal argument of this book. And it is based on evidence, based on research reports from MIT Nanda and up to Wharton, which is released of late. So that's the problem for us. The same tools are used by individuals for $20 per month, and they are able to show better results. When the results are better, the individuals seem to be harvesting much better than the enterprises. So you're getting the gist of it. I'm going slow here. People who have failed are big organizations, including McDonald's, including Amazon, including IBM. Everyone has failed in this. Maybe it is a trying times. It is the initial times that they failed for. But then the time it takes to actually fructify and mature, during that time, there'll be a lot of chaos, and the investors are going to actually go awry. So that's the problem we have here also. The structural bottlenecks. Organizations are wired in a very different way, and therefore their agility is always an issue. Vis-a-vis an individual entrepreneur who can actually cut through all these bottlenecks, and there are no bottlenecks at all. So that's the difference, and therefore it is taking more time to yield. And when it is taking more time to yield, the hell is breaking loose. 90% of employees using personal AI tools without permission in the organization, which is shadow AI, and 5% of enterprise AI initiatives succeed. See, 5% is the problem that is actually glaring at us. And I'm going to present a video at the end of it. This book was released somewhere around end of November 2025. And actually last night, 18 hours before this discussion, there was one report that has come out. I'm going to play that video, which summarizes the premise of this book. And we are expecting that this gap will reduce maybe in 2 to 3 years. Sometimes it could be about 5 to 7 years, but let's see where it goes. And we also thought that middle managers would go away. The second phenomenon that we are noticing is that there are babysitters which are coming up. The babysitters who are going to check the hallucination, who are going to check the AI output. These individuals are well versed with the deployment, but eventually they are also leaving the organizations because of lack of clarity in terms of the growth ladder in those organizations. You become a babysitter, you become a senior babysitter, you become a director babysitter, you become a director general babysitter, but hardly the names are changing, but hardly any improvement in their role. Therefore, they would leave and they become, the third phenomenon is becoming solopreneurs, individual entrepreneurs catering to niche markets. That's the journey, the third one, which we are talking about. The forcing the function, as you can see, they exit at stage 5, all the babysitters, people who are meant to check the output of AI are getting fed up of it and they are leaving. And sometimes they become competitors of these large organizations. Large organizations have anyway not noticed the micro niche markets that one can serve. So the advent of AI at this stage has helped smaller entrepreneurs rather than big enterprises. That's the take. Yeah, every day you verify AI's output and you're learning what your company doesn't know. And at the end of it, they're leaving and becoming solopreneurs. They're becoming competitors as well. The human edge. Now we are coming to a slightly different one. The human edge is very different from the machine edge. The discernment, the judgment ability, the raw sense that you can make, ethics and all these things is very, very important for the human being side. When you apply these human edges to the machine, then the combined effect will be much, much better. And that's the second premise that we are taking in this book. So these are multipliers when you combine with AI. These are not shields against AI, but they are multipliers. Now, we are saying that it may get closed in 2 years, it may get closed in 5 years, 7 years, it may never close also. But then, if human and machine, that is AI, they're coming together, then it will be much wonderful. That is the second book actually, but we'll give an introduction of that book here. When these paths go through these windows, you can apply 4 windows and these 4 paths that you have, you will get the solutions. You have to start now. Yeah, we have invoked 3 important principles here. One is the Ridley. Ridley is a mathematician who says that nothing is complete in itself. No system can check itself. Nothing is foolproof. Then Godey, we are talking about a biologist who is talking about evolutionary refinement. And then the third one is Daniel Kahneman, who talks about system 1 and system 2. System 1 is we are a mix of system 1 and system 2 all the time. There's one system that is extremely fast and efficient. There's another system which is pausing and reflecting and becoming more effective. So we need to switch between system 1 and system 2. So it originates between Gödel, Ridley, and ends at Daniel Kahneman, and then you get all kinds of solutions. So if you read the book, it will be very interesting. I'm only running faster now, and that's where the partnership of CoPlay comes. CoPlay is the name of the second book, by the way. So neither AI nor humans are complete, but together we create huge multiplier effect and results. And CoPlay is where the human edges meet the advantages of machine, and then we fill each other's blind spots. Otherwise, we are incomplete in our own ways. So there are methods. We have tested about 100 methods. Out of that, we are talking about 30 modes. These 30 modes are tested across various individuals across the world. And those 30 documented modes will tell you how to use AI. And that is, for example, sparring, exploring, teaching, mirroring. These are all methods in which you can, for various objectives, look at AI, and the human-AI combination will help the humans thrive. And that is the premise of this second book called CoPlay, as the name suggests. So there's no one perfect way. You'll have to keep on identifying, go with the flow and identify and discover for yourself. AI adoption is different from AI fluency, so we have given all kinds of levels. The pros, the professionals will be at level 10 or 9, whereas an individual entrepreneur or an entrepreneur should be at least at level 5 and 6. And these details will be available in the book for us. And you should know what AI can give, what AI cannot. If you know what AI can give, it's a great advantage. If you know what AI cannot give, you'll become highly competitive. So that's the idea that we are talking about. Yeah, can we play this video, which is a summarizing evidence for what we are proposing in the book, which has come last night, midnight as per Indian time. Yes, please.
It's now 2026, and the miraculous AI tools of the high era are being quietly sidelined. Reuters recently reported that while nearly 97% of tech leaders integrated AI into their backend, 2/3 of them haven't faced a single human headcount. In fact, the opposite is happening. AI has a short-lived memory for complex system architecture, and the build set amnesia is finally coming due. Today, we're going to look at how the plan to replace developers with AI went horribly and predictably wrong. The narrative is that machines would write all code by the middle of this decade. Google CEO Sundar Pichai even noted in late 2024 that over 25% of Google's new code is AI generated. But as we move deeper into 2026, the empirical evidence is ugly. The MIT Media Center recently released a report titled The Gen AI Divide, and the results are bloodbath. Despite $40 billion in global investment, a staggering 95% of generative AI pilots in the enterprise sector have failed to deliver a single dollar of measurable return. Most organizations are seeing zero net impact on their bottom line. The problem? Bias coding. This is a trend where developers use natural language to vibe a piece of software into existence. It feels like magic during a demo, but as Stanford's Digital Economy Lab pointed out, AI-generated code tends to be simpler, more repetitive, and dangerously less structurally diverse. It lacks the connective tissue required for a system to be robust. Research shows that while AI can help a junior developer finish basic tasks 35% faster, it actually makes the final product less maintainable over the long term. This leads us to the most expensive mistake in tech history. Reuters and Guardian highlighted that AI-assisted development is fueling a global crisis. Cat Software recently analyzed 10 billion lines of code and found that it would take 61 billion workdays to pay off the world's current technical debt. We are seeing a 4x surge in code cloning, where the AI simply copies and pastes similar blocks instead of creating elegant, reusable logic. This has created what engineers call the soft layer. It's a layer of code that works, but nobody understands why, and nobody can fix it when it breaks. By trying to save money on developers today, companies have essentially taken out a high-interest loan on their future, and the interest is about to bankrupt them.
Move forward.
The 2025 Veracode Gen AI report reveals that 45%
Move forward.
of AI-generated code contains
Move forward. No? Okay.
In Java,
Stop it. Yeah, it's clear. It's clear already that the empirical evidence is saying something else. We wanted to save cost by sacking the developers, by bringing in AI, but the code, which is the output, is actually not effective. And it is actually faulty. It is not diverse. It's not robust. Therefore, the billions that you wanted to ever save by the advent of AI, that experiment itself has gone wrong. And this is the freshly minted research that we are seeing. And therefore, I presented this video, and which in a way also supports the premise that we have taken as part of our book, AI, the Reverse Gold Rush. Now that you have gotten used to scanning QR codes, I thought I'll give you 1 or 2 QR codes more. Yeah. Can you hear me? No. Hello. Hello. The mics listen only to you. Hello. Yeah, handheld mic is held in my hand, but it's not working. Hello, hello. Yeah, we are almost at the end of it, but is it audible? It's audible, right? Yeah. Thank you. So this is one of our alumni who has studied MBA, and after finishing MBA, she has gone through MBBS. This is very strange. So she pursued her doctoral interest and is a doctor, is a wonderful practitioner. And this book we have come together to write about how mentorship has led to navigating some of the most difficult turns in her career. So that's a book which was done for, now it is working, which was done for, when you speak good things, it will work, I think. So, which was done for about a year or so. It resulted in the month of December 2025, and this is an amazing book. And these are the 6 books that I authored in 5 books in 2025, one couple of years before. So totally 6 books. Thank you very much. I request Ravi, Dr. Ravi, yeah. Where are the books?
Thank you so much. And to commemorate the launch of this book, please welcome on stage Dr. Ravi Gupta and Dr. Sadiq Said Muhammad to commemorate this truly exceptional moment. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our enlightening sessions and our keynote speeches. Very shortly, in about 5 minutes, we'll be starting the awards ceremony. So we call upon everyone that is currently outside the conference hall to join us right here. You don't want to miss out. I hope you're all caffeinated and have some energy. I know it's been a long day, but charge yourselves up because we're going to have to do some cheering. We'll be beginning in 5 short minutes.
From 32,000 educator profiles across the globe, our research team meticulously shortlisted 3,000 exceptional leaders. From 800 outstanding nominations across 49 countries, every single one was remarkable. Tonight, we celebrate the very best, top leaders and change makers from over 30 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 35th ELETS World Education Summit Awards, where excellence meets global impact. Their stories will inspire. Their achievements will transform education worldwide.
What if education could be reimagined for every learner in every corner of the world? Showcase breakthrough edtech solutions and join visionaries.
Actually, this is my first experience in the summit, and I think it's great because it's gathering all the decision makers, schools, principals, and other activities around schools like companies, vendors. So I think it's overall great.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a highly, highly anticipated moment of the summit, our award ceremony. As you know, excellence in higher education is not accidental. It is intentional, strategic, and sustained. The ELETS World Education Awards really recognize institutions that have demonstrated measurable impact in innovation, governance, digital transformation, and global collaboration. These awards are not just symbolic gestures, they are affirmation of leaderships. So I would like to, of course, request the man behind all of this, the man behind the Education World Summit. Please welcome on stage Dr. Ravi Gupta, our dignitary, to present the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please let us begin this award ceremony. And the award for Best SIS Innovation Award goes to, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Best Education Impact Leadership Award for Dr. Sadiq Said Muhammad. A huge, huge heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Sadiq Said Muhammad for the Education Impact Leadership Award. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Dr. Sadiq. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, for the Best SIS Innovation Award, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Academia by Sarasoft! A huge heartfelt congratulations to everyone at Academia for this well-deserved success.
Thank you, Ravi ji, the entire ELETS team for selecting us as the Best Student Information System Innovation Award. It's an important category for the region, and we will continue to innovate. This only adds a lot of inspiration to that journey. Thank you.
Woo! Joining Dr. Ravi on stage, we have another dignitary. Please join me in welcoming with a massive round of applause, Mr. Siva Kumar Veerapan, the Chief Executive Officer of Anubhavam. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the award for innovation in education. Please welcome on stage Anant Kumar, a professor at Amity University, Dubai, and a seasoned educational leader with over 35 years of experience in the academic industry. His innovation spans AI and adaptive learning systems, curriculum design, pedagogy, research supervision, and capstone projects. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for innovation in education goes to Antonio Biasi, the partner, global head of the corporate department and head of Europe at OVH Lawyers. Antonio is an international corporate lawyer and educator, serving as a global head of corporate affairs and head of Europe at OVH Lawyers, with offices in Dubai, Jordan, Iraq, Italy, and plans for Saudi Arabia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the award for India-rooted global university goes to Bharati Vidyapith, deemed to be University, India. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for community and public health outreach goes to Alluri Sitrama Raju Academy. Heartfelt congratulations to everyone at Alluri Sitarama Raju Academy. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for Education Impact Leadership goes to Dareen Tawil. The Educational and Empowerment Director with Al Nowhere. Dareen is an educational leader and empowerment specialist, serving as an educational and empowerment director at Empower, as well as a consultant with Al Nowhere. She designs programs fostering student leadership, 21st century skills, and youth empowerment. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for innovation in education goes to Dr. Hardik Bhimani. And assistant professor at Higher College of Technology in Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Mr. Siva Kumar for joining Dr. Ravi on stage to honor our awardees. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Prashant from Meritrack on stage to honor our upcoming awardees. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for the Head of Business and Solutions at Meritrack, Mr. Prasant.
Hello. So we have Mr. Prasad from Meritrack. Meritrack is one of the leading edtech companies in the country, in India and also in the Middle East and also abroad. So I will ask you about how was your experience at the first day of this event?
Not only the first day of this event, in fact, this is the first time we are participating at an EdTech event in Dubai. And I think the reception so far has been fantastic. Thanks to ELABS.
Thank you. So if you had one message to give to all the higher education educators and the administrators and the leaders regarding the digital transformation which is happening through AI, so how, what's your message for them?
In fact, let me summarize it as, all the discussions that I've had with several people since morning. One global outline is it's not about opposing AI, it's about those who embrace AI are the ones who win. And secondly, I think the way education here, the education system here has embraced AI is perhaps the fastest in the world across different continents that I've seen so far. So I think great going.
Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now the upcoming award for leadership and advocacy goes to Dr. Thaddeus Belay, the founder of US Africa Institute from the United States. Dr. Thaddeus is the founder of the US Africa Institute and a leading advocate for educational equity, immigration access, and global higher education partnerships. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for innovation in education goes to Dr. Yogesh Kedwavedi! Professor Yogesh is the Riyadh Bank Chair Professor of Digital Business at KFPUM and a global cited scholar in digital innovation and technology adoption. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for innovation in education goes to Fatiha Bazujesh! PhD Innovative Learning Design and Technology of Ohio University, United States. Fatiha is an educational technology specialist, program evaluator, and instructor at Ohio University, and the recipient of this award here at the World Education Summit Dubai 2026. Her work advances AI-enhanced and hybrid learning that strengthens critical thinking, inclusive teaching, and future-ready education. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for leadership and advocacy goes to Jihan El-Gindi. Jihan is a head of business operations and PMO leader with extensive experience delivering large-scale learning and development programs across Saudi Arabia and the GCC. She is, of course, she is a leader of a multi-country, multi-million-dollar portfolio driving operational excellence, execution governance, and AI-enabled delivery models at the intersection of business strategy and scalable execution. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Mr. Prashant from Meritrack. Thank you so much for joining us on stage to honor our awardees. Up next, I'd like to invite another dignitary on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder and CEO of Academia, Arpit Bhagiata!
Hi, Arpit. Hi. So, as an EdTech leader, you have been interacting with a lot of delegates and the participants here. So, your impressions about ICT adoption and AI adoption in the Middle East?
There is a lot of enthusiasm, energy, positivity, and a futuristic outlook that I see amongst all the academic leaders that I have met at the show today, and also otherwise in the Middle East. We keep traveling to the region. So I think the region is going to disrupt. There's a lot of investment chasing technologies. There's no reason why Middle East will emerge as the leader in adoption. The only thing that needs to be kept in mind is that this is a change. And my favorite author, Robin Sharma, says, all change is hard at the start, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end. So let's all fight towards the gorgeous end and be in it together.
So, what will change in next 1 or 2 years in the higher education technology adoption, according to you?
What will change?
How will it evolve? The IT adoption will evolve in the next 1 or 2 years.
How will it evolve? I think that's obviously across the spectrum, there's a lot of technologies that are emerging. I'll purely talk about the student information system space that I'm confined to. How will it evolve? I think you will see a lot of agents being adopted across the spectrum by institutions. You will see a lot of AI coming into analytics, which was a theme today in everything that we saw today. And I think there will be a huge focus on ease of use for the end user. Those are the three trends that I see.
Fantastic.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together in a massive round of applause for the CEO and founder of Academia, Arpit Bhajatia. Up next, the award for Outstanding University for Sustainability and Social Engagement. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya! Up next, the Education Impact Leadership Award goes to Joanna Szewska! Academic teacher at Datsnak University of Technology, as well as the president of the Lean Education Foundation. Joanna is a leader with over 27 years of experience. She believes education should empower people to think, act, and take responsibility. Up next, the award for excellence in industry-integrated skill education. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Ramran Tech Skills University, Punjab, A huge heartfelt congratulations to everyone at Lamron Tech Skills University for the Excellence in Industry Integrated Skill Education Award. Thank you so much, Mr. Arpit, for joining us to honor our awardees on stage. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for Trailblazing EdTech Solution Award goes to MasterSoft! MasterSoft is a leading edtech company delivering AI-powered enterprise education suite designed to transform higher education operations. Its unified academic platform connects admissions, learning, assessment, compliance, and governance into one intelligent ecosystem. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, for the Innovation in Education Award goes to Matthew Cooper. Matthew Cooper is the creator of Merkaba Management Systems, an innovative education and organizational framework transforming vocational training. His model integrates compliance, digital platforms, and human-centered support into a dynamic system that improves efficiency, learning engagement, and industry relevance, shifting education from static compliance to scalable, student-centered growth.
So, how has been your impressions about the first day of the conference?
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's an honour to be here with like-minded people. My view on it from my journey, we get absolutely destroyed to get here, and I don't know if it's a good thing with this award because it definitely gives us motivation to keep going. So I don't know if I'm happy or sad about that. But yeah, humanity is at a threshold point right now with technology. So we need wisdom, human capability, and Merkaba Management System has built the architecture for that. So we look forward to making an impact from here on out. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Matthew Cooper! Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the Leadership and Advocacy Award goes to Michael Lee! Michael Lee is the founder of the Center for Global Citizenship Studies. He transforms experiential learning into measurable, credit-bearing education. His framework maps real-world services and placements into accessible outcomes, integrating ethical engagement, reflectional, and cultural understanding.
This award means a lot because the work that we do is very important. The impact that we make around the world, and the meeting and the travel that we do is super important. By awarding credit to people that do meaningful and impactful projects all around the world is what we live for. So if we can change the mind of one person today by winning this award, then we've done our bit. So thank you all and have a lovely evening.
Give it up for Michael Lee! Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for Excellence in Global Campus Transformation Leadership goes to Mr. Vishal Garag! He is the Director, Secretarial of Swami Vivekanand Group of Institutions in Chandigarh, India.
Good evening, all of you. So I will not take too much time. I attended first time this event, so I have never this type of experience. So first time I enjoyed this event. So I congratulations to Ravi sir. So congratulations once again to all the teams. Thank you.
A huge heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Vishal Garag for this well-deserved achievement. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for Excellence in Student Counseling and Career Guidance goes to Ms. Sadaf Amreen! the lead counselor and team leader of international admissions at Jain Deemed to be University in Bangalore, India. A huge heartfelt congratulations to Miss Sadat Amreen for this well-deserved achievement. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for Outstanding Global Outreach Initiative goes to Tanya Baga, the Manager of International Admissions Relationship at Jain Deemed to be University, India. On her behalf, Sadat Amreen will be accepting this award. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. A huge heartfelt congratulations to everyone at Jain Deemed to be University. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for Inclusive Education Champion goes to Morello Battisti! Morello Battisti is the Director and Academic Advisor at Logic Prep, as well as a board member of Urios de Pardopoulos. Mr. Morello is not with us at the moment, but we honor him regardless. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Morello Battisti. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for Education Impact Leadership goes to Olga Kindler! Olga Kindler is the founder of Decode Decision DNA, a UK-based framework that translates behavioral science into practical tools for smarter decision-making. Olga Kindler's work helps learners and leaders understand subconscious drivers, belief systems, and identity patterns shaping choices. As CV award-winning mentor and executive coach, she trains professionals globally through licensed programs and leadership academia. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for leadership and advocacy goes to Pratham Mittal! Pratham Mittal is the founder of Masters Union and a leading advocate of experimental higher education. He pioneered a learning by doing model that integrates industry-led teaching, live ventures, and student-managed capital.
Pratham, you are all over the place. You are, what do you call, changing the way the higher education has been happening. So, your thoughts about the changes and the needs in the like in the AI age. So, how is higher education going to evolve and change? Your views.
I think when I went to college, education was all about exams, lectures, slides, grades, attendance, books, and it stopped there. I would study one night before the exam and forget everything the day after. And I think all of us have done that our entire lives. And I think something needs to change. And so Masters Union and TETR are two attempts at changing that. Thank you.
Congratulations. So your views about a gathering like this World Education Summit in Dubai. Your views about this event, the whole idea of organizing this event.
No, I think I've spent some time here and I've met almost everybody important in the education system under one roof. It makes life very easy. the entire year's networking happens in one day. So very helpful. Thank you for organizing it.
Thank you, Pratham. Thank you.
A huge heartfelt congratulations. Give it up for Pratham Mittal. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for excellence in academic leadership goes to Professor Alok Kumar Sharkawal. Professor Alok is the Vice Chancellor at Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya in India. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause.
Your views about the World Education Summit, Dubai, how we experience?
I think this series is an outstanding event, and I believe this is going to help higher education doing better and better. And I believe that ELITES is an organization which is going to make this world better in terms of disseminating higher education to everyone. And I congratulate Mr. Gupta for doing this wonderful job. And this entire event, from the morning, I'm witnessing everybody coming from across the world or having a kind of zeal and kind of courage to do something to the world higher education. And I congratulate you for the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Don't leave just yet, because the next award for innovation in higher education goes once again to Professor Alok Kumar Shakrawal. He is the Vice Chancellor of Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for Outstanding Global Leader in Skill Development and Employability goes to Professor Ankur Gill. Professor Ankur Gill is the Director of Operations at Swami Vivekanand Group of Institutions in Chandigarh, India. Up next, the award for Global Leadership Excellence in International Education and Collaboration goes to Professor C. Van. Once again, the award for Global Leadership for Excellence in International Education and Collaboration goes to Professor C. Mutta Michelle Van. Put your hands together for the Vice Chancellor of SRM Institution of Science Technology, deemed to be University, India. Professor C is not with us at the moment, but we honor him regardless. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for innovation in education goes to Professor Dr. Sukru Tuzman. Dr. Sukru Tuzman is a professor at Eastern Mediterranean University and founder of the GenBiomics R&D Center. He pioneered a transnational learning ecosystem that integrates high-impact molecular research, mentorship, and societal engagement into education. Huge heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Sukru Tuzman. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for excellence in industry interface and placement. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for SA College of Arts and Science, Chennai, India. A huge heartfelt congratulations for this well-deserved achievement. Up next, the award for research and knowledge leadership goes to Sri Sai University, Himachal Pradesh, India. Up next, the award for Transformative Education Award in Multidisciplinary Excellence goes to the SRM Institute of Science and Technology, deemed to be University, India. SRM Institute is not with us, but we honor them regardless. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for leadership and advocacy goes to Teresa Reed, Director of International Admission at the Digital and Animation and Visual Effects School, USA.
So, your impressions about this whole conference?
This has been a wonderful surprise. I actually came here for the first time and happened to meet old friends, great leaders in the industry. Very excited with the connections I've made today and with everything that I've learned. So I appreciate everyone here, and I hope you have a wonderful evening and a great day tomorrow. Let's do it again.
Everyone, give it up for Teresa Reed! Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the award for institutional excellence goes to TETR College of Business. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Institutional Excellence Award goes to Tetter College of Business.
running a program which cuts across continents and countries. So what is the whole idea about it?
So I think the main idea is that the world is shrinking, and in the era that's led by AI, in this VUCA world, which is full of uncertainty and ambiguity, you want to create students who are not just fit for their home country or their home market, but can be global builders, global entrepreneurs, whom you can airdrop in any part of the world and they can build there. And that's the idea of exposing them to different continents, different markets, different situations, so that they come out as global builders, as global entrepreneurs.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tetzer College of Business. Up next, the award for innovation in education goes to Yupal Shukla, a senior lecturer at Higher Colleges of Technology, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. A huge heartfelt congratulations for this well-deserved milestone. Up next, the award for holistic education and student development goes to Sai International School, Punjab, India.
So what's the innovation you are building at your school, if you can talk about your school's innovation, what's interesting at your school?
The recent innovations which my school is doing is regarding the child development. We are trying to be a practical approach in a school. We are trying that in spite with the education, we are trying that our children are much more bigger in practical knowledge as well. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, our last but certainly not least award of the evening, the award for Education Impact Leadership goes to Lavinia Bracci, founder and director of SIS International Study Abroad, Italy.
So what is your organization doing something which is very interesting? We'll talk.
Well, our organization is always looking at innovation and innovation with the human eye, let's say. So I hope that this conference that is amazing can lead me in the future.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
And last but certainly not least, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Best E-Learning Platform Award, which goes to Monica Pernos from Ayush Academy.
So how was your day today, and what you, how was your interactions here?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for organizing such an amazing event. I have to be honest, this is my second year here, so it is amazing to be here once again and receive this recognition. This lady is amazing also. The way that she is presenting us is really very inspiring. Thank you so much. What can I say? I mean, organizing such an event in education is so key nowadays, because at the end of the day, we learn to earn and to return. So I think that this is what you're doing. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Everyone,
Congratulations once again.
give
Congratulations.
it up once again for Monica Perna. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the award for innovation in education goes to Dr. Rohan Ambari, a research scientist at Khalifa University of Science and Technology, Abu Dhabi. Dr. Rohan Ambadi worked at the Khalifa University of Science and Technology. He leads interdisciplinary innovation in material science and sustainable technologies. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our awards ceremony and day one of the higher educational track of the 35th edition of the World Education Summit. You've all been such a wonderful crowd and wonderful educators to be around. Can you please give yourselves a massive round of applause? Wonderful energy, wonderful individuals, absolutely sensational insight from each and every one of you. Thank you all for joining us here today. Oh, okay, we have another award. Okay, so I would like to give the next award, which is Innovation in Higher Education, to Professor Alok Kumar Chakrawal. Put your hands together. You go without giving another award, everybody. As I would like to say, just the last few words is thank you all so very much. I would like to just give the final word to Dr. Ravi Gupta, just to give a final closing words to everyone here today.
Request you all to please join on the stage. We can have a picture, and we will have some great memories. So please join on the stage.
Everyone, please join
All
us
of you.
on stage for
All
a
of
group
you.
photo.
All of you, please.
Let's have a big round of applause for yourself. Come on, you've been an amazing audience, amazing leaders. And a big thanks to Nora, who took care of all of us. And she did an amazing job, everyone. Come on, get on the stage. I think it's strong enough, can hold all of us. Come on. Come on, everyone. Deepak, Deepak, please join us. Deepak, please join us for the photograph. Come on, everyone. For the photograph. So everyone, please join. From Elite's team, yeah, please join. Oh, please turn on the lights here. Please turn on the lights. Lights, please. He's probably in a... Okay. So, yeah, let's do a still photo first. Let me fix the lights. I'm like an all-rounder. Okay, did it work? Nora, turn down the music. Nora, can you give us a countdown and say that's a wrap off? And we all can say World Education Summit.
Okay, everybody, let's count down. Okay, so, oh, I don't leave the frame. Okay, I usually have to. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for joining us. On 3, 2, 1.